A young man sitting at his desk in the office glanced at his watch. There was still a little time left. A few minutes later, the workday was over, and everyone started to get ready to go home. The young people said goodbye and commented that they had worked well today. The young man thought that after work, one should always go home quickly. This principle had previously helped him live peacefully. Greed usually leads to failure, so if you put it aside, you can live a stable life. Looking into the room opposite, the young man saw warriors practicing their skills. The guy thought that these guys were still working hard. It looked impressive, no matter how many times he looked at it. At that moment, the skill, constellation that gives light, was being practiced. Once in the year 2050, monsters invaded the planet along with strange creatures also called constellations. In addition, people began to appear who, after awakening, could use magical abilities. The monsters and the awakened fought relentlessly. Only now had they reached a temporary balance. The Central Academy was located in the country's capital. This was where miners were taught to become hunters. The young man had been working here for 9 years. Awakened ones, hunters, constellations. It sounded cool, but such things were not suitable for simple people like this guy. In the evening, sitting in front of the TV screen, the young man watched the news. The announcer reported that 200 people had already been reported missing this month. This was announced by the Hunters Association. She stated that the missing people were connected with the constellation of the King of Carnage. The young man thought that the TV screen was saying the same thing every day. This king continues to rage in the north. The next news item covered the budget issue that had led to a rift between the Hunters Association and the Civil Union. The young man sighed. Were they still arguing? Some wanted to spend money while others demanded savings. He thought it would never end and turned off the TV. Even though the world had changed, profiteers were still in business. That's why corruption and crime are still rampant even now. It seems like everything is different, but in reality, nothing has changed. The young man thought that all this was being done by people smarter and more reliable than him. What could someone like him do? The young man reasoned that many would call him a loser or a coward for such thoughts, but he himself would call it wisdom. The guy thought, the more he gives up, the easier life becomes. There is no need to cry if your attempts do not bring any results. There is no point in getting depressed about your lack of talent. It is much better to live with what you have. As he was falling asleep, the guy noticed that a message had come to his smartphone. Who could be writing at this time of night? The message offered the young man the opportunity to become awakened. It also gave a 100% guarantee of choosing the appropriate constellation. The guy smiled. What kind of old-fashioned scam is this? It's not even funny. As he fell asleep, the young man wondered if he wanted to become awakened. Of course he did. Even an awakened F-rank dreams of promotion. Everyone would agree if it were that simple. The message repeated itself, but the young man no longer responded. Morning came. The guy woke up and immediately looked at his smartphone screen. There were 7 new messages. It annoyed him. He was glad he had ignored that psycho's message. A huge chest appeared before the young man's eyes. What was it? The young man couldn't believe it. Was the nighttime message real? One of the messages said that his consent had been confirmed. The young man thought, he had only said, that would be great, but he hadn't said yes. What kind of scam was this? Since the candidate was asleep, the constellation selection was canceled. However, the delivery of the system was completed. The young man decided that there must be equipment in the chest. One of the messages explained that if he said status window, it would open. The young man uttered the phrase, and the window did indeed appear. However, it contained shameful information that he was embarrassed to show anyone. The guy thought, it doesn't matter what class he woke up in, the fact itself is important. But the system indicated the characteristic, Path of the Great Knight, rank, SSS. He had to look in the chest. The system reported that the random equipment was Legendary Armor of the Golden Guard of the Divine Beast. What did that even mean? SSS rank characteristics and legendary equipment. A 1 in a million chance. If this had happened a few years ago, the young man would have jumped for joy. But now everything was different. He decided to throw away the equipment and started looking for trash bags. He was sure that this was not a blessing, but a curse that would ruin his life. He had no intention of dying in battle. However, throwing away the bags was a bad idea. If someone in their area found a legendary item, the consequences would be serious, even leading to clashes between guilds. The young man decided that he needed to go to work first. His boss at work was surprised. Had the young employee decided to work only half a shift? The young man replied that he had urgent matters to attend to. After a while, the young man was already outside the city, riding a bus towards Incheon. In the end, he decided to get rid of the thing that threatened his peaceful life. The young man was troubled by the fact that this thing was called the Way of the Great Knight. After a while, the young man arrived at the end of his journey. He stood at the edge of a cliff. The young man threw the suitcases down with all his might and told them to go to hell. With a sense of accomplishment, the young man returned home in the evening. He was exhausted. 24 years ago, an explosion rocked one of the buildings. That same year, one of the most powerful awakened beings in history left the country with his group due to a conflict with the state. For this reason, monsters began to appear more frequently, and the safety of citizens was threatened. Bloodthirsty monsters threatened the peaceful population, and something had to be done about it. People used whatever means they had at their disposal to get rid of the monsters, but their numbers continued to grow. It got to the point where people decided there was no hope. Never before had there been so many monsters. Where was the government looking? An employee informed the boss that the monsters were approaching. It was necessary to contact the hunters. The director was in danger. Help was needed. There were children in one of the rooms. They were frightened. The man who noticed the children outside the window saw the monster and became even more frightened. They had to run. The monster passing by noticed the children outside the window and stopped. The children hid in the corners in fear. They were very scared. The bloodthirsty monster broke the window and got inside. The young man did not know whether to consider it luck that he was the only survivor in that room. The journalist asked the hunters and survivors to look at the camera. He would take a photo for the press and the public. He told the boy to smile because surviving such a disaster was a real miracle. The young man saw the suitcases he had thrown off the cliff into the river the day before. What were they doing here? In front of our hero lay a suit of armor. Many dream of such a thing, but the young man saw it only as shackles. The status window confirmed. This was the legendary armor of the Golden Guard of the Divine Beast. It is permanently bound to the one who opened it first. The young man was surprised. Could an item really bind itself to someone? But that was impossible. This item also had additional functions: breath control, body temperature regulation, auto repair, pocket storage, and auto search for the owner. There were many convenient functions. The young man thought maybe he should put on the armor and use the pocket storage. Most likely the armor was here because of the auto search. The protagonist decided that his life could be in danger if this armor was found on him. Our hero wondered, how does one even put this on? Perhaps there was a word for it, something like equip. After saying these words, the armor appeared on the man. It really worked. The protagonist thought that this was much cooler than he had expected. The knight decided that this couldn't go on. Surely there must be some information at the academy. Our hero decided to find the pocket storage function by locating the corresponding button on the status screen. The boss asked employee U if he wasn't working a half shift today. The young man replied that he had urgent matters to attend to, therefore he had to return to work. Our hero thought if he looks through the training materials for hunters and the list of equipment, he will definitely find something. The penalty and the characteristics turned out to be much worse than he thought. Would he always have to fight up close? Usually if there are big penalties, there should also be a lot of benefits. However, it only said that the warrior will be rewarded for fighting evil, protecting justice and the righteous. The guy decided to start by selecting all the materials related to knightly skills and close combat. Our hero decided that he had everything he needed and that it was time to leave. The young man took the flash drive with him. Mr. Yu decided not to use the elevator and to take the stairs. That way, he would definitely not be noticed. He heard voices downstairs. What was going on there? The knight asked the girl why their application had been rejected. If she joined them, their guild, Avalon, would hire her immediately after graduation. It was a good offer. The girl replied once again that she did not want to. Our hero thought that this looked problematic. The academy, which trains awakened ones and hunters, has guilds. They actively compete for students with good abilities or rare skills. Normally, guilds must compete and officially hire students on contract if they win. The girl said she knew that a better contract awaited her after she leveled up. Who did they think she was? The young man thought that the Avalon Corporation was notorious for its aggressive recruitment of talent. The girl needed help. He called the Che Yang Guild and said that the Avalon Guild was trying to force the female student to sign a contract. It was happening right now on the emergency staircase of Building B2. Representatives of another guild suddenly appeared. The man asked what this knight was doing. Didn't he know that students couldn't get involved in contract processes? The law enforcement officer said that the guild represented by this knight Chang Yun-suk, had already been given a warning. The knight smiled and said that he was just talking to the girl. The student thanked her savior. The law enforcement officer said that if something like this happened again, the girl should contact the disciplinary committee. The student asked her senior colleague to give her his phone number in case she needed to ask for help again. Our hero was surprised. Didn't the student know that this guild was just as bad as Avalon? The young man thought that everything had turned out well, but a bitter feeling of dissatisfaction remained. He had saved the child from being eaten by a fox and presented her to an elegant wolf. The system offered a reward for the work done, and the young man chose 1 experience point. Once home, our hero checked the status window again. He was pleasantly surprised because he didn't think he would have access to all the skills of a knight. Previously, it seemed impossible. Even the constellations would be surprised by such a skill. The unique skill, Fencing of Siegwalt von Engro. The unique skill, the art of Riko's Platinum Spear. The young man could learn any unique abilities and legendary knights. Unique skill, the art of close combat of the Desert Commander, Rochelle. Mr. Y thought that everything here was completely different from what he had imagined. Our hero received the unique combat talent of the knight, Grendel's Omniscience. If everyone is equal, then the one with more will win. The recreation room at the academy. The young man said he was just happy. There are only 3 of them each year. Midterm exams along with final and graduation exams. If you add the sports festival, that makes 4. So in fact, it's 1 meeting per season. A colleague asked what Mr. Yu did yesterday. The Avalon Guild is going crazy. The young man replied that he complained about them to Che Yang because they were hunting a female student. They say this girl is exceptional. The guild is furious. Mr. Yu replied that this is the way things are. The young man said that the girl had the characteristics of an alchemist, so the Avalon Guild needed her no matter what. Our hero was surprised because all guilds hunt for alchemists. Mr. Yu was afraid. What if they found out that it was him? His colleague expressed confidence that they would soon be able to find out. Our hero thought that he should take advantage of the witness protection program. His colleague said that in any case, caution was necessary. It was graduation exam season. If they lost their leader, it would be difficult for everyone. After thinking for a moment, he realized that he couldn't just give up. There was no easy solution. Mr. Yu knew that with his salary, he couldn't hire a bodyguard, and even the guilds wouldn't help a regular employee. But he had no intention of dealing with it at all. It would be nice if he could obtain a legendary skill and weapon for awakening. Then he could return to his normal life. It seemed like someone's joke to force him onto the path of awakening in this way. Earth-Class Academy. The knight, gathering information, found this young man. Yu Sang-woon, 32 years old, head of the Technical Facilities Maintenance Department. Did this guy really think he would be safe after sticking his nose into his business? His colleagues told Yun Seong-ah to calm down. A student who destroyed an employee would attract too much attention. He was already a failure in life, having been born without power. Another colleague was surprised. Was Yun Seong really going to waste his time on such trash? They told Yun Seong not to pay attention to it. They could look for another target. The academy divided students by status: heavenly, earthly, and ordinary. As an awakened C rank, he couldn't get into the heavenly class, which guaranteed a path to the big guilds, and remained in the earthly class. The difference between the classes was truly like heaven and earth. The heavenly class of awakened ones was responsible for the protection and security of the country. The heavenly class was an excellent opportunity to gain power. Only graduates from there had a chance to enter Avalon as a master. Yun Song said he would do everything he could to get into the heavenly class. He couldn't even increase his status level. All the tricks in the book were used, but it didn't help. His colleague noted that it would be better to find another solution now. They couldn't waste time on this employee. Yun Sung said that they would still have to destroy this full-time failure. If they didn't do it now, other employees would stand in their way in the future. They needed to set an example. The young man said that made sense. Another guy said he didn't know his place. How exactly was Yun Sung going to resolve this situation? Yun Sung replied that he knew someone who was good at such things. His colleague was surprised. Was he talking about the garbage collectors? Garbage collectors and demon worshippers are criminal communities hostile to both monsters and humans. Demon worshippers have sworn allegiance to deities that oppose humanity. It is impossible to negotiate with them. Garbage collectors, on the other hand, work only for their own benefit and are often used by guilds for dirty work. Yun Song asked his interlocutors why they were so surprised. After all, they know that all large guilds have connections with trash collectors. A trash collector will take care of it. All you need to do is spread a few rumors. His immediate superior was surprised. What kind of vacation could there be during final exams? And for 5 days, no less. Our hero had expected this, but his boss turned out to be too stubborn. Yu Sang-won thought a few days would be enough. Everything would calm down if he hid for that time. His boss refused. Their slogan was unity, so nothing would happen. Yu Sang-won was not a rookie, so why was he acting this way? Yu Sang-won thought that he should at least tell his boss that someone from the Avalon Guild was hunting him. If something happened, he would be the first to be suspected. Our hero realized that his opponent would most likely send a garbage collector after him, as he would not want to get his hands dirty. In any case, he needed to leave the academy for a short time. The owner of the weapon shop asked, "Is Yu Sang-won looking for a weapon for protection?" Our hero was surprised. Did the rumors spread so quickly? The merchant said, "Why else would someone who hasn't awakened yet come here with such an expression on their face?" The man listed potions, a defensive sword, a gas gun, an automatic rifle. Anything catch your eye? Yu Sang-won replied that his salary would not be enough for that. Our hero asked for a few potions and a protective sword. He would pick them up after work. At the foot of the mountain, there was a sign on the road prohibiting further passage due to possible danger. Ahead was a dungeon full of monsters. Yu Sang-won arrived at the appointed place. He had a sword behind him, and ahead of him was an F-rank dungeon, the lowest level of clearing. Even an ordinary person with a weapon could handle it. Our hero thought if he wanted to face the guy from Avalon, he would have to become stronger. The status window informed him of the appearance of a dungeon quest. Destroy the ferocious hounds. Savage hounds are bloodthirsty monsters. They appeared at the entrance to the dungeon. Yu Sang-won took out his sword and thought he had to do it. Battle was inevitable. He put on his armor and entered the fray. After a short time, the monsters were destroyed. They all died with a single blow. It was too easy for the awakened one, all thanks to his automatic armor. The young man thought that this way they could figure him out. He needed another plan. Perhaps thanks to his combat skills, the number of destroyed bodies of the ferocious hounds was growing. With each swing of his sword, our hero felt his skills improving. Now he could destroy several monsters at once with a single blow. Yu Sang-won thought about how quickly his skills were developing. He could sense the monsters behind him without even turning around. This was due to the combat talent of Grandel, the Knight of Omniscience. Our hero had no idea that this skill was so powerful. 30 hounds were destroyed. If he sold the magic stones, the association would immediately realize that he was awakened. After studying the information, Yu Sang-won realized that one of the effects of his armor was to double his stats. The protagonist received a reward for clearing the dungeon. He didn't expect anything more from an F-rank dungeon. The rewards were based on characteristics. Yu Sang-won was surprised. Were they really giving him all this just for clearing a small, low-ranked dungeon? Yu Sang-won chose to increase his stats and avoid penalties. He thought it was a great reward. A unique skill was activated. Vision of the Forest Blade of the Elemental Knight Ilarion. Yu Sang-won was only level 4, but his stats were impressive. Under these conditions, the best guilds in the country would fight over him. Everything was becoming much more complicated than he had expected. Yu Sang-won thought that the garbage collector might already be chasing him, but going out like this would be a mistake. His opponents couldn't see him because of his armor. He had to find that guy before he got away. A bird appeared in the sky and began circling above the protagonist. Our hero did not understand how to find the guy from the Avalon Guild. Yu Sang-won looked at the bird and thought, maybe it was giving him a clue. Now he understood what the power of the forest meant. Yu Sang-won swung his arm and threw the blade far ahead. The throw was accurate, and the garbage collector was wounded. However, he still needed to be on guard. The garbage collector might have a hidden weapon. The garbage collector regained consciousness and told the Golden Knight to stop. He was on a different mission and was not hunting the Golden Knight. Now he needed potions and bandages for his wound. Yu Sang-won asked the bald man what mission he was on. The garbage collector replied that he had been hired to teach a guy a lesson. But it was definitely not the Golden Knight. The protagonist handed the wounded man a potion and told him to heal himself. When the bald man let his guard down, the Golden Knight struck him with his sword. Yu Sang-won thought he had dealt with this man. However, he had never destroyed anyone before. Our hero knew that the garbage collector's target was himself, so it was necessary for self-defense. The Golden Knight saw the belongings that had belonged to the bald man. Now these belongings had no owner. Yu Sang-won realized that items really did drop after an awakened person died. They had to be picked up. The data from the deceased phone was also copied. It certainly wouldn't be superfluous. The Golden Knight decided that the body could be left here. The monsters would take care of it. Yu Sung-woon thought he had nothing to worry about, as he had already dealt with all the evidence. The Golden Knight approached the portal and decided it was time to continue leveling up. The system window displayed a warning. The code of chivalry had been violated. The warrior had secretly attacked the enemy. For this, he would be punished by not receiving the next reward. Collecting items after treacherously destroying an enemy was also considered a violation of the code of chivalry. Yu Sang-woon thought that now he had a triple penalty. Was that a little? The Golden Knight decided that he just needed to clear the dungeon 3 times. It wouldn't take long. Bloody turtles appeared in the dungeon. The Golden Knight said he would be happy to take care of them. The system reported that the player had cleared the dungeon and reached level 6. Our hero found this strange. He was calmly leveling up, but the penalties weren't going away. Was it because he was fighting weak monsters? Yu Sang-woon said that he could still level up, so he would train and run through the next dungeons. Ruby-eyed spiders. The name speaks for itself. The protagonist fought these monsters as well. After clearing the dungeon, our hero received a skill point, and the dungeon reward was removed as a penalty. What are the rewards given for then? Unlike hounds and spiders, turtles were not hostile to humans. The reward comes for clearing out living forms that harm humans. Now everything is clear. The next skill turned out to be really good. It added features such as enemy search and a minimap. The minimap was just like in a game. It was full of information. Its use in battle was extremely useful. The protagonist thought globally. The knight from the Avalon Guild had lost contact with the scavenger, which meant they would soon call for reinforcements. It wasn't difficult to deal with one garbage collector, but could our hero defeat the Avalon Guild? He had all the evidence. He had to deal with them without even confronting them directly. 3 days later, Yoon Sung began to express concern. Why wasn't the garbage collector getting in touch? All the deadlines had already passed. His colleague told his boss that they had a problem. All messages to the garbage collector had been uploaded to the Academy's network. Yoon Sung checked the information and confirmed that this was indeed the case. But how was this possible? Who had access to his phone? His colleague added that employees had started spreading rumors after the disappearance. The same rumors had appeared in other guilds. Yoon Sung said that there would be a lot of problems if this turned into a war between guilds. Had he done something wrong? The young man said that this was precisely why he was trying to stop Yoon Sung. He would gain nothing by associating with a loser. Suddenly, a call came in from an unknown number. The caller greeted the young man and introduced himself as an employee who had to go into hiding because of a recent incident. Yoon Sung realized who he was talking to. Yu Sang-woon said that he had been working at the academy for 9 years, so he was well versed in such matters. The garbage collector who had been sent to him had already been taken care of. Yoon Sung asked whether he should take this call as a declaration of war on Avalon. The academy employee replied that he would not dare to do so. Why not let the rumors remain rumors and let him return safely to the academy? Yu Sang-woon stated that he didn't need anything. He knew his place. He just wanted to be a pebble on the side of the road. Yu Sang-woon added that if anything happened, he would pass the information on to the Guildmaster of Avalon, so it was worth thinking twice before taking any action. The conversation ended. Yoon Seong was furious. Now he couldn't even deal with this man. His colleague asked who had called. Yu Sang-woon thought that people had to pay their bills. It was necessary to do so in order to survive. The man told his interlocutor that he had suffered from his son's actions. He was glad that everything had been resolved peacefully and wanted to repay him. Was there anything his interlocutor wanted? Yu Sang-woon said he didn't need anything. He was just grateful for the kindness. The man noted that he was indeed a wise young man. The protagonist thought that now all he had to do was return to the academy on time. Our hero was surprised. Why didn't he check his updated statistics? His immediate superior said he understood everything. He was glad that Yu Sang-woon had taken care of it, but he would not allow him to simply leave work. The young man replied that he was glad to be alive and was already going to work. The employee told his boss that he understood how difficult things were right now. He needed a longer break. Yu Sang-woon said he couldn't miss work. He had to make up for the days he had missed. Our hero in uniform, hammer in hand, tried to catch up. His colleagues were surprised. Yu Sang-woon wasn't even sweating. Had he eaten something special? It must be harder because they had made last year's trick more difficult. Yu Sang-woon told his colleagues that it was all because he had rested well. Now he had to work harder. In the locker room, one of the employees complained that he was tired of working until 9 o'clock every night. The protagonist said that they could leave early today. He himself noted that he would return because he had forgotten something in the training room. The young man definitely felt someone's gaze on the back of his neck. Could it be someone from Avalon? He needed to take them to the training room. Yu Sung-woon loudly declared that he knew the stalker was here, so he had to come out. A girl came out of the dark room and said regretfully that she had been spotted. Yu Sung-woon was surprised when he realized that she was a student. The girl said that the young man should have come here earlier. She hadn't even had time to eat while watching him. Yu Sang-woon wondered what a student from the heavenly class had to do with someone like him. He doubted that it was a confession of love. The girl said that this guy was not her type. He should no longer pretend to be an ordinary person, since he had managed to notice her. The girl admitted that she didn't understand why the young man was working in his position, but offered to fight him. Yu Sung-woon was surprised. How could he compete with a student from the heavenly class? She was not an opponent to be trifled with. The protagonist firmly replied that he refused. The young man said that he was too busy preparing for exams and that the girl should find someone else. Our hero was not sure if he would come out of the sparring with the awakened B rank. Besides, he saw no reason to reveal his abilities to the world. The student said that the young man should agree at least once. Otherwise, she would tell everyone that he was awakened. Yu Sung-woon asked why she was going to do that. Yu Sung-woon asked why the student wanted to fight him. The girl explained that her constellation said that this guy had a martial arts star, and therefore she had to fight him if she wanted to become stronger. The young man understood what was going on, so he couldn't hide his awakening even if he tried. But what did the martial arts star have to do with it? He didn't have anything like that. However, the young man had the unique fighting talent of Grandel, the Knight of Omniscience. If his talents grew into a constellation, it would be understandable why it was called the martial arts star. Yu Sung-woon said that in any case, he had no reason to fight. The girl asked the young man not to leave like that. After all, she could tell him everything. The protagonist replied that he saw no problem with that. He would just have to stick to his legend. The student sadly admitted that she just wanted to become stronger. Yu Sang-woon asked why she didn't join a guild to level up. The girl objected that levels were just numbers. She needed abilities. She wanted to compete with strong people, not annoying monsters. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, the girl should go straight north. The archdemons of the Slaughter King and their fanatical followers would be only too happy to have her company. The student was surprised. Would the employee really leave, even after such a lovely girl asked him to stay? Yu Sang-woon turned around and replied that that was exactly what would happen. If she wanted to train, she should go to the mountains. The student got angry and activated the magic circle of justice. Everything around her was engulfed in flames. The protagonist was surprised. What kind of barrier was this? Did she understand that she would be punished if the fact of attacking an employee was confirmed? The girl said that she was hearing this for the first time. However, she was facing an awakened being, not just an employee. The student explained that the barrier would only disappear if one of them died or lost consciousness. It was a gift from her constellation, Libra. Yu Sung-woon thought that now he really had no choice. Then he said he had one request before they began. This battle must remain a secret between them, as must the fact that he is awakened. No courts, no complaints, and no compensation for damages. The girl was surprised. Why complicate things? After all, it's just a battle. Yu Sang-woon added that he would only agree if she swore on her constellation to fulfill all the conditions listed. The girl swore, but she also had one request. She said that if she won, the young man would have to join her group. And now she was ready to begin. Yu Sang-woon didn't have time to react before the girl attacked him. Her movements were very fast and our hero barely managed to block the blow. A barrier appeared between the young people, and the girl hit it with force. Yu Sang-woon asked if she was okay. The student asked what that was. Did her opponent use magic? The system informed the young man that he must observe good manners even in sparring. When it comes to martial arts, both sides must preserve their honor. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What does preserving one's honor mean? The student asked her opponent to teach her the hand of justice, Shinganam, a follower of the constellation balance. The girl was surprised again. Was the young man refusing to fight? Yu Sang-woon asked if he should do the same, but he was just an employee, not a fighter. Yu Sang-woon understood why he was doing this, but he agreed anyway. It all seemed very ridiculous, but the system counted it. The young man thought that such a system was completely useless. The student attacked our hero again. Yu Sang-woon blocked the blow again and thought it was incredible. Even while blocking the attack, he could still feel the energy flowing through his body. The girl continued to attack relentlessly, even using her legs. One of them almost hit the protagonist's face, and the young man barely managed to avoid contact. The student wondered why her opponent wasn't pulling his sword out of its sheath. She wasn't going to go easy on him. The girl used several skills at once: Book of Justice, Solar Eclipse, Sacred Punishment. Our hero was amazed to see such abilities in the talented student. The girl used her fists. Yu Sang-woon barely managed to block the blow by putting his sword forward. The young man realized how dangerous it was. After several successful blocks, he got used to her attacks. Yu Sang-woon did not think he would lose this battle, but it was still not easy to counterattack. The student couldn't calm down and wondered why her opponent wasn't drawing his sword. Taking advantage of her confusion, Yu Sang-woon went on the offensive and suggested that the girl try it. He used fire magic. Yu Sang-woon thought that with such aggression, his opponent could destroy everything around her. Who would be responsible for that? The skill Book of Justice, Punishing Retribution, was activated again. He realized that it didn't take a genius to understand that an extremely dangerous skill was being used against him. Yu Sang-woon dodged, the girl missed and exposed herself. Our hero couldn't help but take advantage of this. After the counterattack, his opponent flew far back. Yu Sang-woon was very upset and frightened. What had he done? After all, he had sent a child flying through the air. Our hero ran up to his opponent sitting on the ground and asked if she was okay. The girl said that sparring is pain, heat, and excitement, so you have to hang in there. Yu Sang-woon thought this girl was crazy, and it was a little scary. The student admitted that she had lost and was completely defeated. Her whole body ached, and it was a little difficult to breathe, but she was fine. Yu Sang-woon looked around and said that all she had to do to remove the barrier was admit defeat. The girl objected. It was not just about admitting defeat, but about both of them giving their all. In any case, her constellation was not wrong. Who would have thought that a diamond would be found in such a place? Yu Sang-woon reminded the student of her promise. Then he asked why she was following him. She was surprised. Was that not allowed? He shouldn't be so strict with her. Yu Sang-woon said that their duel was over. The girl agreed, but added that the past was in the past, and now they were busy creating the future. The young man asked the student to just leave. He wasn't interested in being a hunter. The student asked why the young man was hiding his abilities. The girl asked him to become her personal teacher. She would double his salary and promised better treatment than at the academy. She also promised to help hide the fact that he was awakened. The young man thought that this might not be a bad option. All he needed to do to keep his identity a secret was to change jobs. Yu Sang-woon asked her to promise him some personal time. After all, he needed to continue improving his level. The girl agreed, because if the young man became stronger, it would reflect well on her too. His immediate supervisor said that rumors had already reached him. Who would have thought that Yu Sang-woon had fought a heavenly class? The young man replied that he was also very surprised, but fortunately, he was not injured. The young man did not know that there were no surveillance cameras in the training room, so all he had to do was stick to the story. The boss said that Miss Shin A-yeon wanted Yu Sang-woon to remain unscathed. The young man replied that he knew that. The boss said he was very disappointed that a qualified employee was leaving their ranks, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yu Sang-woon thanked his boss and left the workplace, taking all his belongings with him in a box. Yu Sang-woon looked around and said that the heavenly office was on a completely different level. The new apartment was also on a completely different level. After finishing unpacking, the young man decided it was time to rest. A student entered the room and asked if everything was finished. Our hero told the girl that her timing was impeccable. She was holding a contract in her hands. According to the terms of the contract, there should be one sparring session per week, and the rest is his personal time. Yu Sang-woon signed the contract and returned one copy to the girl. The young man said he wanted to go to the dungeon right away. Yu Sang-woon received a message stating that his application to train in the E-rank dungeon for awakened B-rankers had been approved. The young man thought that now he could raise his level without any problems. Immediately after that, our hero left the academy walls and headed straight for the dungeon in the north. E-rank dungeons are home to real monsters. Unlike F-rank, where monsters are as strong as wild animals, goblins are the weakest of them. The most dangerous constellations for the country are the King of Carnage in the north of the capital and the Eternal Fury in the Pacific Ocean. One of the players said he hated late-night raids. Another said they would be in trouble if they didn't do their job. Yu Sang-woon thought, when you look at it that way, the awakened aren't that different from ordinary office workers. However, our hero noticed something strange. The red dots on the map continued to follow him, but still kept their distance. Perhaps they instinctively sensed his characteristics? Yu Sang-woon arrived at the E-rank dungeon, the lair of the flesh eaters. Finally, the young man was at his destination. Moving forward, our hero thought that he probably only needed to destroy the boss. But what was this ominous atmosphere? Yu Sang-woon smelled rot. It was unbearable. The young man opened the door slightly and peered inside. Bloodthirsty monsters were furiously devouring the flesh of their victims. Our hero activated his golden armor and thought that he needed to finish quickly and get out of there. The monster saw the brave knight and wondered, where did this man come from? The protagonist did not stand on ceremony and destroyed the bloodthirsty monsters with his heroic sword. Yu Sang-woon began to climb to the second floor in search of victims. Bloodthirsty monsters. Another monster suddenly jumped out from around the corner. However, the knight was ready for this attack and swung his sword. Another monster was destroyed, or rather, cut to pieces. The protagonist noticed a room where monsters could gather. What kind of secret gathering was this? Yu Sang-woon crept up unnoticed and struck the monster in the back again. They tried to resist quickly, but they didn't stand a chance. The knight thought that if things continued at this pace, he would be done very quickly. However, the system again informed him that he must follow the knight's code, raise his flag, and say his name. Yu Sang-woon thought that this system definitely wanted him dead. Couldn't it be a little kinder? He didn't care about chivalry at all. The system informed him that honor and chivalry were above all else. The code could not be rejected. Yu Sang-woon decided not to provoke the system anymore, lest it force him to do something strange. But the more he thought about it, the more upset he became. What exactly was this code of chivalry? The system initiated training in chivalry. The young man thought that the system was reading his thoughts. Was he really supposed to shout about himself in the middle of a dungeon? However, it was impossible to give up such a tempting reward for just a few words. Although the young man did not know what exactly to say, the system displayed phrases for him to repeat. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What kind of childish expressions were these? Yu Sang-woon decided to repeat them, thinking about the reward the whole time. The young man spoke so that the demons could hear him. Those who live in this dungeon and threaten humanity. He is a golden knight, the protector of humanity. Today is the holy retribution for all their sins. Demons burst into the room, larger than the previous ones. The protagonist thought he had moved on to a new level of difficulty. Yu Sang-woon realized he had only one option and gripped his sword tightly. All knight penalties were removed. As before, the Golden Knight dealt with the monsters very efficiently. He neatly dismembered them. The last monster present was pierced through and through. The young man decided that this was enough. Judging by the minimap, the boss was deeper in the dungeon. The Golden Knight decided to proceed in that direction. Our hero carefully descended the steps, but the boss unexpectedly attacked him. Yu Sang-woon managed to dodge the blow and decided to respond by cutting off the monster's head with one swing. The system advised the player to preserve his honor and act like a true knight. Yu Sang-woon announced to the demon that today was his last day. The demon screamed that he was fresh meat. Yu Sang-woon did not share this joy. Yu Sang-woon was much more agile than his opponent and easily dodged the attacks of the clumsy monster. Yu Sang-woon told the monster that it should have exercised more when it had the chance. At the same time, the young man landed several devastating blows on his opponent. The protagonist decided that this monster had to be killed as quickly as possible, because it was, after all, the boss of the E-rank dungeon. The decisive blow landed in the chest area. The protagonist plunged his sword in completely. A magnificent crystal appeared in place of the destroyed monster. The system announced that the player had completed the dungeon and could collect the reward. Yu Sang-woon decided that another skill point was the best option. Yu Sang-woon chose to summon a knight. An additional knight was summoned as a reward. It turned out to be Avalon, a metal golem that looked more like a robot. The master's registration was successful. The knight declared that he would begin protecting him. Then a knight of the Order of the Sacred Heavens, Somyeol, was summoned. The girl said she would follow her master on the path of light. Yu Sang-woon noticed that this knight had wings. Who would have thought that the knights would turn out to be non-human? The Golden Knight declared that these two were now his subordinates. The metal golem confirmed this, adding that the master could give any orders within reason. Somyeol said she would follow the master anywhere as long as they walked a path free from filth and darkness. Yu Sang-woon thought that he had acquired a golem ready for anything and a holy angel. The young man asked if they needed to eat or sleep. The golem replied that food was not important to him, but that mana was required for recovery in case of serious damage. The master determines their location. Somyeol added that she could get energy from food, but absorbing mana was much more effective. There was also no specific location where they had to stay while on standby. Yu Sang-woon was puzzled by the fact that the metal golem would have to be hidden somewhere. With Somyeol, it was much easier in this regard. The young man remembered the storage skill, which could be used to keep summoned creatures. Should he clear another dungeon to get this skill? 3 people stood at the entrance to the dungeon. They knew that the young man had gone in alone and were sure that he would not come out unharmed. They had to wait. But suddenly, a golden knight, a metal golem, and a holy angel appeared from the dungeon. This radically changed the balance of power. Yu Sang-woon thought the 3 looked like trash collectors and asked who they were. People usually avoid dungeon entrances. Or were they waiting for someone? The frightened young people hastily declared that they were just passing by and were already leaving. The golem repeated the words that one of them had said earlier. He came in alone. He won't get out of this unscathed. The golem reported that the voice recording had been played back and the hostility confirmed. The Golden Knight praised Avalon for his excellent work. The girl drew her sword from its sheath. The frightened people began to justify themselves, saying that they thought the young man would come out alone and be easy prey. Yu Sang-woon realized that he had been followed. One of them said that it was just a misunderstanding, that they weren't following anyone, especially not Mr. Golden Knight. But the hero replied that they were clearly waiting for him. Yu Sang-woon took off his golden armor and asked if he looked like the person they were chasing. But that didn't make them feel any better. One of the villains said that he wasn't a dangerous person at all, but just an ordinary academy employee with no powers. Then Yu Sang-woon reactivated his armor and said that it was unfair to hide his abilities, but now he definitely couldn't let them go. The hero ordered Avalon and Somayol to take on 1 enemy each. The villains turned in horror and rushed into the forest. They certainly hadn't signed up for this. Yu Sang-woon noticed that the criminals had split up and ordered his assistants to continue the chase. Samul swung her sword and declared that she was acting in the name of the Order of the Sacred Heavens. The criminals must be punished. Avalon reported that the command had been accepted and the Knight of the Galactic Order began his attack. Yu Sang-woon thought that, instead of catching up with the enemies, his assistants, a tin can and a doll with wings, were just chatting. Were all knights like this? He also realized that all 3 knew his identity, and now he couldn't let anyone get away. The hero noticed that the enemy was very fast. Of course, he could use a throwing weapon, but that would result in punishment. The villain thought he had shaken off his pursuers, but when he turned around, he saw the Golden Knight behind him. Yu Sang-woon drew his sword and said that the villain had been caught. The villain realized it was time to flee to the dungeon. The criminal shouted that now he would definitely not be caught and rushed to the portal leading inside. Yu Sang-woon shouted that he would not let that happen and attacked the fleeing man. The knight noted that he had expected the escape into the dungeon, as it was the safest option. That was why he was here. After examining the criminal's smartphone, the hero realized that a demon worshipper was behind the trash collectors. The metal golem reported that the enemy had been captured. The villain in the golem's hands screamed, demanding to be released and calling for help. Yu Sang-woon was disconcerted. Had the metal golem been flying through the sky in plain sight all this time? Somayol brought another criminal and said she had completed her mission. Photos of the protagonist's assistants participating in the chase quickly spread across the internet. Yu Sang-woon thought he needed to leave quickly. Somayol and Avalon received orders to get rid of the villains and announced that they were going to carry them out. To carry out the command, the assistants rose into the sky with their victims. The young man thought that they were back to their old ways. Then he decided to use magic and employed the legendary skill, Spatial Gate, to the knight's sanctuary. A spatial gate opened before him. Yu Sang-woon told his assistants that he would call them later. They were not needed for the time being and could spend their time in the sanctuary as they wished. They confirmed receipt of the command and said they would begin to carry it out. Leisure time then. In the morning, the alarm clock rang. The young man woke up in his bed and wondered what time it was. The girl said that a knight should get up early and start the day with training. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. How did Samyeol end up here? The girl replied that any knight under the master's command could freely enter and leave the sanctuary. Yu Sang-woon reminded her that he had told her to stay there because she might be noticed. Samyeol said that was why she didn't take her equipment and wore regular clothes. Yu Sang-woon asked where she got these clothes. Samyeol replied that Avalon made them especially for her. He has many talents and is the only one stronger than her. Avalon was currently staying in the sanctuary. Yu Sang-woon went into the kitchen and was surprised. Had Samyeol already made breakfast? The girl replied that Avalon had done that too. Avalon said that supplies were extremely important and even cleaned up the commander's house. The protagonist was curious about how the food would taste. It turned out that he had never eaten anything like it before. Samyeol said that Avalon didn't know his boss's taste preferences, so he made the dish milder and more neutral. He also got everything ready for going out into the city. Yu Sang-woon thought that Avalon looked like a killing machine and at the same time was very thoughtful. Samael said that she should accompany her master. Yu Sang-woon replied that she should stay in the sanctuary and be ready for anything. The girl assured him that she would be ready if her master suddenly needed her. Before leaving, our hero checked the status window. He had only risen 2 levels, but all his stats were already beyond the S rank. Yu Sang-woon thought it was too early to rejoice, as he still had many unresolved issues. He would only be able to call himself a true S rank awakened one when he had sufficient experience, abilities, and wisdom. The student asked how yesterday had gone. Yu Sang-woon replied that it hadn't been too bad. When asked about her classes, the girl said that martial arts lessons weren't very interesting. Besides, meetings with her personal trainer were just part of her job. Yu Sang-woon asked if she had any assignments for today. The girl suggested that they go together to the Midday Sun Guild to report on the dungeon. Their office was located in the academy anyway. The young people approached the Midday Sun Guild office. The sun was at its zenith at that moment. Our hero was surprised to see the knights of this guild training in the air. The girl added that they did this every day. Young people nearby noticed our heroes. Yu Sang-woon asked who they were. The people stopped and bowed low. The student got angry. She had told them not to do that. Yu Sang-woon thought that these people looked like members of a mafia clan. One of those present told the girl that she was the only awakened heavenly class among them. The student replied that the awakened heavenly class were also people. A young man was waiting for the student inside the room. The young man said he was waiting for Lady Aeon. It was Go Seonjun, the son of the head of the Blue Dragon Guild. Aeon said that if Songjun had come about the proposal, her answer remained the same. Because of the constellation, she could not change guilds. Sunjun replied that in that case, Lady Aeon could join them while remaining in her guild. It pained him to see someone so talented wasting away here. Lady Aeon was aware of their guild, wasn't she? The Blue Dragon Guild is one of the 3 strongest in the country, but its power and fame are known even in neighboring lands. The Blue Dragon is the dream of any awakened person. It is also one of the most aggressive guilds due to its Blue Dragon of Battle constellation. Rumor has it that they plan to take first place among all the guilds in the country in the near future. Ayan said that she does not recall any rules requiring all awakened ones of the heavenly class to be in the top 3 guilds in the country. Son Jun stated that the girl possesses the unique abilities of the Circle of Justice and the Hand of Justice. She already has the 45th level and the status of an awakened B rank. They can provide her with everything she needs for further development. Sun Jun added that she would soon need to visit C-rank dungeons to level up. Can the Midday Sun Guild afford such raids? The girl promised to assemble her own team, so it's best not to interfere with her, and Sun Jun can get lost. Sun Jun said that their guild's constellation is the embodiment of battle. They will spare no expense in developing Lady Aeon. Yu Sang-woon thought this guy was talking nonsense. 2 constellations cannot exist at the same time. Proud and possessive entities will not share their apostles. Aeon told Sun Jun to take a look at himself. Her personal trainer had worked at the academy for 9 years, and judging by everything, thought that his interlocutor was talking complete nonsense. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What was that look Sun Jun was giving him? He hadn't even said a word. Aeon told Sun Jun to leave immediately. She had more important things to do. Young praised our hero and said it was excellent work. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was it really necessary to redirect all attention to him? Aeon explained that otherwise Sun Jun wouldn't listen to her. She couldn't just ignore him since they were in the same class. Besides, close combat fighters were very valuable. Yu Sang-woon thought that it was no secret that awakened melee fighters were the ones who most often died in battle. Because of this, there were never many of them. Aeon repeated once again that she was going to become stronger. Yu Sang-woon reminded her that she was already at level 45 and it was time to go to the C-rank dungeon. Yu Sang-woon thought that it was because of things like this that the Blue Dragon Guild had started to hate him. Aeon admitted that Song Jun really did have a strange face. Yu Sang-woon said that he was heading to the dungeon. In the Blue Dragon Guild office, Song Jun reminded his subordinate that he was supposed to find out everything about this girl's surroundings. Sun Jun couldn't control himself and punched his subordinate in the jaw. He said that recruiting talented people was a battle between guilds. How many more times did he need to repeat that Shin Young was simply indispensable to them? Sun Jun said that this assistant deserved another punch, and he delivered it. The head said that the girl's destiny was to wear their emblem and become part of the Blue Dragon Guild. Was that clear to everyone? Those present unanimously answered in the affirmative. Sun Jun asked what they knew about this employee. The assistant replied that he was Shin Young's personal trainer, Yu Sang-woon. He is the head of the technical maintenance department at the academy and currently serves as her personal mentor. Sunjun was surprised. Why would a student of the heavenly class need the help of someone like him? The assistant replied that she was planning to assemble her own team in the near future. There was no point in such actions. Sunjun noted that Shinha still had 2 years left before graduation, but she could just recruit a team from the members of Midday Sun. Why take on an employee like him? The assistant suggested that perhaps it was because this employee was himself an awakened one. Surveillance cameras recorded the battle between them. Shin A-young even used the circle of justice. The guild leader was surprised. Did the girl really have to use all that against some employee? This means that Yu Sang-woon is at least C rank, maybe even higher. The assistant said that after that, he applied to pass the E-rank dungeon. Sun Jun said that with such potential, he could easily join one of the top guilds in the country instead of being an ordinary employee. Why is he hiding it? The head of the Blue Dragon Guild suggested that this guy might have awakened very recently, or maybe he's just afraid of being awakened. Judging by his reaction, he is well informed about the hunter industry. Shinha Young could find out everything, and he, realizing that he could no longer hide his powers, agreed to work with her. Sun Jun thought that at this rate, in the next few years, the Midday Sun Guild would have 2 awakened members and would be able to defend higher-ranked dungeons. One of those present was surprised. Was that a bad thing? Sun Jun said that it was, of course, a bad thing. After all, they had lost a potentially valuable member, and now they would have competitors. Sun Jun asked if this guy was going to the dungeon. The assistant confirmed that the awakened one had applied for the E-rank dungeon. He would be there soon. Sun Jun said that in that case, Yong-soo should go there immediately. He knows what to do. The protagonist arrived by taxi at the forest near the trial. This time, there was another E-rank dungeon here. The young man looked around. He realized he was being followed. Could it be the trash collectors again? Our hero used his stealth skill and, increasing his speed, tried to break away from his pursuers. John Soo was forced to speed up as well in order to keep up with his target. In the middle of the clearing, John Soo stopped and looked around. Where had that guy gone? Our hero, hiding nearby behind a tree, thought that the newcomer was following him. Why didn't he run away when he realized he had been spotted? He's not a scavenger. That means he's following someone's orders. The only person who came to mind was Sun Jun. Could he be the one who ordered this? Perhaps Sun Jun already knew that he was awakened, but it would be extremely foolish to fight the Blue Dragon Guild, which loves battle and never stops. Yu Sang-woon went to the other end of the clearing and thought that this should work. Yong-soo saw the target and noted with surprise, why isn't this guy going to the dungeon? The slums in the north of the city. That was where the portal had been spotted, the entrance to the dungeon. Jong-soo reported via internal communication that the awakened one was heading to the dungeon. John-soo assumed that he had been spotted while fiddling with his phone. But if he complained about it, he would be beaten up and kicked out of the guild. However, there shouldn't be any problems. He was just an awakened C rank. There were 2 other people of the same rank with him. John-soo noticed the people and asked in surprise who they were. The knight got out of the SUV and asked his colleague if this was the right place. His colleague showed him photos on his smartphone of Yu Sang-woon entering the dungeon. Then all they had to do was wait. Someone asked in surprise, "Where is John-soo? Shouldn't he be following the awakened one?" His colleague suggested that John-soo might be hiding somewhere from the garbage collectors. He was just a D-class pawn. It was natural for him to be afraid of the garbage collectors. He knew his limits, and that was why people like him lived longer. The knight looked at the gate and thought that something was wrong here. Why couldn't he see a single garbage collector? The leader of the garbage collectors emerged from the darkness, accompanied by his henchmen. The knight realized that the leader was clearly stronger than the others. The knight asked if they were really scavengers. The leader smiled. He was just a boy. That was probably why he had sent such a weakling on the mission. The leader said that this pursuer had strayed into their territory, and now they had to take care of his unfortunate soul. The man crushed the smartphone with his hand and said that there was no longer any need for it. The knight was discouraged. He didn't even know that this was the territory of the scavengers. The knight asked why these people had decided that they had come for their souls. The leader replied that it was obvious. They knew that knights hunted garbage collectors, baiting them in this way. The knight was surprised. Where did they get the idea that they were being hunted? This was some kind of misunderstanding. The leader said that there were only E-rank dungeons here, and even D-rank awakened ones were rarely found here. The knight thought that it would be easy to become prey to scavengers if he wandered around the dungeons alone. The knight realized that he had been lured into a trap. He told his opponents that he had come here for the first time and had never hunted anyone here before. The leader of the scavengers said that no one believed this guy, and they weren't going to let him go, even if it was his first time here. Apparently, he was a student at the academy who had never tasted the life of a hunter before. So they were in luck today. The knight thought that everything had gone wrong. Besides, all his equipment was now in his inventory, and there was no time to get ready. The only equipment available to him is a heroic-level weapon, the Blue Dragon's Fang. The leader ordered his henchmen to show what a real hunter was capable of. The knight activated his heroic-level weapon, the Blue Dragon's Fang, and tried to attack the leader of the gang of scavengers. However, the leader didn't even bother to dodge. The knight felt his legs being pulled into some kind of abyss. It turned out that his opponent was absorbing his energy. If he didn't free himself quickly, he would soon die. The knight tried to break free from the energy absorber, but to no avail. The villain said, "Who would have thought that someone like this knight would be from the Blue Dragon Guild?" However, he is not the only one under the constellation. In this, they are similar to each other. The knight realized that he was facing a true demon worshipper. The man admitted that this was indeed what they were called. His name was Jin Minsu, the flesh hunter, servant of the King of Carnage. The knight was frightened to hear that the King of Slaughter was involved. The most dangerous constellation for this country is the King of Slaughter. It is a constellation of demons that wreak havoc here and in the north of the neighboring country. People who have betrayed their people and received the blessing of this constellation are called demon worshippers. Jin Minsu said that this knight was completely useless. What was the point of his rank if he still lacked experience? He was no different from monsters. Jin Minsu added that today was definitely their day. B-rank cannon fodder blessed by the Blue Dragon constellation. What reward would he receive for such prey? The golem said that satisfying hunger is one of the most important human needs. It is also an extremely important factor in maintaining the morale of the army. That is why they, the metal golems, improve their cooking skills every day. Samuel asked the commander when they would move on. The young man replied, "As late as possible. The situation outside is more important right now." Our hero was curious to see who would win. The guy had to bring at least a few awakened C ranks with him. The trash collectors would attack them with all their might. The golem offered the master a cup of aromatic coffee. Yu Sung-won said that coffee in the dungeons was just what he needed. The system reported that the player had done a good job of pitting the enemies against each other. But fighting without honor, thereby strengthening the forces of evil, was not the way of a knight. Yu Sung-won thought, judging by the fact that evil was gaining the upper hand, the trash collectors should have won. As expected, the rank of the awakened does not decide anything yet. Yu Sung-won said he was ready to begin and activated his golden armor. A huge monster dog was ready to fight our hero. The young man was surprised. Why was this monster so big? The Golden Knight said that today he would bring justice to evil. This spawn of evil was coming to an end. Samuel announced that she was following the commander's orders. Evil must be destroyed. The golem said that the order had been processed and Avalon attacked. Everyone attacked the red monster dog at the same time. The golem noted that Lady Samuel's abilities were definitely up to par. The girl with wings said that Sir Avalon was as good as ever. The Golden Knight thought that these two worked extremely well together. The monster continued to stand on its paws and remained aggressive toward the knights. Yu Sung-won decided that in that case he would sneak up and strike the monster in the back. The knight thought he was aiming for the tendon and did not expect the monster's leg to simply explode. The golem grabbed the monster by the mouth and began to tear it apart. At that moment, Samuel also used her magical abilities and launched an energy attack directly at the monster's chest. The system reported that the player had done an excellent job of dealing with the spawn of evil. The player reached level 19. Now the protagonist decided to check the situation outside. The Golden Knight left the dungeon and stepped out onto the road of the settlement. It was nighttime in the city, so the streets were deserted. Yu Sung-won said that there was no one on the minimap. Avalon noticed that the enemy detection system was not responding. The Golden Knight saw the voice recorder and approached it. Fortunately, it was still working. Our hero had thrown this device out of his inventory before entering the portal. It would be useful to find out what happened here. Yu Sung-won suggested returning to listen to the recording. Avalon was the first to return to the sanctuary. He stood out too much. Blue Dragon Guild base. The master of the Blue Dragon Guild, Go Jong-soo, was surprised. Had Song-jun really disappeared? The assistant reported that they had lost contact with the young master. He had not shown up at the academy or the guild office either. Go Jong-soo assumed that he had taken on another mission or was having fun somewhere. The secretary noted that he had always reported to the guild first before. The master had left yesterday, and there had been no word from him since. The guildmaster asked if they had managed to track his location. And what about the investigation? The secretary replied that the last place his signal was detected was in the E-rank dungeon in the north. Considering the young master's carefree nature and the fact that he did not go alone, she believed that they had been overtaken by demon worshippers. Go Jung-soo said that the demon worshippers in those lands only served the king of carnage from the north. The guildmaster ordered that everything be investigated as thoroughly as possible. Go Jung-soo said that they would clearly demonstrate their guild's motto to their enemies. The secretary said that their mission was to fight and win, and they would definitely find their enemy. The Midday Sun Guild office at the academy. A report on the E-rank dungeon was presented. The young man added that he had obtained some materials, magic stones and white dog fangs. Ayan said that white dog fangs were quite rare. The girl asked if Yu Sang-woon had had any run-ins with the Blue Dragon Guild the day before. The protagonist asked what had happened. Ayeon explained that Go Seonjun had been reported missing earlier. Yu Sang-woon replied that he knew nothing about it. This was quite expected. Yu Sang-woon added that in any case, he needed to go to the dungeon now. Could they spar tomorrow? The protagonist thought gathering more information about the Blue Dragon before going to the dungeon would definitely not be superfluous. The young man was sure that rumors about the young master's disappearance must already be spreading. They said that the next few days would be turbulent. It was hard to believe that something like this had happened in the Blue Dragon Guild. Yu Sang-woon thought that he would be the first suspect. It was definitely dangerous to go to the dungeon today. The association's equipment repair room. Swords that needed repair were fixed using autonomous mechanisms. Yu Sang-woon thought that the repair room was completely different from all the others. The repair specialist returned our hero's sword and said that the repair was complete. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was it really that fast? Yu Sang-woon decided that he was now ready to go to the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon wanted to see what else the association had to offer. Someone called out to him. The young man asked if they were from the Blue Dragon Guild. He was their loyal fan and wanted to get their autographs and take a photo with them. The girl said they had to ask a few questions. Yu Sang-woon replied that he couldn't refuse, since they were from the Blue Dragon. They showed the young man their business card and said his name was Nam Guk-jin. He was the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild Search and Reconnaissance Team number 11. Namguk asked what the young man knew about Songjun. Yu Sang-woon replied that he knew only one thing. This student of the heavenly class had shown interest in Shina Young from his guild. Namguk asked what connected the young man to Shina Young. Yu Sang-woon replied that Shina Young had recently hired him as her personal assistant. She is very kind, and to repay her kindness, he plans to train in the dungeon again. The young people said that in that case, they had no more questions and were leaving. Yu Sang-woon asked about the promised photo and autograph. Namguk said he would send a special gift from the guild. It would be nicer than just an autograph. Yu Sang-woon asked if he could get the Blue Dragon's halberd as a souvenir. After the two left, our hero thought that his behavior had paid off. Now no one would think badly of him. In any case, he had an alibi, so there was no need to worry. The girl asked Namguk if he really thought the garbage collectors had caught the young master when he was following that guy. Namguk said the cameras confirmed it. He also recently met with Shina Young from Midday Sun. He wanted to get rid of this employee because he thought he would interfere with his plans. Namguk didn't understand why Song Jun went there dressed as a simple hunter. He had a full set of armor blessed by Hephaestus. Most people would be lucky to even see such a thing, let alone get their hands on it. The girl suggested that he was trying to hide his identity. This guy's target was a personal employee of the Midday Sun Guild. Namguk said that in the end, it all comes down to trash, collectors, and demon worshippers. In the dungeon, the Golden Knight was in the midst of a battle with another monster. Summayol had to admit that today the gentleman fought with honor. The golem said nothing, he just hummed a song. Yu Sang-woon said that it was just an E-rank dungeon, so there was nothing to be particularly surprised about. The young man asked the golem how he knew this song. The golem replied that he had saved it in his car when he was gathering information on NeoTube. In the information window, our hero chose Knight's Call, ready to help him. Who would it be this time? Croakbane, the Dragon Knight, appeared before the protagonist. Croakbane told the man to take an oath and give him food. Yu Sang-woon replied that he fully agreed to these conditions. Croakbane swore allegiance to his master as a knight. Yu Sang-woon thought that this knight was very large and powerful. He would be very useful. Yu Sang-woon decided that now that he had another knight, he could train even more effectively. Summayol asked the commander what their next steps would be. Yu Sang-woon replied that they were going to the next dungeon. From now on, they would not only clear dungeons, but also train and test themselves. A month passed. Blue Dragon Guild conference room. Namguk said that as a result of their investigation, they had discovered that the young master had been killed by Jin Minsu, the flesh hunter, an awakened C-rank demon worshipper who served King Boini. The guildmaster asked how Jin Minsu had found his son. Namguk replied that the day before the incident, someone had destroyed several of his trash collectors. This caused a great commotion among them. They even lost the opportunity to hire demon worshippers. The young master entered their territory in his usual hunter's gear. After that, a battle broke out. The guildmaster said that he had warned his son not to underestimate low-level awakened ones. Jin Minsu must be caught, but who destroyed those garbage collectors? Namguk replied that they did not know. The trash collectors still haven't found him. There is some possibility that Yu Sang-woon did it. There are records that he was clearing the E-rank dungeon in that area on the day the trash collectors were destroyed. In other words, this guy lured him in. So, if the demon worshippers destroyed the young master, did they also take his belongings? And thus, a new A-rank demon worshipper came into being. Namguk said that he is gathering strength, uniting the scavengers, demon worshippers, and monsters under the leadership of King Boini. The guy is preparing for something. We need to get rid of him as soon as possible. The master said he would immediately contact the other guilds and the association. The employee asked what they should do with Yu Sang-woon. After all, he is an employee of the Midday Sun Guild. The guildmaster said that this guy should be left alone. If rumors spread about this, everyone will think his son is stupid. It's better to let him fight the demon worshippers and die with honor. The Blue Dragon Guild master said that everyone should prepare for a sweep. The protagonist was working in the E-rank dungeon. At that moment, training was underway, practicing strikes. Croakbane tried to show his best side and didn't give his master a break. Croakbane said that the master was training hard and deserved praise. The metal golem recommended that the master drink some water. The suggestion was timely. The golem said that the master's abilities were improving every day. Today, he managed to inflict damage, even taking into account Croakbane's armor. Croakbane said again that the master was impressive. Yu Sang-woon said that they were going to the dungeon and that words could wait until later. Bloodthirsty monsters awaited our hero in the dungeon. Croakbane proved himself well in this battle. He urged all his comrades to attack. The golem told Sir Croakbane to follow orders and not cause confusion. Some Mile noticed that Croakbane wanted to take all the glory for himself. The monster declared that the meat had come to him on its own. The system reported that the dungeon had been cleared and the player had reached level 28. Yu Sang-woon said that the characteristics of this level were simply unimaginable. If only the association knew about this. Yu Sang-woon saw a missed call from Shina Young and contacted her himself. The young man said he had just been released. The girl said it was very urgent. Her mother knew everything. The territory of the Midday Sun Guild. The administrator asked how she could help the young man. The young man replied that Shina Young had invited him. His name was Yu Sang-woon, and he was her employee. She said it had nothing to do with money or anything like that. Why did she need him in that case? Our hero was led to the office of Shin So-mi, the head of the Midday Sun Guild. Yu Sang-woon understood that this woman was definitely an important person, so it was better to be cautious. Shin So-mi acknowledged that this young man had good manners. Our hero said that the guild leader was too kind to him. Shin So-mi said that she needed someone like him, considering that her daughter was not very talkative. Yu Sang-woon was frightened. Could this woman who resembled a queen really be Ayeon's mother? Shin So-mi said she was surprised. The young man seemed much more adequate than she had expected. She had assumed that this guy would turn out to be a parasite who would lead Ayeon astray. Ayeon reminded her mother that she had already said that this guy was completely normal. The guild leader said that she had been informed about joint sparring sessions, but the young man did not look like a martial arts master at all. What use was he as her personal assistant? Yu Sang-woon thought that this woman did not waste time. The protagonist replied that, to be honest, he was of no use. Ayeon wanted to intervene, but the woman told her daughter not to interrupt the adult's conversation. The guild leader snapped her fingers, and Shinayan was immediately immobilized. Her mouth was also taped shut. The woman asked if this could be taken as an admission that his goals were questionable and that he had no desire to contribute anything to her daughter. Yu Sang-woon replied that it was Shinayan who had proposed the contract. Why would he refuse double the salary and a reduced working day to a third of what it used to be? Shin So-mi was surprised. Did the young man agree to such nonsense just for the money? The young man replied that anyone who lives a normal life depends on money, so he would do anything as long as it brought him a tangible income. The guild leader said that made sense, but it made the situation even more suspicious. Besides, as far as she knew, Men were guided more by instinct than by brains. Our hero thought that this woman was directly implying that he was a dubious character. Yu Sang-woon replied that from the outside it might indeed seem that way. But he still prefers mature, dignified, and wise women, not children. Saying this, our hero approached the guild leader and added that he liked women like her. At that moment, Shin Young, bound hand and foot and unable to speak, almost choked with rage. The protagonist thought he did it, but such a statement seems completely unsuspicious. The young man reasoned that saying such things to a married woman would be quite rude. His dismissal was now only a matter of time. The guild leader said she could understand the young man's lack of interest in children. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Did it really work? Shin So-mi said that every parent worries about their child, but it was time for her to go. She had an important meeting coming up. Shin Young freed herself from the ropes and asked, "What was that? Has Yu Sang-woon gone mad?" That was exactly the reaction he had expected. The girl asked how he had even come up with such an idea. Our hero replied that he was going to resolve the situation with a tactical slap in the face. Shin Yan asked why he had to flirt with her mother. The protagonist said he wasn't flirting. On the contrary, he was trying to dispel suspicions that he was a pervert who liked girls 14 years younger than him. Ayan said she was no longer a child and that she didn't have a father. The girl noted that she had not had a father since the day she was born. She tried to find out something, but her mother did not want to talk about it. She thought that Yu Sang-woon knew this if he decided to take such a step. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't know. He only now realized that they were from the same guild. Ayeon was surprised. Did he decide to act blindly, or was he a gigolo before? The young man asked what Ayeon meant by the word gigolo. After that, he said goodbye and left. Ayeon looked after him and said, "Father, that doesn't sound bad." The young man replied that she shouldn't even think about it. Ayeon declared that Yu Sang-woon was the first man to put her in such a position. After all, her mother was a high-ranking hunter, and many men, from hunters to celebrities, had tried their luck with her. Yu Sang-woon said he wanted to end the conversation. Ayeon waved her hand and said she and Dad would see each other later. A live video conference was taking place in the Hunters Association conference room. An employee reported that the reconnaissance team had been destroyed, but they had managed to gather information. Jin Min-soo, who was believed to be an S-rank demon worshipper, turned out to be only an A-rank. In the conference room, everyone saw Min-soo holding the employee by the head while participating in the video call. All the guild leaders witnessed the incident. Min-soo greeted everyone and thanked them for the cannon fodder. Thanks to them, he was able to make a good impression on his constellation. He also thanked the Blue Dragon Guild for their generous donation. The employee said that, as everyone had just witnessed, Jin Min-soo was a demon worshipper of the S-rank Slaughter King. They urgently needed to organize a squad to suppress the threat. Seoul Guildmaster Kang Dong-hoo asked if the speaker was suggesting using S-rank hunters from other guilds to clean up after the Blue Dragon Guild. His colleague said that Kang Dong-hoo was behaving inappropriately. Perhaps he should show a little more restraint and respect? Kang Dong-hoo stated that he was not being disrespectful. If his city were attacked right now, the response would be immediate. The master said that the Seoul Guild is within its repertoire. My bald colleague added that there is nothing unusual about this. The master of the Olympus Guild said that they needed to contact their superiors before making any decisions. As always, permission from above was required. Someone noted that the Olympus Guild was backtracking again, even though they had 12 constellations on their side. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that at least 3 S-rank hunters and 10 A-rank hunters were needed to resolve the situation with the demon worshippers. They were hoping for any help from other guilds. Would there be any volunteers? Shin So-mi, the head of the guild, said that it was obvious that no one would voluntarily want to participate in such a thing. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild again expressed his hope for help from other guilds. This situation cannot be ignored. There is no choice but to declare a state of emergency and inform the government. The Blue Dragon Guild leader added that their guild would assign 1 S-rank hunter and 5 A-rank hunters to the operation. They needed at least 5 more. On behalf of the government and the association, he ordered his colleagues to assign hunters to assist in the upcoming operation against the demon worshippers. Shin So-mi thought that she was the only A-rank hunter in the Midday Sun Guild. Shin So-mi realized that it was too risky to mobilize under such circumstances. If something happened, the guild would fall apart. The head of the Blue Dragon said that everyone in this world had many problems. In any case, he hoped for the power of the Eye of Justice class. The Blue Dragon leader told his assistant not to worry. They would lose nothing. He would warn Ji-yeon in case they had to flee. They would not abandon the weak anyway. Shin Somi would pay for allowing her daughter to flirt with his son. Even if the demon worshippers win, Power and Olympus will take action. They won't lend a hand now, but later they will have no choice. The Blue Dragon leader said that everything would be fine if all went well, but even if it didn't, they would lose nothing. The Golden Knight destroyed the monster, the boss of the White Dogs, Veloka. The dungeon has been cleared. Level 30 has been reached. As a reward, Yu Sang-woon decided to choose an additional servant this time. The system announced that a knight was being summoned for help. Yu Sang-woon thought that he already had Avalon, Som Miol, and Croakbane. This one would be the fourth. Now his team would be complete. Gavulf, the Knight of the Abyss, took a deep breath and said that he hadn't breathed the air of the material world in a long time. Did his master summon him? Yu Sang-woon thought that this knight was a little different from the others. Could this man be? Gavulf said that he liked the master's appearance and that he was going to follow him. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. So soon? The knight asked. Did the master doubt Gavulf's skills? Yu Sang-woon replied that it wasn't that. He was curious if the knight wanted something in return. Gavulf said that just coming to the material world was enough for a contract. The abyss was very tiring. Som Miol congratulated the master. He had finally finished forming the squad. Croakbane reminded him that he was hungry. Gavulf was surprised. How did the gentleman conclude a contract with this guy? It's amazing. He looks like a piece of iron. The goblin said that the assignment of the ally code to Sir Gavulf was complete. The protagonist thought that this knight looked strong, but the whole squad was a class of knights with swords. He would like to have a mage or a healer. The Midday Sun Guild, a branch of the academy. The sun was at its zenith, as always. Shin A-young was surprised. Yu Sang-woon was already at level 30. In that case, they should head to the D-rank dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would leave the paperwork to Shin A-young. The girl noted that solo training was impossible for such a rank. She would make the documents for a fake group. Would 3 members be enough? A fake group literally meant filling out paperwork for non-existent people. Dead souls and sending a request to the dungeon with such a group. Ayan warned that each informant takes 5% of the profits from the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that wasn't bad. Ayan also warned that she would not be able to participate in the next battle. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why so suddenly? The girl explained that a mobilization order had been issued. They were asked to participate in the battle against the S-rank demon worshippers, and she needed to prepare. There wasn't much work to do, but the entire headquarters was in turmoil. Yu Sang-woon asked who sent the S-rank demon worshipper, Constellation of Eternal Fury. A-young explained that it was the same demon worshipper who had recently appeared in the news, who had dealt with Go Seon-jun. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Wasn't he an A-rank? A-yeon suggested that he became an S-rank after destroying the A-rank Sun-jun. Yu Sang-woon thought that was very unexpected. The girl added that they had decided to gather 5 awakened A-ranks before they became stronger. Her mother was also affected by this. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would focus on leveling up in the dungeon. A-yeon asked him to stay for a moment. The young man thought that the girl would ask him for a favor. Subjugating demon worshippers was a dangerous business. Shin A-yeon changed her mind and said it didn't matter. The protagonist tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. He didn't understand why he was thinking about the battle at all. Wouldn't 10 A-rank hunters and 1 S-rank be able to handle it? Yu Sang-woon thought that even though he was S-rank, he had no experience in battle and knew nothing about the enemies. Our hero decided not to think about it anymore. They would figure it out themselves. But what if Shin A-young and her mother were involved in this because of him? Yu Sang-woon took his smartphone and asked A-young in a chat if there was a place for a full-time employee. The answer came immediately and was positive. The young man thought that the answer came quickly, as if the girl had been waiting for him. Yu Sang-woon realized that he would have to reveal himself if he planned to join the team. It would be better to go as a temporary employee. Kessen City Central Hotel. The leader gathered his minions and sympathizers around him. Jin Min-soo said he enjoyed the meal, but dealing with the consequences would be problematic. When would these punitive forces be called in? The henchman said it would be in 4 days. Min-soo was surprised. Why so soon? Jin Min-soo thought, if it were a normal guild, someone would just lie low somewhere for a while. But this is the Blue Dragon Guild. They pursue their enemy until they destroy them. Jin Min-soo wondered, even if someone disappears, can these people just leave an S-rank demon worshipper alone? In the north is Frozen Death, in the west is Emperor Shai, and in the east there could be either the Japanese or demons. Plus there's Endless Fury in the Pacific Ocean. In any case, the Blue Dragon remains the most serious enemy. The assistant said that, based on the information received, 10 A rank and 1 S rank awakened are going against Jin Minsu. 5 Blue Dragon associations have joined forces. In total, there will be more than 1,000 of them. They can use tanks and artillery with engines powered by magic stones brought from the capital. Jin Minsu said that they knew he would not run away, and this made them even more agitated. The henchmen said that war is 1,000 times better than fighting demon worshippers or monsters from other constellations. Jin Minsu would not have called them to such a place if the chances of victory were 0. Jin Minsu laughed and said that it was good that those present were not stupid. These guys were trying to turn everything to their advantage. One of those present, a man in a hood, said he had a bad feeling. They needed to get out of there immediately. However, his premonition came too late, and he did not have time to escape. An arrow pierced his chest. Jin Minsu, holding a crossbow in his hands, said he wasn't done talking yet. It's better to contact those you can trust than those you can't handle. Those present were frightened. What kind of creatures were these? 2 monsters did indeed appear near Jin Minsu. They were the demons of King Boini. But why were they here? Jin Minsu said that his rank had risen after he offered these fools to the king. Later, he was able to hire them using points. The only downside was that he had to provide them with food. It was just about time for these guys to eat. The monsters took these words as an attack and pounced on those present. Some managed to escape and cursed Jin Minsu for setting up the trap. However, in the end, no one survived. The monsters tore everyone apart. Jin Minsu said it was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. The villain declared that he could earn points from absorption without even lifting a finger. Thus, he was not far from reaching SS rank. 4 days passed, northern border of the capital. The protagonist knew that the guild was stronger than the army, but he didn't expect it to be that strong. The soldier asked what the reserve was doing. The young man should not be idle but working. Yu Sang-woon apologized. It was his first time here, and everything was new to him. The soldier said that the guildmaster was calling the reserve to him. He had some problems with the contract. Yu Sang-woon thought that Shinayan had written the contract, so there shouldn't be any problems. She was an expert in paperwork and law. Yu Sang-woon entered the leadership tent and inquired what problems there could be with the documents. Guild leader Shin So-mi said it was just an excuse. Didn't the young man understand that right away? Yu Sang-woon asked why the guildmaster had called in the reserve in that case. He didn't want to attract attention. Shin So-mi asked why the young man had joined the squad. Her daughter told her not to worry, but she didn't understand Yu Sang-woon's true intentions. Shin So-mi said that Aeon couldn't share this with her because of the contract. Yu Sang-woon said that it was nothing serious. He is awakened, so he is simply making excuses not to register as an official hunter. He can earn money here, so he decided to join. He also needs to eat, and he wants to start a family in the future, so he is definitely here for the money. Yu Sang-woon thought it was convincing, but would it work this time? The guild leader said that in that case he would ask him another question. Why doesn't he want to be a hunter? He is at least a D-rank hunter if Ion signed a contract with him. Is the young man sure he deserves to be treated like a regular hunter? Yu Sang-woon suggested looking at it from another angle. He was 32 years old, had been working at the academy for 9 years and lived a quiet life. Was it worth taking a risk now that he had awakened? He knows he will be treated well, but the work of a hunter is still dangerous and risky. However, he is now more concerned about safety than money. The young man expressed his hope that the guildmaster would understand him. Shin So-mi said she understood everything. Yu Sang-woon thanked her and said that in that case he would return to work. The soldier asked if the reserve was scared. The protagonist replied that he was not scared. The soldier did not believe him because the reserve was trembling with fear. The soldier said that if the young man was scared, someone could just hold on to him. Yu Sang-woon thanked him for his concern. The soldier said that he had already destroyed more than 100 monsters. Yu Sang-woon thought that these soldiers would not tell anyone if he disappeared later. Since all the guild members were present, Shin So-mi suggested starting a strategic video conference. Ko Chung-young, an S-rank hunter and fighter class member of the Blue Dragon Guild, is in charge of the battle. The goal of the battle is to pursue and capture Jin Minsu, an S-rank demon worshipper. Ko Cheon-young said that the S-rank long-range hunter uses hidden attacks and traps. From this, it is clear that he has set up an ambush in the forest on the way to Kaesong. Ko Chung-young told all participants in the video conference to be prepared for any tricks. It is especially important to be cautious at night. The enemy often uses ambushes at this time of day. The knight asked if he could escape. Ko Cheon-young acknowledged that Jin Minsu might try to escape, but he would not leave King Borny's territory. Otherwise, the demon worshippers and scavengers from other territories would not sit quietly. It was better for him to face this team than them. The knight asked why they couldn't just drop a bomb on the city where he was. The conference participant replied that if that worked, they wouldn't have to engage in open combat. The soldier asked how Ko Jong-yeon planned to fight the main target. Ko Jong-yeon replied that there was no need to worry. Despite his S rank, he was still just a guy who quietly set traps. The head of the Soul Guild asked what would happen if a high-level monster or demon appeared. Their appearance is very likely if this guy's an S-rank demon worshipper. Ko Jong-yeon replied that in that case, he would fight Jin Min-soo, and the others would take care of the demon. In the worst case, they would have to fight monsters around B rank. Shin So-mi thought that they would have to survive somehow. But what did A-young mean when she told her that earlier? A-yeon said that if her mother needed help, she should stay close to Yu Sang-woon. A-yeon added that she couldn't reveal the details, but that this guy was much more reliable than the other guild members. Shin So-mi didn't understand why she should rely on someone who couldn't even become an official hunter. 10 hours passed. The forest near the city of Kaesong. The young man asked why they had set up camp here instead of heading to Kaesong. The soldier said that the reserve had been trembling with fear just a moment ago. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay here? The soldier said that the reserve knew nothing, as it was his first time here. Outside the capital, the roads were too open, the forest was denser, and there were dungeons all around. They would not be able to get there safely. It's not visible from here, but they are most likely clearing the way with heavy equipment equipped with magic stones. The scavengers are lying in ambush and aiming in all directions. The path will not be safe in any case. They must move carefully, even if it means reaching their goal later. The protagonist received a message from Avalon from the sanctuary. What could have happened? Avalon warned that the master should add another spoonful of salt and sugar and fry the vegetables in oil so that they do not burn. When frying them, you need to use force, as if scraping them from the bottom. Yu Sang-woon got angry. He thought it was something serious, but it was just cooking advice. Avalon noted that sleep and food greatly affect the morale of the army. Delicious food reduces stress. Yu Sang-woon told the goblin to stop nitpicking. He would take care of it. The soldier was surprised. Why was the reserve making noise? Yu Sang-woon replied that he had a habit of talking to himself when he cooked. Jin Min-soo said that the armor was better than he thought, but good protection is not everything. Jin Min-soo said that he would now defeat the monsters in the dungeon and show his true power to the guys who mistakenly consider him S-rank. The monsters from all over the area led by Jin Min-soo moved towards the human squad. The soldier saw a cluster of red dots on the map and said that there was a group of about 2,000 monsters 2 kilometers to the west. They were heading towards the military base. The commander told the radio operator to launch a signal flare and report what type of monsters had been detected. The operator reported that they were E-rank life snatchers, beast hounds, D-rank bloodsuckers, and flesh eaters. Firearms could handle them. The commander shouted that in that case they would turn all the monsters into mincemeat. On the command's orders, automatic fire was opened, and the monsters were attacked by hunters and soldiers. Ko Cheon-yong announced that they would be moving out soon. If anyone couldn't keep up, they should get on the flying blue dragon in advance. The hunter said she had found him. As expected, this demon worshipper had released the monsters and was watching from the forest. He was a kilometer to the west. Ko Cheon-yong determined that Jin Min-soo had come alone, and in that case, they would advance in that direction. The monsters and armed hunters were rapidly approaching each other. Battle was now inevitable. Shin So-mi thought something was wrong. Could Jin Min-soo have been discovered so quickly? It would be better if a few people stayed here. The head of the Soul Guild said it was too late. Ko Cheon-yong would not allow the main forces to split up. She needed to tell the others to be careful. Shin So-mi saw the distinctive arrows. The commander said there was no reason to worry. Only Jin Min-soo could use these blood-red arrows. It was definitely him. The A-rank mage activated the lightning strike skill. The warrior with a hammer in his hand dealt a devastating blow to the monster, sending it flying far back. Ko Cheon-yong also showed his skills. Wielding his sword, he cut the monsters to pieces. Cheon-yong thought that it was necessary to finish this quickly and go on vacation. What would these monsters do when they saw that their opponents were full of strength? The hunters noticed that Jin Min-soo had turned around and was running away. Jin Min-soo decided that he would not allow the Blue Dragon Guild's flying machine to land. The mage shouted that the vision trap had been activated. Caution was necessary. Traps were set everywhere. Ko Cheon-yong used his sprinting abilities and caught up with the fugitive. The hunter shouted that Jin Min-soo was practically in his hands. However, at that very moment, the villain disappeared, and Ko Cheon-young was left with nothing. It was obvious that the villain had used his magical skills. Ko Cheon-young received information that an A-rank monster, the Dragon King Butcher, had appeared in the middle of the camp. Jin Min-soo, peeking out from behind cover, said that the hunters were so stupid that everything was becoming much easier. The villain activated the skill Bloody Puppet. Min-soo thought that high-level skills were simply amazing. The puppet looked exactly like him. The monster Dragon King declared that it was time to eat. Jin Min-soo came here and opened a portal while the hunters were chasing his clone. The hunters did not understand where this monster came from, and it was necessary to report this to Ko Chung-yeon. Jin Min-soo said that everything was going according to plan. He was getting bodies for King Boini, money, and a level up. He was not far from becoming an apostle. The military, under the command of their officers, fired automatic weapons at the huge monster. However, these shots did not cause the monster any discomfort. The military decided not to retreat and to wait for the guildmaster to arrive. He would definitely help them. The soldier told the employees to close the trailer from the inside and not to go out, as it could be extremely dangerous outside. The soldier noticed that the monster could easily destroy the trailer. Would they be left here to die? At that moment, the protagonist faced a dilemma. Should he call the knights? Our hero came to the conclusion that it might be too risky. Croakbane and Gavalf were knights of the abyss, and they could easily be mistaken for monsters or enemies. Samul and Avalon had already been spotted earlier, so caution was necessary. Yu Sang-woon thought that first of all, he needed to save Ion's mother, but she was nowhere to be seen. What to do? The protagonist opened the trailer from the inside. The soldier was surprised. Where was the reserve going? It was dangerous to go out. Yu Sang-woon saw a bloodthirsty monster in front of him, carefully chewing on a hunter. The young man wondered if he should run away. The system informed him that thoughts of escape were only the beginning of a battle that would bring dishonor to a knight. He had to make the right decision. Yu Sang-woon thought about what to do. Perhaps he needed to find the one who summoned these monsters. If so many monsters had suddenly appeared here, it meant that someone had opened a portal. He needed to find that someone. Yu Sang-woon thought about which of them could be a demon worshipper. He had already increased his chances of victory, but this guy was unusual. A report came in that there was a wounded person near the truck, hoping for timely assistance. The protagonist thought that amid the chaos, the villain would surely collect the bodies of the awakened and offer them to King Boini's constellation. Yu Sang-woon realized that the demon worshipper would definitely come for the wounded. Jin Min-soo was indeed looking for the wounded and finishing them off with his crossbow. The protagonist found the wounded man and offered him a restorative potion. Jin Min-soo saw our hero treating the B-rank hunter with the potion and regretted being late. Other hunters joined Ko Chung-yeon. Jin Min-soo couldn't believe they were already back. Ko Chung-yeon ordered a check to see how many people were left. Jin Min-soo regretted missing out on such a hunter, but safety was more important now. The villain saw the wounded hunter walking alone and decided that he was a good catch. However, the protagonist approached the wounded man and told the soldier to drink a restorative potion. Jin Min-soo thought that this medical personnel had already intervened twice. The villain aimed his crossbow at the protagonist and pulled the trigger. The arrow flew into our hero's back. Jin Min-soo thought that this guy would no longer interfere with him. However, the Golden Knight appeared behind Jin Min-soo and saying, "Gotcha!" pierced the villain through with his sword. The Golden Knight said that he had guessed the villain's presence thanks to his shot. The unique combat talent of the Knight of Omniscience, Grandel, was activated. With the help of this skill, the enemy ambush was detected. The system warned that the honor of those who fight treacherously from ambushes should not be respected. It is necessary to get rid of them and feed their remains to wild animals. Yu Sang-woon said that it was not easy for him to find Min-soo in the ambush. The villain said, "Unity of bloody dots." As expected, the protagonist did not understand anything. What did this guy just say? Suddenly, Jin Min-soo disappeared, leaving a red mist in his place. The wound on Jin Min-soo's body quickly healed. He said that this golden armor would regret it. The Golden Knight spotted his opponent standing on a tree branch. Our hero wondered if Min-soo had used the explosion to take off. Min-soo said that he had spent all the points he had saved up for 20 years on this technique. Does this kid even understand how hard it was to collect them? Jin Min-soo said that he even used a regeneration scroll and an elixir. Victory would definitely be his. Min-soo said he would destroy this golden armor. Our hero thought that his opponent was scared since he was talking so much. He needed to deal with him quickly. Min-soo didn't understand who this guy was. He was different from the others and wasn't afraid at all. Yu Sang-woon swung his sword and struck his opponent. Min-soo managed to dodge and jump back. The distance between the opponents increased. Minsu said that 10 meters was a completely different matter. Yu Sung-woon struck again with his sword, but the S-rank demon worshipper managed to jump even further back. Minsu decided that the golden armor had given up. The villain said that he had survived this way for 20 years, and the golden armor would not catch up with him. Jin Minsu said that he would now offer the bodies in his inventory to King Boini and get rid of this man as soon as he gained an additional level. Yu Sang-woon thought that he too was prepared for a long-range battle. A long-range sword glinted in the Golden Knight's hands. 3 days before the expedition, the protagonist was given a skill point for eliminating the trash collectors who were wreaking havoc in the city. Yu Sang-woon said that the heavens should accept his sword, which had achieved supremacy. This blow should prove that he was a star standing on Earth. The Supreme Imperial Sword Technique, Earth Star Flash, was activated. Minsu was hit by the attack and, exposed to electricity, screamed loudly in pain. The wounded Jin Minsu stood right in front of the Golden Knight. The villain did not understand where this guy came from. Jin Minsu tried to activate the recovery skill to heal his arm. The Golden Knight raised his sword and said that this opponent was indeed a strong demon worshipper. Minsu begged for mercy. Yu Sang-woon thought that after this guy's death, the summoned A-rank monsters would disappear, and soon everyone would notice. They had to leave quickly. All that was left was to collect the reward. Ko Chung-yeon did not understand what was happening. They had already been deceived by the demon worshipper, and now a strange explosion had appeared from somewhere. The explosion was powerful. Judging by the sound, the hunter was closer to S rank. One of the hunters shouted that he had found a destroyed body and the remains of equipment. Ko Chung-yeon realized that they were too late. They needed to search the entire area carefully. Among the belongings of the dead demon worshipper were the young master's disguise and armor. These were real clues. More than a third of the group had been destroyed after clashing with monsters at the main camp. The same number had been wounded. The compensation they would have received for fighting the demon worshipper had just been taken away. Ko Cheon-young was beside himself with rage. Who could have done this? Shin So-mi asked our hero. So he was still alive? The young man replied that it was all thanks to the advantageous position where he could hide and not fight. The protagonist asked if they could talk in private. The guild leader said that the loss of awakened employees and staff was quite painful. The labor resources of the main classes are not so easy to replace. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the constellations provided by the Midday Sun Guild were not good at selecting talented people. Shin So-mi said that there was a limit to how long one could wait for the constellations to choose. Also, many run away or hide, like some of those present. Yu Sang-woon did not know that everything was so complicated because the fate of the survivors was important now. The young man laid out the fragments in front of the guild leader. Shin So-mi asked how he did it. Did he really deal with Jin Minsu himself? Yu Sang-woon said that he couldn't have dealt with an S-rank demon worshipper on his own. He pretended to be an employee, but secretly got rid of several trash collectors who were investigating him. Shin So-mi should use this to make up for the losses. The guild leader asked again, could she really take it? It looked like about 1 billion. Yu Sang-woon said it was enough to help each other. Shin So-mi asked, is that all? Doesn't he have any other motives? Yu Sang-woon replied that Shin So-mi could treat him to a meal sometime. He had never eaten homemade food. Yu Sang-woon thought it was a little strange, but if she could be of use to him, so be it. The soldier saw Yu Sang-woon and was glad that the reserve was still alive. Yu Sang-woon said he was just returning from a briefing. The soldier said he didn't understand anything, but he heard that Jin Minsu had died. They needed to get out of there before the other trash collectors arrived, so they had to hurry. Yu Sang-woon decided to activate the status window and check the updated information. The young man saw that he had gained 8 levels at once. Normally, this would require completing 30 D-rank dungeons. One of the soldiers said that the Blue Dragon's decree had not been carried out because of the stranger who had destroyed Jin Minsu. Ko Jong-yeon's loud cry cursing the unknown person could be heard throughout the entire area. Yu Sang-woon thought that he had created additional problems for this guy. It was not worth confronting him. Several hours passed. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild received a detailed report. The guild leader said that he had not sent the squad for such a result. Ko Jong-yeon said he was very sorry, but that was all he could do. The guild leader believed that they would not be able to deal with the damage. It was his fault because he had rushed the preparations out of resentment. But it would be wonderful if they could overcome this test from the Blue Dragon, or at least let the guildmaster of the Midday Sun die at the hands of the trash collectors and worsen their situation. Ko Chung-yeong apologized again. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild couldn't believe that some guy had appeared who was able to deal with an S-rank demon worshipper on his own. Ko Cheong-yong provided an image of the Golden Knight destroying Jin Minsu. The warrior said they got it by combining photos from recording devices, drones, and satellites. It's golden armor. Ko Cheong-yong noted that, judging by the time the photo was taken, this was the only suspect. The guild leader asked, "Is the designer of this armor from Olympus?" Ko Cheong-yong replied that their style is different. They usually leave parts of the body exposed in the Greek and Roman styles, and the armor does not cover the entire body. He is also not from the Soul Guild. The master said that this is a trump card hidden by one of the guilds. Blade, Sky Peak, Iron Will, Patient Avenger, and Noon Sun. There are only 5 guilds. Only Blade and Iron Will can have a Knight class hunter. We need to find him. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that they cannot allow the 11th S-rank hunter to hide like this. We need to find out who he is and keep him in check. The master added that the aftermath of the battle with Jin Minsu is now a priority. On the other hand, it is worth taking care of the golden armor. Yu Sung-woon woke up in the middle of the night and wondered why these guys were here. The goblin wondered why the master fought alone when he had a squad of knights ready. Som Mayal asked why the master didn't call them during the battle. Did he not trust them? Croakbane was also dissatisfied. He wanted to fight too. Yu Sung-woon thought that his assistants did not understand why he had not called them. Yu Sung-woon said that this guy had followed him, so it was a test. He attacked him from ambush and he had to repay the debt himself. He couldn't trample him with superior numbers. Yu Sung-woon thought that his assistants didn't like this answer. It seemed that he had managed to explain everything from the point of view of chivalry. The goblin said that this answer was acceptable. Gavulf noted that in that case, there was nothing to be done, but next time he shouldn't go out alone. Samayal said that the master was a magnificent knight. Even on the battlefield, he awaited his sworn rival. Yu Sung-woon realized that his assistants were satisfied. The young man felt relieved. Yesterday, our hero was so busy that he couldn't check everything properly. Now he could do that. The young man's eyes fell on a notebook. What were these notes? Som Mayal asked the commander what had happened. After studying the information in the notebook, our hero thought that there was no place with which he was not connected. It turns out that garbage collectors are not enemies of humanity, but business partners. In the Academy government, the territory of the King of Slaughter is this earth after the end of the world. But in reality, it is a chaotic picture of human society. The notes also mention Pastor Lee, who was tasked with obtaining 100 slaves for the Human Research Institute. Who is this Pastor Lee? This world has gone completely mad. The goblin reported to his master that the pizza was ready. It would be very tasty, as it was baked with pineapple and bacon bits on top. The goblin added that he made it for the master and offered him a taste. While eating the pizza, our hero thought that Pastor Lee and the Human Research Institute gave him a bad feeling. At the academy, Sang A-young honed her martial arts skills, showing excellent results. Shin A-young asked her opponent who he was and why he fought with a new fighting technique every time. Before that, it was Taekwondo, and before that, it was Muay Thai. The young man was surprised. Was there something wrong with that? Shin A-young said that it looked very strange. After all, even one art is difficult to learn. Why something completely new every time? Yu Sang-woon understood that it was all because of his fighting talent as the Knight of Omniscience Grandel. After 3 days of studying Taekwondo, he excelled at a 540-degree spin kick. And after only 2 days of learning Judo, he won the national championship. No matter what martial art he studied, the protagonist quickly absorbed everything and got used to it. Yu Sang-woon asked if the girls didn't like it, they could leave. Shin A-young replied that wasn't the case at all. Yu Sang-woon needed to be more serious. She wanted him to attack with full force. Yu Sang-woon said he was ready to do so as soon as she broke through his defense. At that moment, the shadows of his assistants appeared behind the hero. The girl was frightened and turned her head. What was that? After that, the shadows disappeared. Shin A-young decided she had gone too far and suggested taking a break. Yu Sang-woon decided he needed to drink some water too. Shin A-young couldn't recover and didn't understand what it was. She knew that this guy was an unusual, awakened one, but this was too much. Yu Sang-woon asked A-yeon why he had to walk with her. Didn't she have any friends? The girl asked what kind of friends a student of the heavenly class could have. Was Yu Sang-woon really an employee of the academy? The class had long since turned into a battlefield for guilds. Yu Sang-woon asked where they were going. Shin A-yeon asked what he usually did to relax. As an employee, he had to hang out every weekend. The young man replied that he spent most of his time in the dormitory. If he went out, it was for corporate dinners. A-yeon said that sounded pretty boring. Didn't Yu Sang-woon think about doing something else when he was a teenager? The young man replied that his parents had died, so he stayed in a shelter until high school. When he came of age, he was kicked out. After the army, he applied for an academic position and was accepted. A young said that wouldn't work. The girl thought that everything changes after reaching adulthood. Something seemed strange to our hero. The young man noticed someone following them. It was a student from the academy. She had been following them for some time. Yu Sang-woon thought, could the Blue Dragon have sent her? He might be under suspicion because of his participation in the recent expedition. Shin A-young approached the shop window and saw a new product from Beowulf. Acheon said, wave motion attack, continuous shooting, and voice-activated storage, and also increased strength and endurance. The girl really wanted it. Aeon asked what Yu Sang-woon wears when he goes to the dungeon. The young man replied that he uses an association set, cheap, reliable, and suitable for new hunters up to D rank. Aeon noted that if you wear it incorrectly, you can become a target for trash collectors. The young man added that he had a regular iron sword as a weapon. Young pointed out that a D rank player could buy new weapons. Medium and large monsters appear, so it's important. Yu Sung-woon thought that gold armor would be enough for him. He said aloud that he would buy it sooner or later. He couldn't do it yet because he was helping Ion's mother. Shin Ion suggested that her companion take a look at the store. Maybe they would do some shopping. Glancing at the display cases, our hero decided that there was a lot of equipment here. The girl said that even those who are not hunters should carry about 3 types of weapons. Yu Sang-woon replied that his class cannot use throwing weapons or any other weapons designed for long distances. Yun noted that in that case, he needs a spear, a sword, and a blunt weapon, as well as a shield to top it all off. Shin A-yeon asked which manufacturer the young man preferred. She recommended Hephaestus' workshop. Yu Sang-woon said that until recently, the girl preferred items from Beowulf. A-yeon said that it was a new product, so she wanted to take a look. It was on the 8th floor. Hephaestus is the name of the god of fire and blacksmiths in Greek mythology. Hephaestus is one of the largest weapons manufacturers, run by apostles and masters. It is one of the 12 constellations of the Olympus Guild. An employee welcomed the young people to the Hephaestus store and said that they only sell luxury goods. Only one product can be purchased. Ayeon told her companion that the artisans of the constellations make weapons with individual characteristics. Any product purchased here will be unique and one of a kind. Yu Sang-woon thought that his own weapon was just a dream for an awakened person. Excellent marketing. Ayeon listed all the types of weapons a young man should take. The shield would be the 7th. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case he would have money problems. The store employee said that everything except the heroic and legendary ranks was cheaper than young people thought. Moreover, there were weapons that could not be purchased even with money. Heroic and legendary weapons are made in Hephaestus' workshop, recognized by the constellation, and choose their own owner. If the player is not suitable, they will not be able to use it, even if they pay for it. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Is this profitable? It must be difficult to find the right person for the weapon. On the other hand, will they force him to buy the weapon if it chooses its owner itself? The store clerk asked, Miss Ayeon, do you want to try choosing a heroic weapon again? The girl confirmed that she would try. Her companion also decided to participate. I wonder if any of the weapons will choose him. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What was the girl getting him into? If he received a legendary weapon, all the top guilds would immediately find out about him. The young man said he refused. Ayeon was surprised. Why? A good weapon is an awakened person's dream. Yu Sang-woon replied that he preferred to improve his skills rather than rely on weapons. Ayeon said that they were just having fun. What if the young man chose a legendary weapon? The salesman noted that the young man had the mindset of a true warrior. Yu Sang-woon decided that these two were definitely making fun of him. When did Ayeon become an employee of the Olympus Guild? Some of the weapons did catch our hero's interest. The salesman said that it was not for sale and should not be touched. It was a legendary titanium stake. Hephaestus created it to fight the Titans. Even S-rank strength was barely enough to hold it. At least SS-rank strength was required to use it. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why was such an item left here? The young man knew that he had SS rank, so if he took out this stake, it could end badly. The store clerk said that there were many things here that might suit the young man. He needed to look around carefully. A man watched the store visitors from behind the half-open door. The titanium stake said that he had met someone who could become his master for the first time. It was a pity that he was simply chased away. The man stopped our hero and said he wanted to distract him for a few seconds. He had a good offer that would be hard to refuse. The man suggested entering the VIP room, where complete secrecy was guaranteed. It wouldn't be a bad offer. He suggested that the protagonist not ignore the assessment of the master under the protection of Hephaestus. This weapon recognized the young man and knew everything about his abilities. The employee told the young man to lift the stake very carefully. If he falls, it will pierce a hole through to the first floor. Yu Sang-woon thought that his abilities had been calculated because this weapon was of legendary rank. Could he really lift it? It was definitely worth a try. Yu Sang-woon took the weapon and lifted it above his head with one hand. The store employee was extremely surprised. The man said that the stake now belonged to the young man. It was made of God's steel, so it was quite heavy and magically resistant. It had been used against titans. Yu Sang-woon assumed that the price for a legendary weapon would be extremely high. The employee said he would simply give the item to the young man. They could keep it a secret. No one would notice if he simply replaced it with something similar. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Wasn't this stake worth several billion? Yu Sang-woon thanked him for the opportunity to use the weapon and asked him to keep it a secret. The employee agreed, because every hero has their own story. He swore by the name of Hephaestus. The young people entered a public dining establishment. Aeon tried the food and was surprised. What kind of place is this? Why is everything so delicious here? Yu Sang-woon told the girl not to make noise and to eat quietly. Aeon agreed and ordered another plate of assorted sushi. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was she really going to eat more? It looked as if she hadn't eaten for a whole week. After studying the minimap, the protagonist came to the conclusion that 4 more stalkers had appeared. Who were they and why were they following him? It was starting to get tiresome and stressful because their skills were rather clumsy. The spy was frightened. Had her cover been blown? The girl who was following the protagonist thought that now she would be able to use her detection magic. However, the target had strong protection or was using protective artifact skills. She was unable to obtain any information. The girl was surprised. Did an ordinary employee have a defensive skill? Usually they don't reach that level. Could he be a golden knight? After eating, Aeon asked where they were going next. Yu Sang-woon suggested going to the academy. Yu Sang-woon said that they needed to raise their level. What else could they be planning? Aeon was surprised because the young man was not working as a hunter. Why did he need to raise his level? The spy decided to follow him. She needed more evidence. Yu Sang-woon thought that these flies never ceased to annoy him. There were only getting more and more. Now there were about 10 of them. The protagonist didn't understand where he had made a mistake this time because he thought he was acting cautiously. Passers-by were discussing the fact that the Golden Knight had not yet been caught. Yu Sang-woon took his smartphone and studied the information on the internet. It turned out that there had been a corresponding article all along. Yu Sang-woon thought he should show them that he was not the Golden Knight. Our hero assumed that his pursuers would not make any sudden moves, as they were still trying to understand the situation. In that case, there was only one way forward. With a decisive step, the protagonist went to the headquarters of the Midday Sun Guild. From the doorway, he greeted the guild leader, Shin Somi. The guild leader asked what had brought this man here at such a time. Yu Sang-woon put his finger to his lips and told her to be quiet. They could be overheard. Shin Somi said there was no need to worry. The guild not only had good security, but also spells to counter and block magic. Yu Sang-woon felt relieved. Shin Somi asked again why he was here. Their new awakened S-rank, Mr. Golden Knight. The guild leader added that she should have realized this when he handed over a huge amount of magic stones. She simply believed his words like a little child. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, the guild leader understood that he needed her help. Shin Somi said that she didn't want to lose the golden goose, so she would help him. Yu Sang-woon noted that they had also begun to suspect him. The fact that an employee had joined the team so abruptly was already suspicious. They couldn't read his skills, which aroused even more suspicion. What should he do? The guild leader asked why he wouldn't become a hunter and become famous. Only his victory over the demon worshipper proves that he has talent in battle. Yu Sang-woon explained once again that he wants to live a quiet life. If Shin Somi continues to talk to him like this, he will leave the capital. The guild leader said she understood. Apparently, the armor was connected to him, and its protective mechanism was still activated. Why not turn it off? Yu Sang-woon replied that in that case, his skills would be instantly revealed. The woman said he was right. If all the suspicions were due to the magic block, she could deal with it. She could tell them that she had used the skill. Her eye of justice specialized in gathering and detecting information. She knew how to use the magic block. Shin Somi noted that they only needed a reason why she used the skill on him. What was his class? Yu Sang-woon thought that all awakened people had classes. How did it happen that he didn't have a specific one? The young man explained that it was something like a class related to knighthood. He specializes in close combat defense. The guild leader said that in order to hide something, you have to leave something in plain sight. Yo Sung-woon was surprised. Why was she suddenly talking about this? The woman noted that starting today, the young man would be responsible for tracking the Golden Knight from their guild. Yoo Sung-woon thought, so it turns out that a Golden Knight will be chasing a Golden Knight. The protagonist said he would never have thought of that. The guildmaster was truly a genius. Yoo Sung-woon decided that now that everything had been discussed, he could begin his hunt. The girl, possibly a representative of the academy, continued to follow him, unaware that she had long been discovered. Yoo Sung-woon decided to use his stealth skills and increased his speed. His pursuer was forced to speed up as well, but lost sight of him. The girl looked around, not noticing that the young man had hooked himself onto the wall and was hanging above her. Seizing the moment, the young man jumped to the ground and, finding himself in front of the frightened girl, swung his fist to scare her. He said that she had been annoying him since the moment he weighed her near the cafe. Our hero added that the newcomer had been exposed. The girl, of course, was frightened and asked where she had made a mistake. Yoo Sung-woon replied that it was obvious. She was one of them, and it would be strange if he hadn't noticed them. The girl asked what he wanted from her. Yoo Sung-woon replied that he was interested in information because she had been talking to others while stalking him. The frightened girl said she knew nothing. The protagonist became angry and warned that this was the last time he would ask, otherwise she would go straight to hell. The girl became even more frightened but continued to insist that she knew nothing. Yoo Sung-woon was surprised. Was she really willing to sacrifice her life so selflessly for the guild? Our hero declared that there were still many people left to whom he could ask this question, so they could say goodbye. At the same time, the guy relaxed his fists. The girl realized that things could end very badly for her, so she handed him her smartphone and told him to read their group chat. After reading the information, the young man realized that everything was much worse than he had thought. The chat included information about the madman, Pastor Lee. Yoo Sung-woon let the girl go and returned her smartphone. In the same way, he tracked down another stalker and questioned him. After certain procedures, our hero gained access to this young man's smartphone. Yoo Sung-woon decided that this was the best move to spread his legend and remove all suspicion from himself. A week later, a speaker addressed the Hunters Association in the main conference hall. He announced that after the victory over Jin Minsu, the search for the Golden Knight was intensifying. The speaker was Hwang Soo-hwan, president of the Hunters Association. He said that preparations were necessary as Pastor Lee was beginning to close in on Keeson. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild noted that this was not on the agenda and should not be included in the discussion. Hwang Soo-hwan stated that the audience was blocking topics that were not beneficial to them. He said that in that case, he was ready to move on to the main topic, announcing the decision of the association and the state regarding the Golden Knight. The president added that the Golden Knight was a demon worshipper who had stolen an S-rank demon worshipper and had been placed on the wanted list. Hwang Soo-hwan added that the announcement would be made within the week. If anyone continues to hide the Golden Knight, they should think twice about it. Shinsomi thought that they couldn't get him, so they decided to destroy him. How cruel they are. D-rank dungeon, slaughter hall. The Golden Knight fought the monsters effectively. This time, our hero decided to use a new weapon, a stake. The weapon proved so effective that the monsters were destroyed much faster. The Golden Knight said, "Excellent. One strike, one kill." Croakbane told the master that he also wanted to participate. Somil congratulated the gentleman on finally finding his weapon. Gavulf said he was ready to call him the knight who found his weapon. Now, if the gentleman took the oath, his contractor would become a true knight. Yoo Sung-woon was surprised. Did one really need to take an oath to become a true knight? Now it was clear why there was no class in his status window. The goblin asked if the gentleman thought that bandits were knights just because they were armed. A knight is someone who keeps his oaths and promises. Samael told the commander to only say what he really wanted. They would be his sword until the end, whatever his oath was. Yoo Sung-woon was surprised. Why were they so upset? He didn't want to live bound by such an obligation. Yoo Sung-woon found himself in a very strange place, a temple filled with demons. This was a D-rank dungeon, a slaughterhouse. The boss was a cruel demon. The boss declared that the prey had come to him. Yoo Sung-woon held out his stake and told the demons that today would be their last day. Justice would prevail in the name of chivalry and this flag. The cruel demon told his followers that they would enjoy the feast and began a demonic spell. The demons reported that they could feel his energy everywhere. Croakbane warned his master to be careful with magic. The cruel demon ordered the warriors to capture the strangers. Yoo Sung-woon told his assistants to do their best as well. The cruel demon declared that the meat party was beginning. Yu Sang-woon stepped forward and prepared to face the monsters. Croakbane appeared before the hero and told him to take care of himself. Yu Sang-woon replied that they looked the same, the only difference being that their bodies had become a little stronger. The cruel demon said he was impressed and ready to show his opponents his signature move. The Golden Knight declared that he would finish off the monster quickly and struck a devastating blow with his spear. The cruel demon said he wasn't done yet, but it was too late. Information came in that the Golden Knight had cleared the D-rank dungeon, the Slaughter Hall. The exit will open immediately after receiving the reward. The reward will be the hero's equipment, a random chest. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't need it right now and put the chest in his inventory. Keeson Hotel, rooftop party hall. Pleasant, lively music was playing. Pastor Lee, a demon worshiper from the King of Slaughter constellation, thanked the guests for accepting his invitation and announced the start of the main course of the day. In front of the pastor on the table lay a huge, appetizingly prepared piece of meat. One of the monsters present noted that this was Pastor Lee's new work and that the spectacle was simply magnificent. Pastor Lee explained that the dish had been prepared with all his heart for the archdemon beasts guarding the King of Carnage's hall. The monster added that it looked delicious and that one should eat slowly to enjoy it. Pastor Lee's culinary skills are simply amazing. The bird-like monster said that the food was filling and contained no preservatives. Pastor Lee thought that everything was going according to plan. When the dish was eaten, Pastor Lee thanked everyone present at the grand opening of the Human Research Institute No. 2 and expressed his desire to make a proposal. The institute conducts research and duplicates the awakened, turning them into elite members of the monster team. But now it is difficult to provide for them, as supplies have deteriorated. The monsters were outraged. How could Pastor Lee come to such a conclusion? The pastor said that the quickest way to solve the problem was to hunt. The monster asked if the pastor really needed their help. It sounded arrogant. The pastor said that under no circumstances would he ask the apostles for help. Rather, they had prepared hunting competitions for their own entertainment, a privilege of rulers. To add excitement, a prize would be awarded. The monsters were surprised. What did that mean? Pastor Lee stated that the first prize was a potion that increased stats. All stats would increase by 1 rank for an hour when used. Another prize was an evolution potion. The pastor assured them that this potion would help them rise to the rank of SSS rank apostle. The monster was surprised. 5 years of experience in one go? The pastor said that the evolution potion would go to the person who caught the most prey, and the enhancement potions would go to the second and third place winners. The contest will last exactly 1 week. Everyone present expressed their desire to participate, as they had not used their powers in a long time. After the guests left, the pastor ordered his assistants to tidy up the room. He also instructed them to prepare everyone to receive the awakened ones, who would be hunted by archdemon monsters. At the headquarters of the Midday Sun Guild, the protagonist was indignant. Were they really going to brand him a demon worshiper? Shinsomi confirmed this. The association and the guild wanted the S-rank awakened one on their side. Yu Sang-woon couldn't believe it. How could the guild leader treat him like this after he saved her from an S-rank demon worshiper? Shinsomi replied that there was nothing surprising about it. The guild leader noted that in the future, it would be better for the young man not to wear golden armor if he was not in danger. Yu Sang-woon turned around and said that in that case, he was leaving. He understood that the guild and the association were serious, but he didn't expect things to be so bad. Yu Sang-woon thought that in a week he might be declared a demon worshiper, and he needed to come up with a plan to counteract this. Shin Ae-yun said that while she was sweeping away monsters, she needed to be warned about enemies attacking from afar. The hunter noted that they should listen to the heavenly class, and his colleagues supported this idea. Ae-yun said that they needed to double-check the items they had brought with them, and that her guild members would protect them. The hunter said he felt more confident just looking at this girl. His colleague admitted that he was nervous, as this was his first experience in the dungeons. A little earlier, the dean of the academy, Baek Gayon, announced that the main virtue of the academy this year was harmony. The vacation assignment had changed. Now each student had to go to the dungeon on their own. The students were surprised. How could they assemble a team under such conditions? Baek Gayon explained that a quota system had been introduced. Each party must consist of 1 heavenly representative, 2 earthly classes, and 3 ordinary classes to ensure that the team was balanced. Yu Sang-woon thought it was tedious. Shin Ae-young had a heavenly class, which meant she would be the leader. The employee reported that they were approaching the dungeon and would defend it, wishing Miss Aeon good luck. The girl thought that these employees were treating her like a child, and she wanted to finish the academy quickly so she could go to the dungeon in peace. The car arrived at its destination, and the students, led by Shin Ayan, headed for the dungeon. Before entering the portal, the girl checked the team's readiness once more and ordered them to follow her. The employee reported in alarm that the radar was detecting something. Why had the alarm gone off? He announced over the radio that an S-rank monster had appeared and was increasing in speed. They needed to run immediately and call the guildmaster. In the conference room of the Hunters Association, the president announced that he would explain the situation. 7 S-rank monsters and several A-rank monsters, previously unregistered, appeared on the upper border of the capital. All of them are archdemons in the form of beasts. The head of the Olympus Guild noted that the apostles of the King of Carnage had already gone mad. A military representative asked, "Can 7 terrible creatures gather at the same time? To win, you need at least 3 awakened S-rank monsters, if not more. Why didn't they catch this gang earlier?" The head of the Soul Guild wondered why this was happening after they had defeated Jin Minsu. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that technically they hadn't destroyed him. The Golden Knight had done that. The head of the Soul Guild was surprised that his colleague could say such a thing. His colleague was also indignant. The Minister of National Defense demanded that the two stop. Now was not the time for such arguments. A national threat was looming. They had gathered to figure out what measures needed to be taken. The Ministry of Defense had already issued an emergency order and begun building a line of defense around the capital. The Army, Navy, and Air Force had also been deployed. But would all this work against such monsters? The guild leader said that the most important resource under threat from the archdemons is the Awakened. If the army manages to buy some time, the Awakened will be ready to attack the archdemons. The military commander was surprised. Were the guilds really going to use the army as bait? At least one more Awakened one had to be sent from the army to minimize losses. The next morning arrived. The protagonist left his room and, stretching, said that he had slept well. The goblin, as expected, offered his master coffee, reminding him that the boss had worked late the night before and had not slept until 3 in the morning. Yu Sang-woon said that he had been writing a report on the dungeons, so he could afford to relax a little today. Our hero thought that morning coffee was, as always, the best. There was a knock at the door. Yu Sang-woon apologized and asked Goblin to step outside for a moment. Goblin promised to return in the evening. Guildmaster Shin Somi appeared at the door. The young man politely asked what was wrong. The woman asked why he wasn't answering his phone. Shin Somi asked if Yu Sang-woon had seen the news. The young man replied that he had just woken up. The guildmaster said that now was not the time to be yawning. A national threat had been declared. Yu Sang-woon thanked the guild leader for coming all this way to inform him personally. Yu Sang-woon suggested that he would now have to move to the academy shelter or the South District. With that, the young man began to pack his suitcase. The woman was surprised. Was Yu Sang-woon really going to run away right now? He admitted that he was going to move out. He had nowhere else to go anyway. Yu Sang-woon was upset. Why was Shin Somi waiting for him? He had only just begun to explore the D-rank dungeons. The young man packed his things and said he was leaving. Shin Somi confessed that her daughter had entered the dungeon and found herself in the epicenter of danger. The S-rank monsters that had appeared throughout North Seoul, 7 archdemon monsters, were moving south. Shin Ayan went to the northern dungeon to do her homework. After that, contact with her was lost. Yu Sang-woon asked what the association had to say about this. The guild leader replied that they cannot make a decision at this time. The situation is so sudden that they do not know where to send people. Shin Somi added that she was very sorry, but she asked the young man to save her daughter. Yu Sang-woon said he had no choice but to leave. Shin Somi said that this child means everything to her, and she has high hopes for the young man. Yu Sang-woon told the guild leader not to blame him if he was late. He had never dealt with S-rank monsters before, so she shouldn't expect too much from him. By this point, the protagonist was already in his golden armor. At the border of the capital, military equipment with a full combat kit was in its starting position. Binoculars revealed that the archdemons were approaching. The observer reported to the commander that the S-rank monster, the archdemon Beast Iberico, had appeared 2,000 meters ahead. The commander ordered all units to open fire to kill. The monsters laughed. Had the humans gathered themselves and saved them the trouble of hunting? The archdemons, observing the weapons, wondered what their rivals were going to do with these toys. Iberico, the beast archdemon, said it was time to hunt. They could do whatever they wanted with the humans, but everyone had to give him the strong awakened ones. King Boni was watching them. The military opened fire with all their weapons in order to destroy the archdemons. However, this did not lead to the desired result. After the fruitless battle, the officer noticed a huge vehicle approaching from afar. The soldier saw the emblem and realized that it was the Blue Dragon Guild. That meant they had to hold out a little longer. Salvation was approaching. After all, this guild was the best. Ko Chung-yun told his boss that the Soul Guild was having a hard time. They claimed that the defense of Seoul rested solely on them, but now it was clear that they were unable to cope. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild replied that there was no need to worry too much. Their opponents would have to learn the hard way. Ko Cheon-young asked if breaking through the defenses meant the fall of Seoul. The guild leader replied that the enemy's goal was not to take Seoul, but to loot and hunt for the awakened. This would continue for about a week. That was how long they needed to hold out. The master said that they should pretend to be trying hard and not get blacklisted. They should focus on clearing S-rank monsters. Leveling up is also important. Ko Chung-yun said that his boss should become the first SS rank hunter in the country. It would be problematic if the Soul Guild master beat him to it. The support group's vehicles arrived at their destination. The bodies of destroyed soldiers and monsters lay around. Shin Young, accompanied by the students, crossed the portal and left the dungeon. One of the students said that the leader had done an excellent job. There had been many monsters there from the very beginning. Shin Young said that they had done a great job. The girl looked around and asked in surprise where the trailer had gone. They needed to try to contact him. It would take them a very long time to walk there. Ayan warned that they needed to be careful. Something strange was going on. The trailer hadn't just disappeared for no reason. They needed to drink a potion for prevention and remain alert. One of the students was frightened. "Don't tell me monsters have appeared here." Shinayon tried to call her friend, but there was no answer. After a while, she managed to reach her mother. The guild leader asked if Ayan had cleared the dungeon. The girl confirmed this, but added that the trailer had disappeared. Her mother said there was no time to explain. They had to get out of there quickly. It would be better to stay in the dungeon and hide somewhere inside. The students were alarmed. They didn't understand what was going on. Eon said that she didn't like it either, but they had to evacuate. They had to hide in the nearest dungeon. The archdemon beast Leghorn said that there was a group of awakened ones here. Ian saw him and said that he looked scary. The students asked what it was. Ian said it was an archdemon beast. She had read about them in class. It was a subject of King Boyne. Its power was comparable to that of an S-rank dungeon boss. Ian realized that escape was impossible. The only option was to fight. Leghorn noted that even monkeys run away when they see an enemy they cannot defeat. Did these people really want to fight? Ian told the students to run away and not look back. She would take care of this chicken-headed monster herself. Shinna Young gathered her strength and activated the Ring of Justice. Leghorn was surprised. Could this girl really be an apostle of some constellation? But to him, she was nothing more than dust. He didn't expect her to use it. It was impossible to destroy such power just like that. It was like the absolute law. Leghorn assumed he was right if the girl remained silent. He had to deactivate the spellcaster so that the Ring of Justice would disappear. Leghorn added that he had to find out her name so that the constellation would not be tarnished. The archdemon said that he was Leghorn, one of the archdemonic beasts, an apostle of King Boyne, the guardian of his hell. A person must give their name. Aeon thought she had gained enough time for the students to escape. The girl gave her name, Shin Aeon. She was an apostle of the constellation Balance. Immediately after that, Aeon was attacked by the monster. She was thrown far back, but remained standing. The girl said the blow was too strong. Shin Aeon lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Leghorn lifted her up and said she was alive. Archdemons said that they would pay more for her than for an ordinary person if she could use such a skill. Suddenly, the Golden Knight appeared nearby and asked why this bird monster wouldn't let the girl go and leave. Leghorn asked who he was and why he was wearing golden armor. Where did he get such tasteless style? Yu Sang-woon said that the monster had no right to judge anyone with such a disgusting appearance. Leghorn said that was very rude. However, the knight looked much more expensive than this woman. He would pay for his insolence. Yu Sang-woon thought that this monster was frightening him. He was definitely very strong. Was it even possible to get out of here alive? Leghorn wondered why the Golden Knight did not run away. In that case, he could give his name. Yu Sang-woon replied that he would not introduce himself to a beast that had wounded a small child. To this monster, he was just a knight. Leghorn threw Shin Aeon to the ground and said that he was, in that case, the nameless Golden Knight. Yu Sang-woon became angry and declared that this bird monster was a real scoundrel. You don't treat girls like that. The protagonist attacked the archdemon with a weapon from the manufacturer, Hephaestus, and noted with satisfaction that he had hit his target. Yu Sung-woon picked up the girl and asked if she was okay. Leghorn declared that he would never forgive the man for this and ordered his minions to attack. The next moment, his assistants appeared behind the hero and said they had come at his call. Yu Sung-woon ordered Song Myul to take Shin A-young to a safe place and the rest to follow him to deal with the enemies. Yu Sung-woon prepared for the attack and rushed at the monsters with acceleration. The hero was surprised. He gave it his all, but the archdemon still blocked his attack. Yu Sung-woon told his assistants that it was time for a collective attack. Gavulf said that the contractor had finally allowed him to fight a worthy opponent. The goblin added that his master had made a wise decision. Croakbane said that he loved chicken mince. The ring was closing in, and Leghorn had nowhere to retreat. However, the archdemon had no intention of surrendering. The hero acknowledged that the enemy had called his servants. He was truly cunning. Leghorn said he wanted to see what this man was capable of. The protagonist thought that this archdemon was very different from the other monsters. If it weren't for this weapon, he would have had a very difficult time. Thanks to the weapon from Hephaestus, the hero was able to repel the chicken-headed monster's attack. Leghorn was surprised. Was this even a human being standing before him? Yu Sung-woon noticed that he had activated an additional skill as a bonus. Leghorn couldn't believe that an ordinary man had managed to push him away. Yu Sung-woon said he wanted to finally end this. Leghorn asked the man to stop. They could discuss everything. Behind the protagonist, the archdemonic beast Przewalski appeared. He never thought he would see such a thing. Yu Sung-woon realized that the archdemon was not alone. He couldn't delay, otherwise he would find himself at a disadvantage. Leghorn told Przewalski to stop staring at him so intently. Przewalski replied that they were from the same constellation. Since when did they help each other? Leghorn had been beaten by an ordinary man. It must be very embarrassing. The hero doubted that he could handle both of them. Leghorn declared that the man had been honored to see this. Usually only those who have earned the right to enter King Boyne's hall and fight him can see the phoenix's rebirth. Yu Sung-woon was amazed. The archdemon was getting stronger. The young man raised his sword and said that the heavens should behold this blade, which had reached perfection. This blow would prove that he was a star on this earth. Leghorn asked the man to wait, for he was still transforming. Przewalski said that no one would wait for his transformation to end. The hero activated the Supreme Imperial Heavenly Method. The skill Earth Star Flash was used. Leghorn was attacked while still in the process of transformation. The Golden Knight thought he had landed a critical blow, but his opponent managed to complete his transformation. Would he be able to defeat him now? Yu Sung-woon said he was glad Leghorn had survived. The chick would have died from a single blow. Leghorn declared that he would show the man the power of the Phoenix Reborn and attack the hero. Yu Sung-woon couldn't stay on his feet. He thought that if this continued, he would definitely not survive. Przewalski was surprised. Was that all Leghorn was capable of? They had to take this knight away if they managed to subdue him. Leghorn told Przewalski to shut up. This knight hadn't gotten enough yet. Leghorn took the helmet off Yu Sung-woon's head and said that first he would eat his eyes. Then he would cut off his arms and legs and then swallow him whole while he was still alive. But first, he had to get rid of that helmet. The system reported that the young man had reached level 39. Yu Sung-woon grabbed Leghorn by the beak and asked who gave him permission to peck. In the next moment, the beak was destroyed and shattered into small pieces. Yu Sung-woon got to his feet and thanked the knights. Thanks to their victories, he had raised his level. Croakbane said he was happy to help. Gawolf said he felt relieved, and Goblin remarked that the gentleman had relaxed too soon. Yu Sung-woon used a potion to restore his stamina. Our hero gathered his strength and rushed at the chicken-headed creature again. Yu Sung-woon declared that he had won, but that it was not over yet. The young man asked Przewalski if he would also fight. The archdemon replied that he could, but he could see that the knight did not want to. Yu Sung-woon admitted that he did not want to. It was just that the chicken-headed man did not understand. Przewalski said that he were not alike. Leghorn forgot his duties. He sought entertainment and died. Yu Sung-woon said he would take his word for it and was going to return. He would take his things and leave. Przewalski said he would eat all the chickens that were left without an owner. Archdemon released his brothers, who defeated all of Leghorn's allies. Meanwhile, the number of monsters was increasing on the northern border of the capital. The archdemonic beast Tosadok ordered his minions to destroy all humans. The dogs barked and said they would carry out the order. Shinsomi realized that the archdemons were approaching. She needed to activate her abilities. It's a good thing they don't know about the Eye of Justice. Shinsomi said that there are two monsters on the left. One is a Hindu, the other is a Chihuahua. The sheepdog is on the right. A group of demons is digging a tunnel in the west. This information must be passed on. The commander declared full combat readiness for military equipment. Ko Cheonyang ordered to fire only on his command. Shinsomi expressed hope that everything would be fine. Tosadok received a message that Leghorn had died in the line of duty. Tosadok shouted that they were going to hunt down Leghorn's followers. Otherwise, Przewalski would eat everything himself. The military recorded the retreat of the archdemon and his minions. The head of the Soul Guild was surprised. Was the battle already over? The hunters shouted joyfully that they were saved. Shinsomi also realized that the monsters had retreated. Could it be that her daughter had done it? At the Hunters Association, the president wondered why they had retreated. The military commander suggested that the monsters might have encountered problems. In any case, they should prepare for another attack. The president of the association said he had checked many sources. The archdemons were fighting to kidnap the awakened ones at the suggestion of Pastor Lee. The military representative asked how they had gathered the archdemonic beasts. Regardless of the reasons, they could attack without restraint. The guild leader noted that too many lives are at stake. The public will demand that troops be sent to rescue the abductees. The president of the association said that this time, 7 S-rank monsters had gathered. At least 21 S-class hunters would be needed to defeat them. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild clarified 6 S-rank monsters. He is ready to present a video of their guild fighting the archdemonic beast Remrem. The archdemonic beast Remrem said that Leghorn had been deceived. They cannot lose, they must retreat. Those present began to ask questions. How could this have happened? The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that when he was collecting data about the battlefield from a satellite, he found this. A photo of an explosion appeared on the screen. He thought he had seen it somewhere before. It was the Golden Knight. He used the same skill as in the battle with Jin Minsu. The military, seeing the footage, concluded that it did indeed look similar. It turns out that the Golden Knight destroyed Leghorn. The head of the Blue Dragon said that he had been drawn into a battle where he defeated the beast. The only question was whether it was a solo hunt or not. The military suggested that it could have been a group hunt, but even in this case, everything becomes only more mysterious. The head of the Olympus Guild said that chaos could ensue. The head of the Soul Guild noted that it was necessary to keep this a secret. The president of the association suggested the opposite, to spread the word. It is necessary to shift public attention away from the topic of rescuing the kidnapped people. There will be discontent, but there is nothing that can be done about it. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that the president was indeed clever. This would calm the people and put pressure on the Golden Knight. At the Midday Sun Guild headquarters, the protagonist said that it was difficult to rescue Shina Young. She is now in the hospital. Shinsomi said she would examine the young man for injuries. There is no point in resisting. The guild leader explained that she had been a doctor for a long time. The young man's condition cannot be described in words. Yu Sang-woon was forced to take off his shirt, but it was still unexpected for him. Shinsumi ordered him to lie down for an examination, purely for medical purposes. After examining him, the woman said that he had fractures, bruises, and bleeding. There were many problems, but no surgical intervention would be necessary. He could just rest and continue drinking the potion. Yu Sang-woon said he felt relieved. He was worried about his injuries. Shin So-mi replied that he couldn't die with 900 endurance points. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Didn't he have 800 points? Now it was clear why his stats had decreased. Shin So-mi told the young man not to look at her like that. Unlike ordinary people, the treatment of awakened individuals depended on their skills and stats, so she had simply checked. The guild leader added that he shouldn't worry. She had deleted all the data. Shin So-mi said she wanted to ask something. Yu Sang-woon was ready to answer. The guild leader asked if he had destroyed the S-rank monster. Leghorn's death stopped the advance of the archdemonic beasts. He wanted to believe that it had nothing to do with Ion's rescue, but perhaps it was the Golden Knight who had dealt with the archdemon. Yu Sang-woon really hoped to avoid this question. The young man replied that he was indeed lucky. He immediately warned that he would definitely run away if it happened again. Shinsumi said she understood, but was sincerely grateful for saving her daughter. Yu Sang-woon said he needed to rest and went to sleep. Yu Sang-woon asked how long he would need to stay in the hospital. The guild leader explained that his endurance was beyond common sense, so he would recover quickly, but advised him to rest for a few days. Yu Sang-woon said that, in that case, he would take the potion and rest at home. Staying here was too suspicious. Shin So-mi noted that the young man was indeed very cautious. The guy pointed out that there was nothing wrong with that. The woman said she would erase all his medical records so he could rest easy. Yu Sang-woon, sitting on the sofa, thought that his body still hurt. The armor should repair itself. The protagonist realized that he had forgotten something important. Were his knights okay? Yu Sang-woon took out some potions and said they were for the knights to recover and recharge. The goblin reported that some of the equipment was damaged but could be repaired by the self-repair system. Song Mayal said she had enough mana, so everything was fine. Gewolf noted that he only needed alcohol, and Croakbane added that meat was enough for him. Yu Sang-woon replied to the knights that today he would do whatever they wanted. Gewolf asked the boss if he would regret what he had said. After a while, the plates on the table were empty. Gewolf thanked the contractor for the food. The protagonist was glad that the knights had eaten their fill. The young man thought that he had spent 2.5 million today. Supporting an entire team is no joke. It's good that there is a reward for the quest. After assessing the situation, the hero said that level 43 was serious business. However, his skills were only half developed, as he was not using the power of Sinsu. At this rate, he would not be able to use the titanium stake. With these stats, he could only be a healer. Gewolf told the contractor that this was not the best idea. He added that he was not pointing out what skills the contractor had acquired, but that he had already proven the uselessness of such skills by defeating Leghorn, an S-rank monster. The goblin said he agreed with his colleague. One strong skill is better than many useless ones. The master could put everything into strength, and next time it would be much easier to defeat a monster. Yu Sang-woon thought that this was not the case with these knights. He just wanted to become a healer. Song Myeol also disagreed that the leader needed healing skills. It would be better to add a professional healer to the team. Yu Sang-woon decided that made sense and asked what they wanted to choose. Samuel asked what the gentleman thought of Sun Shin's knight skills. Given his lightning speed, he would be perfect for fighting demons. Gewolf said that the contractor was unsure of himself and therefore plunged himself into the abyss so as not to reveal himself to the world. So the skills of the abyss would suit him. The goblin disagreed, saying that it would be better to learn the skills of a galactic knight. They were very powerful. Croakbane added that Yonen's sword art was also very useful. Yu Sang-woon thought that these guys were just imposing their ideas on him. He himself wanted to learn horse riding. After all, it was strange for a knight not to ride a horse. Yu Sang-woon said he would like to ride a dragon and asked if there were any recommendations. Gewolf replied that dragons are too temperamental and their trust must be earned. The goblin added that they are also very vulnerable in cold places and eat a lot, so they are expensive to maintain. Yu Sang-woon realized that dragons were more trouble than he had anticipated. Samuel said there was one option. He would need the summoning skill, which would allow him to make a contract with a dragon, but he would be bound to it. Although it was difficult to earn the respect of such a creature, all of the problems listed above would disappear. Yu Sang-woon realized that he needed the summoning skill, and after using it, the riding skill. Samael noted that it would be better to learn riding skills with multiple slots. That way, the gentleman would be able to make contracts with different summoned beasts. Yu Sang-woon acquired the legendary riding skill, the skill to summon the night mage Kaelida. Seeing a possible candidate, a dragon, the protagonist thought that summoning it here would be problematic. Yu Sang-woon decided that physical improvement gave combat abilities, and wisdom gave the knowledge possessed by the archdemonic beast. The young man chose an item that increased respect and enhanced the knight's abilities. It also strengthened his armor and gave him the essence of the phoenix. Samael warned the commander that the appearance of the armor was changing. The hero was surprised to see that it had indeed become completely different. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't like it very much. Everyone would immediately understand that he was the one who had dealt with Leghorn. The goblin noted that this armor emphasized the lord's nobility and strengthened him at the same time. Gewolf admitted that the contractor looked great. Som Mul said that the armor was perfect for the commander. Yu Sang-woon decided to study the new functions of the armor. The hero thought that it was really cool. He would become stronger with each new leader skill. The next morning, the protagonist asked Avalon what was for breakfast today. However, Shin Ayeon was in the kitchen. The girl said, "Finally, Mr. Sang-woon is awake." Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was Ayeon really making breakfast? Had she already been discharged from the hospital? The young man acknowledged that thanks to Shin Ayeon, he was able to defeat the S-rank monster. This monster was indeed frightening. Ayeon apologized, saying that it was because of her that Yu Sang-woon was in danger. The young man admitted that he would not have gone so far if he had known the monster's level. Shin Ayeon pointed out that, in any case, he had caught the monster. He was a true brave knight. The protagonist thought that this girl was quite quick-witted. Yu Sang-woon said that he should have been sent to the hospital, but he decided to stay at home so as not to reveal his identity. Ayeon asked if the young man was okay. The protagonist replied that he was not okay, so she should not make him worry or his blood pressure would rise. Shin Ayan said that in that case, she would prepare a healthy breakfast for him. On the television news, the anchor wondered why the Golden Knight had not appeared since defeating Leghorn. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. How did they know that it was him who defeated him? Shin Ayan explained that with the introduction of combat operations, satellites began to be used for surveillance. One of them apparently spotted the Golden Knight. The expert reported that the government and the Hunters Association had admitted that it was the Golden Knight. But even after defeating the monster, he continues to hide and refuses to cooperate. In addition, many guilds hire Golden Knights and ask for their help. Yu Sang-woon said that he had always wondered why people spoke so confidently about him. Ayan asked, "Isn't it unnatural to fear enormous power?" Yu Sang-woon thought that the association was probably afraid of his S rank. Besides, he doesn't even belong to any guild. Yu Sang-woon asked what Shin Ayan planned to do. Ayan said that they would let her go if she wrote a report about what had happened. But the problem was that all her colleagues had disappeared. Yu Sang-woon suggested that they might have fallen into Pastor Lee's hands. How many people were in the advance team? Shin Ayan replied that it was just her. She wanted to quickly go to a low-level dungeon. All the talented ones had already left for another team. All that was left were the assistants. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the suspicious guy was kidnapping people to experiment on them. Yu Sang-woon thought that after Jin Minsu was destroyed, Pastor Lee expanded his influence over the country. If this continued, it would be difficult to organize a rescue team. Ayan was surprised. Why did Yu Sang-woon say that? They had an S-rank hunter. Yu Sang-woon said that the guilds didn't want to lose their S-rank hunters. There were only 2 in the Soul Guild and 3 in the Blue Dragon Guild. If the Blue Dragon lost one, it would immediately lose its place among the top guilds. Ayan understood why they were sending so many hunters to catch one S-rank hunter. The young man said that because of this, it was not worth expecting much from the rescue team. Most likely because of the SS rank, they would abandon the idea. Ayan asked if it was impossible to save the others. Yu Sang-woon replied that unless all the A-rank and S-rank hunters in the country were mobilized, but that was too risky, so it wouldn't happen. Yu Sang-woon thought that Ayan shouldn't count on him. He didn't plan to reveal his identity. The girl burst into tears. The young man was surprised. What was going on? He didn't know how to calm her down. There was nothing he could do. In the academy archives, the young man decided to look at his awards. There were quite a few awards. He couldn't get rid of them right away. Yu Sang-woon thought that these gloves would be perfect for Ayan, but he had sacrificed his life to get them, so he should save them for later. The sword looked very useful. It was the legendary sword of Boini. It could easily cut through thin skin and hard bones. It could handle all monsters that did not wear armor. Next was a ring blessed by King Boini. The ring could also come in handy, so he had to keep it for himself. Our hero was worried about summoning. Since he was in the archive, it made sense to look at the data on summoned creatures. The guy found the relevant literature and familiarized himself with the available information on proper summoning methods. Now he knew a lot about mediums. The only phoenix material for summoning appeared after Leghorn's death. Wouldn't it attract evil creatures? Yu Sang-woon chose a ring that should suit the medium. The description mentioned the privileges of King Boini. Maybe he could buy another medium if he used this ring. The young man thought if he sold phoenix-type materials or other S-rank stones, he would surely be exposed quickly. But what if he sold things using King Boini's privileges? Mafogu Hunter Management Office. Yu Sang-woon thought that reconstruction was in full swing in the northern part of the city. It was still quiet here. Our hero put on the legendary ring blessed by King Boini. Now he can use his privileges and summon the apostle in charge of trade. A magic circle appeared under our hero's feet. Lightning bolts danced across its surface. At that moment, our hero found himself in another location, in front of some building. Yu Sang-woon entered the building. The girl greeted the customer. She said her name was Foxy and that she conducted auctions on behalf of King Boini. Our hero assumed that a demon might appear, but it was a completely different matter here. The girl was surprised. She had a legendary buyer in front of her. She was ready to help. Yu Sang-woon said he wanted to sell and exchange items. Foxy said she understood that right away, but asked what the young man wanted to sell. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wanted to sell magic stones and other materials first. The girl asked what type of materials they were, meat, bones, or blood. Their constellation did not value magic stones, so they bought them at a low price. Yu Sang-woon showed the girl the items he wanted to sell. Foxy said that these things smelled like Leghorn, the king of Boini. So did this young man defeat the Orchid Man? Yu Sang-woon asked if that meant he wouldn't be able to make the exchange. Foxy replied that it didn't matter. She was willing to exchange the phoenix feather for 1,000 points and the phoenix bones for 2,000 points. The young man asked if Foxy would not purchase the burning sunstone. The girl replied that they did not trade in such items. It would be better to sell it to other constellations. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. As a merchant, shouldn't she buy something expensive at a low price and resell it at a higher price? Foxy said that their constellation was not looking for profit. Phoenix feathers and bones could not be sold anywhere else at a higher price. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he was ready to make a deal. Foxy said she would buy it right away. After the money was transferred to the young man's account, the girl asked if he would open the exchange window. Yu Sang-woon checked the information in the exchange window and said that all the items offered were stolen. Foxy confirmed this. They get meat, bones, blood, and sell the leftovers. How could it be otherwise? They have craftsmen, just like other constellations. The protagonist understood why their prices were so high. They only value destruction, while demon worshippers hope to buy armor at wholesale prices. Yu Sang-woon asked if there was anything dragon-like. Foxy asked if the young man wanted to hunt dragons. Then he definitely needed treasure. Shiny gold coins and jewels piled high. There was nothing better. Yu Sang-woon wasn't sure if he had enough points. He couldn't remain indebted to this auction house. Foxy said there was a set of jewels for dragon bait. There were many good things in it, and it only cost 10,000 points. Our hero was presented with a set of jewelry for dragon bait. It was all in a chest. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Wasn't it worth at least 1 billion? The young man thought that the economy here was completely different. It was good that he could buy it cheaply. Foxy asked if the young man didn't like it. Yu Sang-woon asked for 2 such items. Foxy noted that it would cost 20,000 points. Ga-wolf asked if the contractor had finally decided to summon a dragon. Samael noted that if it was a contract summoning, there should be no problems. Golem said that they were unfulfilled dreams, and that was also a virtue of knights. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Maybe it was time to stop trying to dissuade him. Yu Sang-woon asked for some time to be quiet, as he needed to concentrate and focus. After a while, Ga-wolf said that the contractor had succeeded. Samael admitted that this creature was quite enormous. The dragon had been summoned. Gwolf stated that judging by its shape, it was definitely a Western dragon. The goblin informed his master that this dragon was golden. The dragon asked the protagonist if he had summoned it. Yu Sang-woon admitted this candidly. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why was the dragon approaching him so closely? Should he be afraid of it? The dragon asked the young man how much he had prepared. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What was he talking about? The dragon clarified how much money he had prepared to pay for the contract before his call. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. If it was about the cost of the contract, was there such a thing? He needed an explanation. The dragon saw a chest with jewels purchased at an auction house. The dragon declared that this was what he wanted. Yu Sang-woon thought that no one was listening to him here. The dragon admitted that he liked such things, especially Renaissance paintings. Very beautiful and rich in color. Yu Sang-woon asked his knights, "Are all dragons like this?" The dragon asked our hero how long he had been thinking about the contract. Did the young man want to be a partner or a dragon knight? Did he want to fly through the sky on his back? Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was this an interrogation? The dragon said that he needed to leave the option of writing open for each summon. Or was the young man ready to take the ally package? How long would the contract last? The magic was already included, but the breath had to be purchased separately. The discount applied depending on the level. Yu Sang-woon wondered why Mr. Dragon was using this method. What was this separate dragon breath function? This summoning was more like a business run by a dragon. The dragon asked why the young man thought so. It's all for the treasure. It's problematic to just sign a contract. The dragon admitted that it's not bad to follow heroes, but such people are often very modest. On the other hand, when heroes get rich, they become lazy and don't even think about going on missions. The dragon admitted that he would stay until the contract ended. The dragon said he had tested the young man's skills. He had the skill of a horseman. Had he taken an oath? Had the young man served other knights? Yu Sang-woon replied that he had not taken an oath and had not served. The dragon said that was fine. He needed other contracts for the oath. For how long was the young man willing to sign a contract? He recommended 10 years. It would be paid annually and include additional services. There was also a bonus for renewal. Yu Sang-woon said that he would like to calculate the exact payment first. He also wants the dragon's breath. The protagonist thought that no matter what anyone said, a dragon without breath was not a dragon. The dragon confirmed a 10-year contract with annual payment. Services include riding, magic, and dragon breath. He will follow orders in battle, giving advice along the way. There is a penalty for terminating the contract for reasons other than death. Yu Sang-woon asked again how much it would cost. The dragon replied that since the young man had summoned him with sufficient payment, another chest like this would pay for 1 year. It turned out to be cheaper than our hero had thought. Even including the rewards from the S-rank monster, it was still too cheap. The dragon warned that he could already make a partial prepayment. Yu Sang-woon said he was ready to pay for the whole year at once. The dragon was pleased that the knight paid for everything today. However, the knights around him were also amazing. Would the young man purchase any additional services? Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not intend to do so. The dragon suggested that he think about it. He also needed to put his fingerprint at the bottom of the contract. To summon him, he needed to fill the bracelet with mana and call his name. Yu Sang-woon said he understood everything and asked what the dragon's name was. The dragon replied that his name was Eldrin. Now it was necessary to sign the contract. The protagonist thought that this dragon was a very tiresome creature. Perhaps it would be better to summon a wyvern or a slime. Gawolf asked the contractor why they couldn't fly back. Yu Sang-woon noted that in that case they might have a problem with air defense. Gawolf was surprised. Why did the contractor need a contract in that case? Yu Sang-woon explained that if he needed a dragon, he would summon it. Gawolf said that they also had servants. Yu Sang-woon was surprised that no one had told him about this before. Gawolf said that no one had asked them about it before. They don't need servants in battle, and they wouldn't be useful in the dungeons either. Yu Sang-woon said he really wanted to see them. Gawolf whistled loudly and a horse appeared. Gawolf said it was the Abyss of Nightmares. He highly recommended it. Samayal said that she had a heavenly holy bird. It was the wings of the holy sky knight and a companion of the heavens. Croakbane said that his servant was a basilisk. These guys are strong and use breath of numbness, but he is slow. Yu Sang-woon thought he had deceived himself by summoning a dragon. The goblin said that it was no match for a dragon, but it was his assistant device, Georges. It used a top-class engine. Yu Sang-woon was very upset. What should he do now? Would he really have to fly on a greedy dragon? Yu Sang-woon turned to the guild leader. Shin Somi asked if he really wanted to sell it. Where did he get all this stuff anyway? Yu Sang-woon poured out a mountain of precious stones. He said that all of it had been legally acquired through various exchanges. The guild leader asked how many magic stones there were. Yu Sang-woon gave the exact number. His interlocutor was surprised. Wouldn't that cause a lot of problems? Yu Sang-woon said there shouldn't be any problems. After all, Shin Somi had formed several large teams in the guild, hadn't she? Shin Somi suggested that the young man take a look at it. The screen showed the monthly expenses. Shin Somi said that the Midday Sun Guild collected an average of up to 300 stones for clearing dungeons. The protagonist assumed that the dungeon would bring in more. The guild leader said that D-rank hunters hunt in D-rank dungeons, and also how Yu Sang-woon fought an S-rank monster. Yu Sang-woon said that he only understood this now. Shin Somi explained that in order to stabilize the guild's finances, they exchanged stones under the pretext of selling supplies. Yu Sang-woon had to find another use for the remaining stones. Yu Sang-woon asked how much 300 D-rank stones and 500 E-rank stones would cost together. Shin Somi replied that if calculated at market value, it would be around 3 billion. This poses a significant tax issue. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would take 1 billion. If the guild leader sold the stones on behalf of the Midday Sun Guild, the overall prices would rise and they would receive more fees. Shin Somi thanked him for his understanding. The woman asked if Yu Sang-woon still did not want to register as a hunter. With an official rank, they would be able to pay the young man fairly. Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not like that idea. The guild leader replied that in that case, he would become a good villain. Yu Sang-woon thought he liked the expression good villain. Yu Sang-woon thought that he might need a group if he stopped sneaking into the dungeon secretly. The knight riding in the car thought that the north was blocked, so Gangnam would be the best option. It would be better to go with people he didn't know. The driver said they had strict rules. If they were unlucky, they would have to stay. The knight was surprised. What did that mean? The traffic inspector was interested in the taxi and decided to stop the car. The traffic inspector told the awakened man to present his documents. The young man handed the inspector his ID card. The inspector asked what the awakened E-rank was doing here. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wanted to clear out the dungeon and was on his way to the hunter's management office. The inspector said that if he let people like this knight pass every time, traffic jams would start. They should drive around the outskirts of the city. Yu Sang-woon thought that the rumors were true. The new Kana fortress is not only the base of the Soul Guild, It is listed among the top Korean investors, politicians, and aristocrats. When peace in the country was disrupted after the Grand Master incident, the country's upper classes, together with hunters from the Soul Guild, built this place. Others know it as the Soul Guild's base, but in reality, it is a fortress built for the safety of the privileged. The new hunter management office is called Shinganam. Yu Sang-woon was upset because he had to pay 13,000 just for the detour. Many did not make it to the North Dungeon, so they came here. The young man set out to find his teammates. As he thought, it was difficult for an E-rank hunter to squeeze into a D-rank dungeon. In that case, he decided to act differently. The hunter asked his colleague, the mage Doha, what to do with that guy. They hadn't seen him before. They were talking about our hero. Doha asked the young man if he had checked the guy out. The young man replied that he couldn't check. The knight was using an item or skill to hide his information. The young man said he had looked at his phone. It seemed he was trying to get into a D-rank dungeon. He looked worried. Apparently, he had a high E rank or a low D rank. Doha said that he was in good shape, but too old and might suspect something. At a time like this, it was necessary to be cautious. The young man agreed. For safety's sake, it was better if the team remained incomplete. Another girl approached and said that they needed to find someone else. She would deal with this knight herself. He was definitely not their equal because they were S rank after all. The girl approached our hero and greeted him. Yu Sang-woon asked how he could help. The girl asked what kind of team the knight was looking for. They wanted to form a group, but they didn't have enough people. Yu Sang-woon replied that he was looking for a team in a D-rank dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that he was a knight. The girl noticed that they were looking for someone in the vanguard. Would he like to join them? Yu Sang-woon approached the team and said hello. The team was also happy to meet him. Finally, they could go to the dungeon. The team leader introduced himself and said his name was Bang Yong-shin. He was a D-rank sniper of level 44. The leader said his weapon was the Rune Kaltiksa, a rare rifle. He used bullets made exclusively from magic stones. The knight with the axe said it was a cool rifle. Jianxing admitted that the rifle was powerful, but a little loud. With it, he could take down a medium-sized monster in a second. The girl said her name was Do-hee, and she was a priestess chosen by the constellation. Next to her was Choi Sop-gil, who had been working with them for some time. He was a tracker and was at her level. The hunter with the axe said his name was Pai Yun-hoon. He is a D-rank hunter of the 38th level, class, warrior. His weapon is a goblin axe and he is pleased to meet them. The protagonist also introduced himself and said that he is level 43, an E-rank hunter, class knight. He fights with a sword and shield. Choi Sop-gil said that if everyone had introduced themselves and no one had any questions, they could head to the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon thought that they should have done this earlier. He had wasted a lot of time for nothing. The group of hunters approached the forest cave, at the entrance to which was a portal to the dungeon. Do-hee said that it was difficult to find anyone in the vanguard right now. They leave as soon as they receive more lucrative offers. The leader of the squad agreed, but that's why hunters level up. Yu Sang-woon thought that these two were the leaders. Pai Yong-hoon and Choi Sop-gil seemed to be blocking the retreat. Do-hee asked Yu Sang-woon if something was wrong. The young man replied that everything was fine. He was just a little nervous. Bang Zhongshin said that he had a good skill level, so he wanted to join the Soul Guild. They had very good privileges. Yu Sang-woon thought that these hunters would soon get down to business, but unfortunately he couldn't wear the golden armor. Bang Yong-shin said that they had arrived at their destination, the D-rank monsters cave. Now they needed to warm up a little, so they got started. The leader ordered all the hunters to stand on the front line. The monsters would soon attack. The monsters did indeed line up on their front line and prepared to attack the hunters. Bang Jianshin told everyone to stay alert. It was only just beginning. Yu Sang-woon covered the left flank with his shield, while Yun-hoon worked on the right. Yu Sang-woon thought that these hunters were acting as usual. Very standard. The commander told Yu Sang-woon to hold out as long as possible. The monsters attacked the group of hunters, and the circle kept getting smaller. There was nowhere to retreat. Pai Yun-hoon was frightened and said that for some reason there were a lot of these monsters. How could they deal with them? Jianshin told Yun-hong not to leave his position under any circumstances. Yun-hoon held his axe forward and decided he would not take a step back. The monster continued to approach. Jianshin fired a shot and the monster fell. Yun-hong breathed a sigh of relief. Yun-hong said that in that case he was ready to trust the commander. Yu Sang-woon held his shield forward and held back the onslaught of the advancing monsters. The young man thought that he would have figured it out long ago. It was very difficult to pretend. Choi Sop-kil plunged his blade into another monster, and the monster's attack weakened. The protagonist noticed that arrows had stuck into the ground near him. Who could be shooting them? Humanoid monsters emerged from their hiding places and also attacked the brave hunters. Jongshin told Do-hee to leave the magic to them. She just had to defend the front line. It was important to trust each other. They had to put resistance on the monsters. Do-hee agreed and said she would put a buff on them. Yoon-hoon and Yoo Sang-woon were delighted with the priestess's magical abilities. The humanoids continued to shoot, forcing our hero to go on the defensive and put up a shield in front of him. Yoon-hoon and Yoo Sang-woon had to admit that fighting with a buff was much easier. Yoo Sang-woon thought that Yoon-hoon was performing much better in joint combat than previously expected. The hunters saw strange images in front of them. It seemed to be a sign. Yanshin shouted for everyone to be careful. These are signs of a trap. We'll have to retreat. Yoon-hoon and Yoo Sang-woon looked up and saw a huge axe above them. The hunters managed to jump aside and the trap did not work on them. The axe continued to hang above the ground. Do-hee said she would heal Yoo Sang-woon. Our hero replied that the potion was enough for him, and besides, his armor had protected him. He needed to conserve his magic. The hunters came to a huge gate. Could this be the boss's room? Do-hee said that they had done a good job. The order was given to rest a little, and the hunters decided to start eating. Jongshin asked Yoo Sang-woon, "Is this really the food they give out at the association? Is it really tasty?" Yoo Sang-woon replied that it was edible. The leader suggested that the protagonist try some other food. He had heard that the food from the association wasn't very tasty. Yoo Sang-woon thought that Jongshin had added something to the food. It was definitely suspicious. Do-hee also offered the young man some ginger tea. It goes well with food. Yoo Sang-woon flatly refused, adding that he was allergic to certain foods. He thought they wanted to get rid of him before he entered the boss's room. Choi Sop-kil said that he could offer a different selection of food if the young man didn't like it. Jongshin asked why Yoo Sang-woon wouldn't try the food offered to him. Yoo Sang-woon decided it was time to intervene. The group leader said that they were being kind to the young man and that he shouldn't behave like that. Yoo Sang-woon kept a dagger at the ready behind his back. The protagonist didn't want to violate the code of chivalry, but apparently he had no choice. Yoo Sang-woon drew his dagger and wounded Choi Sop-kil. The hunter fell. Jongshin was surprised by what was happening and asked Sop-kil how he was feeling. Do-hee was also wounded, and her leg began to bleed. Yoon-hoon held his axe forward and thanked his colleagues for distracting the hunter. This made his job easier. Yoo Sang-woon wondered if Yoon-hoon was really not a hunter. Was no one going to clear the dungeon properly today? Yoon-hoon struck the group leader, and he fell. Yoo Sang-woon told Yoon-hoon to stop doing stupid things. Yoon-hoon, with a noose in his hand, said that if the young man didn't resist, he would spare him. Yoon-hoon tied up the three hunters. Yoo Sang-woon asked Yoon-hoon who he really was. The young man with the axe replied that it was none of his business. Yoon-hoon told Yoo Sang-woon to watch the prisoners, or he would have to kill him. Jongshin shouted for Yoo Sang-woon to help them escape, but Yoon-hoon immediately struck the group leader with his axe. Yoo Sang-woon gagged the commander and asked Yoon-hoon if he was a garbage hunter. Yoon-hoon confirmed this and asked if Yoo Sang-woon knew that they were also garbage hunters. The protagonist replied that he suspected as much. Yoo Sang-woon said that the young men had keen eyes. This trio of scavengers had thousands of victims to their credit. The priestess was particularly distinguished. She pretends to be innocent, but she stabs people in the back. She alone has 10 million victims to her name. Yoon-hoon said he would deal with the monster boss and told Yoo Sang-woon to keep an eye on them and not to do anything stupid. Our hero wondered why this guy was talking down to him like that. On the television news, the announcer wondered why the Golden Knight had not appeared since defeating Leghorn. Yoo Sang-woon was surprised. How did they know that it was him who defeated him? Shin-young explained that with the introduction of combat operations, satellites began to be used for surveillance. One of them apparently spotted the Golden Knight. The expert reported that the government and the Hunters Association had admitted that it was the Golden Knight. But even after defeating the monster, he continues to hide and refuses to cooperate. In addition, many guilds hire Golden Knights and ask for their help. Yoo Sang-woon said that he had always wondered why people spoke so confidently about him. Ayan asked, "Isn't it unnatural to fear enormous power?" Yoo Sang-woon thought that the association was probably afraid of his S rank. Besides, he doesn't even belong to any guild. Yoo Sang-woon asked what Shin-yeon planned to do. Ayan said that they would let her go if she wrote a report about what had happened. But the problem was that all her colleagues had disappeared. Yoo Sang-woon suggested that they might have fallen into Pastor Lee's hands. How many people were in the advance team? Shin-yeon replied that it was just her. She wanted to quickly go to a low-level dungeon. All the talented ones had already left for another team. All that was left were the assistants. Yu Sung-woon suggested that the suspicious guy was kidnapping people to experiment on them. Yu Sung-woon thought that after Jin Min-soo was destroyed, Pastor Lee expanded his influence over the country. If this continued, it would be difficult to organize a rescue team. Ayun was surprised. Why did Yu Sang-woon say that? They had an S-rank hunter. Yu Sang-woon said that the guilds didn't want to lose their S-rank hunters. There were only 2 in the Soul Guild and 3 in the Blue Dragon Guild. If the Blue Dragon lost one, it would immediately lose its place among the top guilds. Ayun understood why they were sending so many hunters to catch one S-rank hunter. The young man said that, in light of this, there was little to expect from the rescue team. Most likely because of their SS rank, they would abandon the idea. Or Young asked if it was impossible to save the others. Yu Sung-woon replied that unless all the A-rank and S-rank hunters in the country were mobilized, but that was too risky, so it wouldn't happen. Yu Sung-woon thought that A-young shouldn't count on him. He had no plans to reveal his identity. The girl burst into tears. The young man was surprised. What was going on? He didn't know how to calm her down. There was nothing he could do. In the academy archives, the young man decided to look at his awards. There were quite a few awards. He couldn't get rid of them right away. Yu Sung-woon thought that these gloves would be perfect for Aeon, but he had sacrificed his life to get them, so he should save them for later. The sword looked very useful. It was the legendary sword of Boini. It could easily cut through thin skin and hard bones. It could handle all monsters that did not wear armor. Next was a ring blessed by King Boini. The ring could also come in handy, so he had to keep it for himself. Our hero was worried about summoning. Since he was in the archive, it made sense to look at the data on summoned creatures. The guy found the relevant literature and familiarized himself with the available information on proper summoning methods. Now he knew a lot about mediums. The only phoenix material for summoning appeared after Leghorn's death. Wouldn't it attract evil creatures? Yu Sang-woon chose a ring that should suit the medium. The description mentioned the privileges of King Boini. Maybe he could buy another medium if he used this ring. The young man thought, if he sold Phoenix-type materials or other S-rank stones, he would surely be exposed quickly. But what if he sold things using King Boini's privileges? Mafo's Hunter Management Office. Yu Sang-woon thought that reconstruction was in full swing in the northern part of the city. It was still quiet here. Our hero put on the legendary ring blessed by King Boini. Now he can use his privileges and summon the apostle in charge of trade. A magic circle appeared under our hero's feet. Lightning bolts danced across its surface. At that moment, our hero found himself in another location, in front of some building. Yu Sung-woon entered the building. A girl greeted the customer. She said her name was Foxy and that she held auctions on behalf of King Boini. Our hero assumed that a demon might appear, but this was a completely different matter. The girl was surprised. She had a legendary buyer in front of her. She was ready to help. Yu Sang-woon said he wanted to sell and exchange items. Foxy said she understood that right away, but asked what the young man wanted to sell. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wanted to sell magic stones and other materials first. The girl asked what type of materials they were: meat, bones, or blood. Their constellation did not value magic stones, so they bought them at a low price. Yu Sang-woon showed the girl the items he wanted to sell. Foxy said that these things smelled like Leghorn, the king of Boini. So did this young man defeat the Orchid Man? Yu Sang-woon asked if that meant he wouldn't be able to make the exchange. Foxy replied that it didn't matter. She was willing to exchange the phoenix feather for 1,000 points and the phoenix bones for 2,000 points. The young man asked if Foxy would not purchase the burning sunstone. The girl replied that they did not trade in such items. It would be better to sell it to other constellations. Yu Sung-woon was surprised. As a merchant, shouldn't she buy something expensive at a low price and resell it at a higher price? Foxy said that their constellation was not looking for profit. Phoenix feathers and bones could not be sold anywhere else at a higher price. Yu Sung-woon said that in that case, he was ready to make a deal. Foxy said she would buy it right away. After the money was transferred to the young man's account, the girl asked if he would open the exchange window. Yu Sung-woon checked the information in the exchange window and said that all the items offered were stolen. Foxy confirmed this. They get meat, bones, blood, and sell the leftovers. How could it be otherwise? They have craftsmen, just like other constellations. The protagonist understood why their prices were so high. They only value destruction, while demon worshippers hope to buy armor at wholesale prices. Yu Sang-woon asked if there was anything dragon-like. Foxy asked if the young man wanted to hunt dragons. Then he definitely needed treasure. shiny gold coins and jewels piled high. There was nothing better. Yu Sang-woon wasn't sure if he had enough points. He couldn't remain indebted to this auction house. Foxy said there was a set of jewels for dragon bait. There were many good things in it, and it only cost 10,000 points. Our hero was presented with a set of jewelry for dragon bait. It was all in a chest. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Wasn't it worth at least 1 billion? The young man thought that the economy here was completely different. It was good that he could buy it cheaply. Foxy asked if the young man didn't like it. Yu Sang-woon asked for 2 such items. Foxy noted that it would cost 20,000 points. Ga-wolf asked if the contractor had finally decided to summon a dragon. Samael noted that if it was a contract summoning, there should be no problems. Golem said that they were unfulfilled dreams, and that was also a virtue of knights. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Maybe it was time to stop trying to dissuade him. Yu Sang-woon asked for some time to be quiet, as he needed to concentrate and focus. After a while, Ga-wolf said that the contractor had succeeded. Samael admitted that this creature was quite enormous. The dragon had been summoned. Ga-wolf stated that judging by its shape, it was definitely a Western dragon. The goblin informed his master that this dragon was golden. The dragon asked the protagonist if he had summoned it. Yu Sang-woon admitted this candidly. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why was the dragon approaching him so closely? Should he be afraid of it? The dragon asked the young man how much he had prepared. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What was he talking about? The dragon clarified how much money he had prepared to pay for the contract before his call. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. If it was about the cost of the contract, was there such a thing? He needed an explanation. The dragon saw a chest with jewels purchased at an auction house. The dragon declared that this was what he wanted. Yu Sang-woon thought that no one was listening to him here. The dragon admitted that he liked it, especially the Renaissance painting. The colors were very beautiful and rich. Yu Sang-woon asked his knights, "Are all dragons like this?" The dragon asked our hero how long he had been thinking about the contract. Did the young man want to be a partner or a dragon knight? Did he want to fly through the sky on his back? Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was this an interrogation? The dragon said that he needed to leave the option of writing open for each summon. Or was the young man ready to take the ally package? How long would the contract last? The magic was already included, but the breath had to be purchased separately. The discount applied depending on the level. Yu Sang-woon wondered why Mr. Dragon was using this method. What was this separate dragon breath function? This summoning was more like a business run by a dragon. The dragon asked why the young man thought so. It's all for the treasure. It's problematic to just sign a contract. The dragon admitted that it's not bad to follow heroes, but such people are often very modest. On the other hand, when heroes become rich, they become lazy and don't even think about going on missions. The dragon acknowledged that he would stay until the contract came to an end. The dragon said he had tested the young man's skills. He had the skill of a writer. Did he take an oath? Did the young man serve other knights? Yu Sang-woon replied that he had not taken an oath and had not served. The dragon said that was fine. He needed other contracts for the oath. For how long was the young man willing to sign a contract? He recommended 10 years. It would be paid annually and include additional services. There was also a bonus for renewal. Yu Sang-woon said that he would like to calculate the exact payment first. He also wants the dragon's breath. The protagonist thought that no matter what anyone said, a dragon without breath was not a dragon. The dragon confirmed a 10-year contract with annual payment. Services include riding, magic, and dragon breath. He will follow orders in battle, giving advice along the way. There is a penalty for terminating the contract for reasons other than death. Yu Sang-woon asked again how much it would cost. The dragon replied that since the young man had summoned him with sufficient payment, another chest like this would pay for 1 year. It turned out to be cheaper than our hero had thought. Even including the rewards from the S-rank monster, it was still too cheap. The dragon warned that he could already make a partial prepayment. Yu Sang-woon said he was ready to pay for the whole year at once. The dragon was pleased that the knight paid everything today. However, the knights around him were also amazing. Would the young man purchase any additional services? Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not intend to do so. The dragon suggested that he think about it. He also needed to put his fingerprint at the bottom of the contract. To summon him, he needed to fill the bracelet with mana and call his name. Yu Sang-woon said he understood everything and asked what the dragon's name was. The dragon replied that his name was Eldrin. Now it was necessary to sign the contract. The protagonist thought that this dragon was a very tiresome creature. Perhaps it would be better to summon a wyvern or a slime. Gwolf asked the contractor why they couldn't fly back. Yu Sung-woon noted that in that case, they might have a problem with air defense. Ga-wolf was surprised. Why did the contractor need a contract in that case? Yu Sung-woon explained that if he needed a dragon, he would summon it. Ga-wolf said that they also had servants. Yu Sung-woon was surprised that no one had told him about this before. Ga-wolf said that no one had asked them about it before. They didn't need servants in battle, and they wouldn't be useful in the dungeons either. Yu Sung-woon said he really wanted to see them. Ga-wolf whistled loudly and a horse appeared. Ga-wolf said it was the Abyss of Nightmares. He highly recommended it. Samyol said that she had a heavenly holy bird. It was the winged knight of the holy sky and a companion of the heavens. Crocbane said that his servant was a basilisk. These guys are strong and use breath of paralysis, but he is slow. Yu Sung-woon thought he had deceived himself by summoning a dragon. The goblin said that it was no match for a dragon, but it was his assistant device, Georges. It used a top-class engine. Yu Sung-woon was very upset. What should he do now? Would he really have to fly on a greedy dragon? Yu Sung-woon turned to the guild leader. Shin So-mi asked if he really wanted to sell it. Where did he get all this stuff anyway? Yu Sung-woon poured out a mountain of precious stones. He said that all of it had been legally acquired through various exchanges. The guild leader asked how many magic stones there were. Yu Sung-woon gave the exact number. His interlocutor was surprised. Wouldn't this cause a lot of problems? Yu Sung-woon said that there shouldn't be any problems. After all, Shin So-mi had formed several large teams in the guild, hadn't she? Shin So-mi suggested that the young man take a look at it. The screen showed the monthly expenses. Shin So-mi said that the Midday Sun Guild collected an average of up to 300 stones for clearing dungeons. The protagonist assumed that the dungeon would bring in more. The guild leader said that D-rank hunters hunt in D-rank dungeons, and also how Yu Sang-woon fought an S-rank monster. Yu Sang-woon said that he only understood this now. Shin So-mi explained that in order to stabilize the guild's finances, they exchanged stones under the pretext of selling supplies. Yu Sang-woon had to find another use for the remaining stones. Yu Sang-woon asked how much 300 D-rank stones and 500 E-rank stones would cost together. Shin So-mi replied that if calculated at market value, it would be around 3 billion. This poses a significant tax issue. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would take 1 billion. If the guild leader sold the stones on behalf of the Midday Sun Guild, the overall prices would rise and they would receive more fees. Shin So-mi thanked him for his understanding. The woman asked if Yu Sang-woon still did not want to register as a hunter. With an official rank, they would be able to pay the young man fairly. Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not like that. The guild leader replied that in that case, he would become a good villain. Yu Sang-woon thought he liked the expression, good villain. Yu Sang-woon thought that he might need a group if he stopped sneaking into the dungeon secretly. The knight riding in the car thought that the north was blocked, so Gangnam would be the best option. It would be better to go with people he didn't know. The driver said they had strict rules. If they were unlucky, they would have to stay. The knight was surprised. What did that mean? The traffic inspector was interested in the taxi and decided to stop the car. The traffic inspector told the awakened man to present his documents. The young man handed the inspector his ID. The inspector asked what the awakened E-rank was doing here. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wanted to clear out the dungeon and was on his way to the hunter's management office. The inspector said that if he let people like this knight pass every time, traffic jams would start. They should drive around the outskirts of the city. Yu Sang-woon thought that the rumors were true. The new Kana Fortress is not only the base of the Soul Guild, it is listed among the top Korean investors, politicians, and aristocrats. When peace in the country was disrupted after the Grand Master incident, the country's upper classes, together with hunters from the Soul Guild, built this place. Others know it as the Soul Guild's base, but in reality, it is a fortress built for the safety of the privileged. The new hunter management office is called Kanam. Yu Sang-woon was upset because he had to pay 13,000 just for the detour. Many did not make it to the North Dungeon, so they came here. The young man set out to find his teammates. As he thought, it was difficult for an E-rank hunter to squeeze into a D-rank dungeon. In that case, he decided to act differently. The hunter asked his colleague, the mage Doha, what to do with that guy. They hadn't seen him before. They were talking about our hero. Doha asked the young man if he had checked the guy. The interlocutor replied that he couldn't check. That knight uses an item or skill to hide his information. The young man said he had looked at his phone. It seems he is trying to get into the D-rank dungeon. He looks worried. Apparently, he has a high E rank or a low D rank. Doha said that he was in good shape, but too old and might suspect something. At a time like this, it was necessary to be cautious. The young man agreed. For safety's sake, it was better if the team remained incomplete. Another girl approached and said that they needed to find someone else. She would deal with this knight herself. He was definitely not their equal, because they were S rank after all. The girl approached our hero and greeted him. Yu Sang-woon asked how he could help. The girl asked what kind of team the knight was looking for. They wanted to form a group, but they didn't have enough people. Yu Sang-woon replied that he was looking for a team in a D-rank dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that he was a knight. The girl noticed that they were looking for someone in the vanguard. Would he like to join them? Yu Sang-woon approached the team and said hello. The team was also happy to meet him. Finally, they could go to the dungeon. The team leader introduced himself and said his name was Bang Yong-shin. He was a D-rank sniper of level 44. The leader said his weapon was the Rune Kaltiksa, a rare rifle. He used bullets made exclusively from magic stones. The knight with the axe said it was a cool rifle. Jianxing admitted that the rifle was powerful but a little loud. With it, he could take down a medium-sized monster in a second. The girl said her name was Do-hee, and she was a priestess chosen by the constellation. Next to her was Choi-sop-gil, who had been working with them for some time. He was a tracker and was at her level. The hunter with the axe said his name was Pei Yun-hoon. He is a D-rank hunter of the 38th level. Class: Warrior. His weapon is a goblin axe, and he is pleased to meet them. The protagonist also introduced himself and said that he is level 43, an E-rank hunter, class knight. He fights with a sword and shield. Choi Sopgil said that if everyone had introduced themselves and no one had any questions, they could head to the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon thought that they should have done this earlier. He had wasted a lot of time for nothing. The group of hunters approached the forest cave, at the entrance to which was a portal to the dungeon. Doi said that it was difficult to find anyone in the vanguard right now. They leave as soon as they receive more lucrative offers. The leader of the squad agreed, but that's why hunters level up. Yu Sang-woon thought that these two were the leaders. Pei Yong-hoon and Choi Sopgil seemed to be blocking the retreat. Do-hee asked Yu Sang-woon if something was wrong. The young man replied that everything was fine, he was just a little nervous. Bang Jongshin said that he had a good skill level, so he wanted to join the Soul Guild. They had very good privileges. Yu Sang-woon thought that these hunters would soon get down to business, but unfortunately, he couldn't wear the golden armor. Bang Yongshin said that they had arrived at their destination, the D-rank monster cave. Now they needed to warm up a little, so they were getting started. The leader ordered all the hunters to stand on the front line. The monsters would soon attack. The monsters did indeed line up on their front line and prepared to attack the hunters. Bang Yongshin told everyone to stay alert. It was only just beginning. Yu Sang-woon covered the left flank with his shield, while Yun-hoon worked on the right. Yu Sang-woon thought that these hunters were acting as usual. Very standard. The commander told Yu Sang-woon to hold out as long as possible. The monsters attacked the group of hunters and the circle kept getting smaller. There was nowhere to retreat. Pai Yun-hoon was frightened and said that for some reason there were a lot of these monsters. How could they deal with them? Jianxin told Yun-hong not to leave his position under any circumstances. Yun-hoon held his axe forward and decided he would not take a step back. The monster continued to approach. Jianxin fired a shot and the monster fell. Yun-hong breathed a sigh of relief. Yun-hong said that in that case he was ready to trust the commander. Yu Sang-woon held his shield forward and held back the onslaught of the advancing monsters. The young man thought that he would have figured it out long ago. It was very difficult to pretend. Choi Sopgil plunged his blade into another monster, and the monster's attack weakened. The protagonist noticed that arrows had stuck into the ground near him. Who could be shooting them? Humanoid monsters emerged from their hiding place and also attacked the brave hunters. Jianxin told Do-hee to leave the magic to them. She just had to defend the front line. It was important to trust each other. They had to put resistance on the monsters. Do-hee agreed and said she would put on a buff. Yun-hoon and Yu Sang-woon were delighted with the priestess's magical abilities. The humanoids continued to shoot, forcing our hero to go on the defensive and put up a shield in front of him. Yun-hoon and Yu Sang-woon had to admit that fighting with a buff was much easier. Yu Sang-woon thought that Yun-hoon was performing much better in joint combat than previously expected. The hunters saw strange images in front of them. It seemed to be a sign. Jianxin shouted for everyone to be careful. These were signs of a trap. They would have to retreat. Yun-hoon and Yu Sang-woon looked up and saw a huge axe above them. The hunters managed to jump aside and the trap did not work on them. The axe continued to hang above the ground. Do-hee said she would heal Yu Sang-woon. Our hero replied that the potion was enough for him, and besides, his armor had protected him. He needed to conserve his magic. The hunters came to a huge gate. Could this be the boss's room? Do-hee said that they had done a good job. The order was given to rest a little, and the hunters decided to start eating. Zhong Xin asked Yu Sung-woon, "Is this really the food they give out at the association? Is it really tasty?" Yu Sung-woon replied that it was edible. The leader suggested that the protagonist try some other food. He had heard that the food from the association wasn't very tasty. Yu Sung-woon thought that Zhong Xin had added something to the food. It was definitely suspicious. Doi also offered the young man some ginger tea. It goes well with food. Yu Sung-woon flatly refused, adding that he was allergic to certain foods. He thought they wanted to get rid of him before he entered the boss's room. Choi Sop-kil said that he could offer a different selection of food if the young man didn't like it. Zhong Xin asked why Yu Sung-woon wouldn't try the food offered to him. Yu Sung-woon decided it was time to intervene. The group leader said that they were being kind to the young man and that he shouldn't behave like that. Yu Sung-woon kept a dagger at the ready behind his back. The protagonist didn't want to violate the code of chivalry, but apparently he had no choice. Yu Sung-woon drew his dagger and wounded Choi Sop-kil. The hunter fell. Zhong Xin was surprised by what was happening and asked Sop-kil how he was feeling. Doi was also wounded, and her leg began to bleed. Yun-hoon held his axe forward and thanked his colleagues for distracting the hunter. This made his job easier. Yu Sung-woon wondered if Yun-hoon was really not a hunter. Was no one going to clear the dungeon properly today? Yun-hoon struck the group leader, and he fell. Yu Sang-woon told Yun-hoon to stop doing stupid things. Yun-hoon, with a noose in his hand, said that if the young man didn't resist, he would spare him. Yun-hoon tied up the three hunters. Yu Sung-woon asked Yun-hoon who he really was. The young man with the axe replied that it was none of his business. Yun-hoon told Yu Sang-woon to keep an eye on the prisoners, or he would have to be eliminated. Zhong Xin yelled at Yu Sung-woon to help them escape, but Yun-hoon immediately struck the group leader with an axe. Yu Sang-woon gagged the commander and asked Yun-hoon if he was a garbage hunter. Yun-hoon confirmed this and asked if Yu Sang-woon knew that they were also garbage hunters. The protagonist replied that he suspected as much. Yu Sang-woon said that the young men had keen eyes. This trio of scavengers had thousands of victims to their credit. The priestess was particularly distinguished. She pretends to be innocent, but she stabs people in the back. She alone has 10 million victims to her name. Yun-hoon said he would deal with the monster boss and told Yu Sang-woon to keep an eye on them and not to do anything stupid. Our hero wondered why this guy was talking down to him like that. Ko Jung-yeon said even if they knew who he was, what could they do? He was able to destroy even the expensive barrier. A TV reporter showed that part of the barrier collapsed because the golden dragon was attacking the wall from the inside. The Ministry of Defense considers the use of helicopters or fighter jets too dangerous, so they plan to deploy hunters. If the wall is destroyed, the place will become vulnerable to attack by vultures. In this regard, the shares of companies associated with the Seoul Guild and Shinganam are falling rapidly. The guild leader turned off the TV. The guild leader said that they couldn't just sit and watch this happen. They needed to send several units out on reconnaissance and gather information. They had to find out the identity of the Golden Knight by any means necessary. Ko Cheon-yong said he understood. The assistant told the guild leader that the battle was not yet lost. She had additional information in her hands. A TV reporter at the scene said that he had finally appeared. The second S-rank hunter, Shim Kang-hoon. The head of the Soul Guild went to the front line. Now the Golden Knight, the devil worshipper, would face the guild leader. The reporter said that the head of the Soul Guild had just drawn his sword to restore his damaged honor. Ko Cheon-yong noted that the news was reporting on the deaths of people, but it looked like a sports broadcast. His assistant said that reporters always did that. The guild leader said that it was necessary to record the fight between the two. Some of the guys from the reconnaissance unit should be sent to record everything. High-quality video was needed. The assistant said they would do as the guild leader ordered. The master thought that S-rank hunters rarely encounter each other. This fight would be excellent material. The knight addressed the Golden Dragon, saying that he was the head of the Soul Guild, and challenged him to a fight. Judging by his attire and reaction to his skill, the Golden Knight also belonged to the Knight class. He had to respond. The protagonist said that he had no reason to respond. The Steel Goblin noted that his master was the strongest and would certainly accept the challenge. Ga-Wolf added that they couldn't miss a duel between knights. Yu Sung-woon thought that most of his assistants did not support him. The Golden Knight said that in that case, he would fight this knight from the trash heap. After all, only a knight from the trash would defend rats like Chairman Bay. Besides, even though his opponent is called the Knight Defender of Seoul, he himself only cares about the sponsors of Shinganam. The guild leader said that the Golden Knight had no right to treat him, the Pillar of Seoul, in such an inappropriate manner. Yu Seung-woon said that if his opponent didn't like the word trash, he could say manure knight or sewer defender. The guild leader declared that he would not tolerate such insults and rushed into attack. The Golden Knight blocked his opponent's attack. The guild leader thought that his opponent was different from a typical S-rank hunter. The guild leader said that he had a buff from Shim Kang-hoon, and they were fighting on equal terms. Who was this guy anyway? The battle continued evenly for some time, with neither opponent showing a clear advantage. The Golden Knight thought that even if they were on the same level, the guild leader would not defeat him with a single blow. The guild leader noted that he had an advantage in terms of experience and martial arts skills. He was not injured even when his sword hit the Titan's stake. Could it be that he was created by Hephaestus? The guild leader decided to prepare for the next attack. The 9 superior strikes skill was activated. The shock wave spread in all directions. When the smoke cleared, the guild leader was surprised. Had his opponent blocked such a powerful blow? The Golden Dragon said that he was facing a typical S-rank hunter. His stats were good, but he clearly lacked strength. Yu Sang-woon asked the guild leader, who was kneeling on the ground, if he was tired. Where had that cocky guy gone? The guild leader told the Golden Knight not to press the attack and give him a chance to catch his breath. Yu Sang-woon said he had no intention of doing so and delivered a devastating blow. At the same time, the protagonist noted that he would take the life of the servant of evil. However, the head of the Soul Guild was able to jump up and leave the battlefield. The Golden Knight was surprised. Could such a person really call himself the head of the guild? The protagonist thought that in any case, it would be a pity to leave without leaving a few pleasant memories of himself. Our hero said, "The horizon, which is the boundary between heaven and earth, must see his sword, which cuts through the sun and the moon." The skill's second type, Heavenly Lord's Sword Flow, Horizon Slash, was activated. Everything around was illuminated by a bright flame. Shinna Young heard conversations around her. Everyone was discussing the battle between the Golden Knight and the head of the Soul Guild, who had fled in disgrace. The girl sent a message to our hero, saying that she would come to his aid soon. The head of the Soul Guild found himself near a trash can somewhere in a doorway. He was surprised. How did he end up here? The guild leader realized that fortunately he was not in Shinganam. He must have been thrown here by teleportation magic. The head decided that he should return to his guild first. The knight saw the destroyed Soul Guild building from afar and was outraged. Who dared to do this? The head had 2 unread messages on his smartphone. Could someone be looking for him? They were system messages saying that the knight had fled the battlefield, desecrating the path of a knight. Now it was impossible to communicate with him as a knight until he apologized to the Golden Knight, who had honorably responded to the duel. Now this player was temporarily classified as a soul fugitive. The guild leader thought that the Golden Knight was responsible for all this. How could he fix it? The guild leader did not understand where he would look for the Golden Knight to apologize to him. Kim Kang-hoon appeared behind him. The leader was surprised. How did he manage to sneak up on him? The knight replied that he had been there from the beginning and called his opponent a soul fugitive. The soul runaway understood that it was all because he had been defeated by that scoundrel, the Golden Knight. Due to the penalty associated with knighthood, most of his skills were now blocked. Shim Kang-hoon asked how the soul runaway planned to solve this problem. The guild leader said he had a solution, but he couldn't talk about it. In any case, he didn't know what to do now. Shim Kang-hoon said that one issue needed to be dealt with first and handed over a document resigning from his position as guild leader. The soul runaway asked who would take on this responsibility. After receiving the autograph, Shim Kang-hoon declared that it was all over. This meant that the soul fugitive could rest. Through the guild leader's status window, he could check the buffs he and others had received. The countryside fugitive wondered what to do next. Shim Kang-hoon said that it was not worth announcing that one S-rank member of their guild was missing. They had plans for closed training. Shim Kang-hoon said that the soul fugitive would be well hidden so that no one would see him wandering around. Shim Kang-hoon deactivated the soul fugitive and ordered him to be frozen immediately. Security personnel began to carry out the order and place the soul fugitive in the appropriate sarcophagus. An employee took out a remote control and carried out the order. The sarcophagus lid closed, and the soul fugitive was isolated. He must remain alive and await his fate in this state. In the future, if his skills are unlocked, he may be put to use. The sarcophagus was placed in a truck for further transportation to the storage facility. Yu Sang-woon, as always, woke up to the sound of an incoming message. The young man looked at his smartphone screen and saw many messages from Ayeon and her mother. The guy decided that he needed to calm them down first by explaining that he was alive, well, and safe. Yu Sang-woon put his smartphone on the nightstand and decided to sleep a little longer. The young man thought that Ayan was planning to rescue him. But why? The phone rang from the country's Hunters Association. It was a member of the group investigating the incident in Shinganam. Yu Sang-woon said he had nothing to say about it. Yu Sang-woon added that he had almost been killed by Chairman Bei and had been saved by the Golden Knight. Was that really what the caller wanted to hear? Hadn't they already talked to the guards? Yu Sang-woon said that the sponsors in the Soul Guild would surely want to take revenge on him. He was scared, so he was going to hide somewhere in the wilderness. Our hero interrupted the conversation. The young man thought that the calls were very annoying and unsettling. The protagonist thought that he was the only witness to Chairman Bei's death and couldn't just give up. Someday they would come here too, so he would have to leave. The young man walked over to the window. The protagonist looked out the window and saw Shin A-young and Shin So-mi below. The girl waved at him. Yu Sang-woon asked A-yeon how they found him. A-yeon replied that when she came to his house, she installed an app for couples on her smartphone to help if necessary. A-yeon said that this time, Yu Sang-woon was definitely in serious trouble. The girl noted that in any case, it was very cool. An incredible force that swept away everything in its path. Shin A-yeon noted that when she became awakened, she wanted to be the same. How did Yu Sang-woon feel when he was invincible? It was a pity that the young man did not see the faces of the people associated with the Soul Guild. It was incomparable. Yu Sang-woon noted that he was not invincible, he just won the fight. Yu Sang-woon wondered if the story would have been different if the Soul Guild had used guerrilla tactics, or if they had surrounded him and started shooting indiscriminately. Shin So-mi said that unlike the Golden Knight, victory alone was not important to the Soul Guild. They had fought in front of everyone in their sponsor's house, so they had a duty to find and defeat their enemy. In any case, what was Yu Sang-woon going to do now? The young man replied that he had to remain inconspicuous for a while. He was going to go to the S-rank dungeon to level up, but apparently that was no longer possible. Shin So-mi said she would try to explain the situation to the young man. Currently, the members of the Soul Guild are divided into two groups. One is combat-oriented and the other is peaceful. The current situation arose solely because of Chairman Yue's personal interests. Even if everything is shaking, the losses already incurred must be taken into account. The combat group is going to simply leave Shinganam and support the other guild. Yu Sang-woon thought that it would not be so easy to destroy them. Shin So-mi suggested that the peaceful faction would win. Disbanding the rural guild would not do any good. This means that the wall will be rebuilt. The woman added that Shinganam would be re-equipped in this way. The problem was with the association. Yu Sang-woon said that they had already called in the morning and were trying to reach him. Shin So-mi noted that her guild had also been contacted. They were told to report to the association if he got in touch. Yu Sang-woon asked if anyone had seen them. Shin So-mi admitted that someone could have followed their trailer. The guild leader added that the young man should not worry, she had already prepared everything. First, they would record a request for help, and then sell the eyewitness information to the association. They would record his testimony on video, and then pass the recording on to the association. The protagonist thought that they were now going to manipulate the situation. The woman continued, this way, they would show that they did not have a very good relationship. They could say that they had locked the young man up to extract information. Yu Sang-woon noted that he wouldn't be able to go to the dungeon for a while anyway. It was probably a good idea. Shin So-mi added that it would be best to say that they had locked him up in the mountains. The woman asked her daughter if she could skip classes for a few days. Was she ready to become a B-rank supervisor? The girl agreed. Yu Sang-woon thought that these women were ready to do anything. He asked what the plan would be. Shin So-mi said that first they needed to reveal some significant information so that everything wouldn't look too suspicious. Yu Sang-woon reminded her that they had met the Knight of the Abyss, Ga-wolf. The guild leader set up video cameras and said they didn't have time. They needed to decide quickly and start filming. The young man said on camera that it was terribly annoying, but he couldn't hide for the rest of his life, so he decided to tell everything. He was very angry. As long as only some people were being captured and destroyed, no one cared. But when Chairman Bei died, it caused a big stir. If he notices anything suspicious, he should immediately contact the vultures. Everyone should know this. At that moment, Shin A-yeon appeared in the cell and immediately subdued the young man in order to capture him and subsequently bring him to justice. The young man shouted that they had set him up. A-yeon ordered him to shut up if he wanted to live. Shin So-mi said that it was well shot, especially the last scene. Yu Sang-woon said that now was the time to lie low. Did he need to go somewhere with Shin A-yeon? Shinsomi assured him that she would take care of all the negotiations. The young people got out of the trailer in the middle of the road and decided to walk part of the way to cover their tracks. Yu Sang-woon hoped that nothing bad would happen. He said that in the future, he would have to repay her somehow for all this. Yu Sang-woon asked if the girl would laugh at him for hanging on her. A young pointed out that in any case, an E-rank hunter cannot challenge a B-rank. Yu Sang-woon said that they were going to the mountains to train, because if they lived near people, they could get into trouble again. A young pointed out that there must be many wild monsters in the mountains, and there was no owner. But what kind of place was this? Shin Aeon wondered, what if this place was a conflict zone, the former territory of the northern part of a once united country? Yu Sang-woon was curious. Is his companion really a genius? The girl replied that she was an honor student at the academy from the Heaven class. Aeon told Yu Sang-woon to stay nearby. She would go and buy something to eat. Left alone, Yu Sang-woon wondered, what was going on with Chairman Bae? There were no articles related to this incident on the internet. The young man thought that this world was not changing. The man lying in a hospital bed loudly asked for water. He was in pain, but there was no one around. The man continued to call for help, saying that his arms and legs hurt. A child appeared in the hallway with medicine on a tray. The woman told Sun Won not to worry about him and just do his job. Sun Won silently and emotionlessly walked down the hallway with the medicine on the tray. The child walked past the reception desk. The nurses, talking to each other, said that the patient in room 302 was strong. He had not been given any food or water for 2 days. It must be hard. His wife and children had abandoned him, and he didn't even know it. He cried and said he wanted to go home. It was just awful. 4 more people will arrive tomorrow. How can we make room? What should we do? The nurse told Yu Sang-woon to take it and put it in storage. Yu Sang-woon remembered the prisoner behind the glass partition who was eating rice greedily. The protagonist thought that he couldn't leave things as they were. There was nothing to think about. The Golden Knight had to appear again. After a while, Shin Young appeared on the forest road with a large shopping bag. The girl announced that she had returned. Yu Sang-woon asked, does Aeon happen to know who will be the successor after Chairman Bae's death? Aeon replied that the acting chairman was now his younger brother, Bae Jun-soo. He was probably in the funeral hall. Yu Sang-woon said he was going to intervene a little. Baek Jun-soo was indeed in the funeral hall in front of his late brother's portrait. Baek Jun-soo said that he did not know what had gone wrong, but Yoon-hoon had died. So if the funeral went smoothly, he would become the next chairman without any problems. At that moment, the doors flew open and someone burst in, knocking over the security guards. The Golden Knight appeared in the funeral hall. At that moment, he was holding one of the security guards by the throat. The man screamed for mercy and to be set free, saying he was just doing his job. Baek Jun-soo thought anxiously, where did the Golden Knight, the devil worshipper, come from? The Golden Knight was furious. He approached the successor and asked, is this man the younger brother of Chairman Bae? The Golden Knight asked when Bae Jun-soo would take his older brother's place, saying he would pay for his brother's disgusting hobby. Baek Jun-soo was frightened, knelt down and said he was wrong. He would take responsibility, take care of the victims' families, and pay them substantial compensation. The Golden Knight agreed and expressed hope that the successor did not have the same disgusting hobby as his older brother. Bae Jun-soo stated that he was definitely a different person. The association's interrogation room. Shinsomi, head of the Midday Sun Guild, asked the questions. The men were outraged. Did Shinsomi really say 1 billion? Is she out of her mind? Even though the Golden Knight is an SS-rank devil worshipper, this is too much. Shinsomi said that if they didn't like it, they could refuse. Then she would sell the information to the 3 largest guilds. The guild leader thought that if she continued to negotiate like this, she would no longer have to bother Yu Sang-woon, because the association would definitely buy everything. The woman decided to provoke a little more hatred in them. She said, are the people who couldn't object to Chairman Bae's words now objecting to the hunter? She is also the guild leader and an apostle of the constellation. Shin Somi rose from the table and said that this deal would not suit them. They are civil servants after all, and all they think about is how to keep everything quiet, then retire and receive their pensions. The opponents objected. That's not true, it's just that the amount is very large. After all, they also have a certain budget. Shin Somi suggested putting more effort into the negotiations. Or did they not want to know about the Golden Knight's goals? Shin Somi pointed out that the 3 of them were negotiating right in front of her. A counter-offer was made to halve the amount. Shin Somi stated that bargaining was inappropriate here and added that she agreed to 800 million. The deal was agreed upon, and the civil servants showed the guild leader a suitcase filled with money. Shin So-mi warned that Mr. Yu Sang-woon had a strong dislike for the association. He was also emotionally unstable because Chairman Bae had nearly destroyed him. The woman noted that many unflattering words would be said about the association, but she hoped that they would be able to watch the video to the end. In the video, the young man said that when they appeared in the secret room, they saved him and killed everyone else. A knight named Ga-Wolf said that he and the Golden Knight fought together against evil and sought glory. Yu Sang-woon added that, in any case, for people like him, at the bottom of society, the Golden Knight is a good person. The man was surprised. Was the Golden Knight really Don Quixote? It turns out that he fights evil and seeks glory. At that moment, the video showed a scene where Shin A-young captures Yu Sang-woon and threatens to hurt him. Shin So-mi said that for safety reasons, her daughter, a B-rank holder, was watching over this guy. The woman said that in any case, she would not reveal this information to anyone else and swore by the constellation. Shin So-mi thanked everyone for their attention and added that that was all. An assistant entered the office and said they had a problem. The Golden Knight had appeared at Bae's funeral. The employees were surprised. How did this happen? The assistant said that the Golden Knight disappeared as soon as he was promised that Chairman Bae's victims would receive substantial compensation. The employees realized that the information presented to them in the video was accurate. Several days passed. Construction equipment was working in the area of the destroyed barrier. One of the workers said that caution was needed. He had heard that a monster had recently been seen there. Military equipment was also present nearby. The monster watched the barrier being rebuilt from behind cover. The monster sneaked up on the military equipment and lifted an armored personnel carrier above its head to throw it at the soldiers and workers. At the same time, the monster screamed loudly. The military commander ordered an attack. They were under attack. It was Gurmak. The monster acted swiftly, and there were casualties among the people. The commander said that it was necessary to request support. The workers ran to the noise and saw that a monster was rampaging in their area of responsibility. Suddenly, a man with a sword in his hands appeared. The workers were surprised. Who was he? The man said that these guys had to go with him. The head of the Soul Guild, Shim Kang-hoon, was in his office, deep in thought. A television announcer reported breaking news. Apostle Sang Go-jung, Gurmak, and the monster A-Rang are moving towards the center. Reinforcements are needed. A mysterious group of vultures kidnapped workers from a construction site in Shinganam. An assistant entered the office and addressed the guild leader. A support group was needed immediately. Shim Kang-hoon asked, "Has the association and other guilds responded?" The assistant said there was no news. What will they do with Gurmak? The guild leader asked if there was any guild that could handle him. The assistant replied in the negative. Shim Kang-hoon was furious. Where was the Golden Knight when he was so badly needed? On the beach of the East Coast, Yu Sang-woon was fishing successfully and enjoying his leisure time. Shin A-yeon was surprised. Had Yu Sang-woon really caught so much? She had thought that the sea was better than the mountains. It was good that they had come here. After attending Chairman Bae's funeral, they tried to live in the mountains as planned. However, due to surveillance by the association and the Soul Guild, they decided to move to a deserted beach on the East Coast. At the moment, the protagonist was living for his own pleasure. Croakbane told the girl that they would start training today. A-yeon replied that she didn't mind. During training, A-yeon attacked Croakbane and said that he would now receive her fist of justice. Her opponent blocked her punch and said that her fist was too weak. Shin A-yeon got angry and started hitting her opponent from different angles. Croakbane went into a tight defense, and the girl couldn't break through it. Yu Sang-woon thought that A-yeon had lost 30 times, but she did not give up. She was more suited to being a knight than he was. In the end, the girl said she was giving up. Croakbane acknowledged that A-yeon had grown a lot recently. That was enough to become his soldier. Yu Sang-woon waved his hand and said it was time for lunch. A-young replied that she would be right there. Croakbane recommended that the owner also practice. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Isn't fishing exercise? It's exercise in patience. Yu Sang-woon asked his assistant what he thought of Shin A-young. Does she look promising, or does she need to improve her level? The assistant said that the girl is capable of unlocking her potential herself, but the price for this will be efficiency. To become stronger, she needs to improve her level and characteristics. Croakbane said that A-yeon is straightforward and does not turn a blind eye to dishonor. It's a pity that her strength is small in comparison. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the girl read the book, The Dance of the Phoenix. The young man said that it was a legendary skill called The Dance of the Phoenix. This book dropped from the S-rank monster Leghorn. Shin A-yeon was surprised. Would Yu Sang-woon really give her this book? The girl asked why Yu Sang-woon was giving her this skill. Yu Sung-woon said that A Young was different from all the awakened people he had seen. She did not have useless envy, and she did not use others. The girl replied that she didn't think so. When she saw Yu Sung-woon, she felt envy. Our hero said that his knights also speak well of her. That is why he is giving her this skill, so that she can grow. Ayeon replied that it was like a union. Ayeon said she felt happy. Good weather, warm sea, lots of fish, and a great skill to boot. Yu Sung-woon told Ayeon not to worry about him. He still had many other skills. Shin Ayeon suggested that the skills he has are much better than the one he gave her. The girl said she was using it right now and activated the status window. Shin Ayeon was elated. She said that she had A+ rank characteristics. In addition to this, her dexterity stats would continue to grow. That's what a legendary rank skill means. Young added that she was currently at level 45 in rank A, even though she had never even been to a C-rank dungeon. The girl turned around and ran away, shouting as she ran that she was going to use her skills and would be back. Gawolf told the counter-contractor that she wanted to make sure she had become stronger. She should be left alone for now. In the beach house, the protagonist was cooking and waiting for Shin Ayeon to return. A phone call came from the guild leader, Shin So-mi. The woman said she had received information that A Young had become an A rank. Yu Sang-woon confirmed this. The guild leader said that a sudden promotion was not a good thing. Yu Sang-woon said that he also had to quietly enter the C-rank dungeon, so he thought, why not make the White Knight Guild stronger? He gave the girl the skill book he had left, and she used it immediately. Shin So-mi said that her daughter already had potential. In any case, they could leave now. She had settled everything with the association. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, they needed to find a house somewhere on the outskirts. The guild leader said that there was a problem. Had Yu Sang-woon heard that Seoul had been attacked? Yu Sang-woon replied that he had no information. Shin So-mi said that everything was much more serious than previously thought. Monsters from the Sang-go-jong constellation had invaded. But because of the situation the Golden Knight had caused in Shinganam, they couldn't respond properly. Shin So-mi added that the wall construction site in the south had turned into an A-rank dungeon. The guild leader added that the association had issued a call to arms. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't care. They could manage without him. The young man received a message on his smartphone summoning him to an emergency meeting. He would have to go to the capital. The military officer in charge called on everyone to have their ID checked. The young man said that those fools from the Seoul Guild had issued a mobilization order because they couldn't handle the Sangojong constellation on their own. Our hero was told that hunters below D rank were not much better than professional athletes. His rank was subject to conscription as an ordinary soldier. Yu Sang-woon thought that if he wanted to be recognized as a D-rank hunter, he would have to pass a promotion test. The young man was given an automatic weapon. It was the first time our hero had held one. Yu Sang-woon realized that it was an automatic rifle that used regular bullets, not magic stones. The senior officers said that the briefing was about to begin. Their goal was to deliver equipment to Shinganam and build a line of defense. The mission of each platoon would be communicated to its commander. It was necessary to strictly follow orders. Next, the soldiers were tasked with building a line of defense. At this time, the battle with Girmak, the apostle of the constellation Sun Go-jong, was still ongoing. The hunters were also forced to fight hordes of robbers under the protection of this constellation. In addition, monsters were detected in the constellation of the King of Slaughter and Vultures, which also complicated the response. The soldier said that the hunters from the Seoul Guild couldn't even stop the Golden Knight, so they'll get it from Sun Go-jun too. The officer announced a 10-minute break. The soldiers were upset that they had to work here because of some fools. Yu Sang-woon was checking the information on his smartphone. After exchanging messages with Shin Ayeon, the young man thought that everything was only getting more confusing, but there was nothing he could do about it now. As soon as everything was over here, he would be promoted to D rank and go somewhere in the countryside. Special Command Headquarters for the second incident in Shinganam. The commander asked his subordinates if they knew why Shinganam was so paralyzed. It was all because of the appearance of the constellations of Sankojong and the King of Slaughter. From what they knew, this attack was different from the previous ones. The ground forces had already suffered significant damage. Also, vultures were encountered during the assault, and everyone was acting much more organized than before. The officer added that it is necessary to find out how they united. Public opinion also leaves much to be desired. A woman present at the meeting said that it is necessary to calm down. It will be possible to find out how they united later. Although Shinganam has made many enemies, if he falls, Seoul will fall too. We need to think about what is really urgent and important. The officer suggested revising the defense strategy in that case. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild thought that this woman was at her peak again. Arcadis, an S-rank hunter from the Olympus Guild, said that they had no objections, but they did not like this position. The head of the Blue Dragon asked what Olympus's position was. Arcades replied that they were monitoring the situation for now. If the Soul Guild collapsed, they were considering gathering the crumbs and eating them. The head of the Blue Dragon said that he would not want the Soul Guild to fall apart, but everything had been heading in that direction for a long time. Arcadis agreed with this statement. But is there any information about the Golden Knight? The Golden Knight used the Titan Spear. It is the work of Hephaestus. Arcadis understood what his interlocutor was hinting at, but titanium spears are made in large quantities and scattered all over the world. They are difficult to track down. The head of the Blue Dragon asked if the Olympus Guild had investigated where deals had been made recently. Could they share that information? He really wanted to find it and was willing to pay whatever amount his interlocutor named. At the White Knight Guild, Shin Ayan was furious because of the large number of reports. Shin Somi said that her daughter would not marry Yu Sung-won under any circumstances. Ayan asked her mother how things were going with Shinganam. The guild leader replied that they were trying to cover up all the holes as best they could. Ayan added that Yu Sang-won had joined the local self-defense forces and was now digging trenches. Shin Somi noted that in that case, he shouldn't get hurt. Ayan was surprised that her mother was worried about him. Shin Somi asked her daughter if she knew about circus elephants. If a baby elephant is chained up, it won't be able to break the chain even when it grows up. The guild leader added that he is strong enough to be called an SS-rank devil worshipper. But he doesn't care about the world. He doesn't want to do anything. The young man is lonely. He has no power. Ayan wondered why he was indifferent to the world. His mother replied that when he was very young, he lost his family while fleeing from monsters. But even after he ended up in an orphanage, his problems did not end. Shin Somi said she had seen many people who had been abandoned, their lives ignored. Nevertheless, he did not become angry at the world. So in a way, they were lucky. Otherwise, they would now be facing an enemy so powerful that they had never seen before. Ayan agreed that it would be truly terrible, but she still didn't think it was right to leave things as they were. The guild leader said that Yu Sang-won was a modest person, so everything would be fine. The more she thought about him, the more she understood him. Shin Ayan suggested that her mother liked Yu Sang-won. Shin Somi blushed with embarrassment and said that wasn't the case. She just felt indebted to him because of her daughter. The soldiers were brought to their destination, and the officer told them to get off the bus. The meeting is tomorrow at the same time. Yu Sang-won thought that everything was the same as when he was serving. But where were the conscripts now? The news reported that the National Guard had repelled the monsters in Shinganam. Academy Director Baek Ga-yeon was leading the front in Shinganam. Yu Sang-won wondered why the Academy Director was here. 5 years ago, the students were studying at the Academy as usual during their designated time. The door opened slightly, and the Academy Director appeared in the doorway. She told the students to pay attention. They received a report of serious human rights violations against the staff. She wants to build a reliable legal system and cannot stand idly by and watch this happen. Therefore, she insists that all employees have their health checked. This is only for the sake of improving the working environment. The director added that the person in charge would collect suggestions for improving the situation. One of the students said that the newly appointed director of the academy is acting quite progressively. Yu Sang-won accidentally overheard a conversation that should not have taken place in an educational institution. Who would accumulate trillions in an educational institution? All funds must be invested in research. The director told the employee that if they trained excellent staff, the guild as a whole would improve. If the guild improved, its efficiency and combat effectiveness would increase over time. Yu Sang-won thought that negligence and corruption had been defeated. Thanks to the new director, some of the bosses resigned and work became easier. The new director is smart, but too straightforward. People around her hate that. Yu Sang-won raised his hand and stopped a taxi. The protagonist got into the car and told the driver to take him to Shinganam. The driver was surprised because there was a war going on there. Yu Sang-won said he was willing to pay double the fare. The driver agreed but warned that he would not drive inside. Yu Sang-won thought he would like to turn a blind eye to this, but he couldn't. It was very serious. The director had to stay alive until he returned. Shinganam, southern front line. Monsters with weapons in their hands are advancing, but the military is shooting them with automatic weapons. The soldiers were surprised that the monsters weren't decreasing in number, even though they kept shooting. Magic stone bullets couldn't stop D-rank monsters and above. From that moment on, they became a problem for hunters. A monster jumped onto military equipment and destroyed a soldier with a swing of its sword. The soldier reported to the commander that the front line near the 3rd platoon had been broken through and that there was no contact with the 2nd platoon. The soldiers used magic bullets, but they were still pushed back. It seems that the technology of magic stones has reached its limit. A military specialist reported that there are currently 1,000 D-rank monsters and above, including Gurmak, who has an S rank. They are all subordinate to Sang-go-jun. The officer said that Sang-go-jun's constellation is determined, but they will not retreat either. The priority is to fire at weak monsters. An ally reported to Lord Gurmak that the humans were putting up strong resistance. The monster said there was no need to worry. This time, he was leading the raid. The sea monster admitted that the humans were foolish, which is why everything was going according to plan. Gurmak said it was time to leave. The military specialist reported that 3 large groups of monsters had separated from the mountainside where the Sang-go-jong constellation base was located. They had even split into 4 groups, except for Gurmak. The officer wondered if they were out of their minds. Were they not going to defend the base? The soldier said that when a constellation is cleaned up, it is simply expelled from Earth. But they are risking their lives. The officer did not understand what they were thinking. The military specialist told the commander that a S-rank monster, Bahaku, had been detected. The officer reported by radio that the S-rank monster was heading for Suwon. The military specialist was surprised. Had even the apostle, who guards the main sanctuary, been sent? This was his first time encountering such a thing. The director didn't know how to deal with an A rank, but an S rank was no easy task. She said she was going to Suwon. Could they also call in an A rank hunter for help? The knight replied that they had suffered heavy losses during the previous incident, so it would not be easy to arrange. The director thought that nothing had changed since then. They needed help from the Olympus Guild. The specialist reported that the Soul Guild was not responding, but in that case, who would help them? The director said she was going to Suwon, and they would manage without her here. The woman was determined and called the officer an arrogant puppy. Only in this way could they win. The young man asked the director if they were leaving for Suwon right away. The woman replied that she would arm herself first. They needed to activate the trailer's defenses and leave. The protagonist greeted the soldier and said that he was an employee of the academy and had important business with the director. Could he go through? The officer replied that the director had left, but they could try to contact her by cell phone. Yu Sang-won explained that there was an emergency, but the director was not answering. The soldier admitted that the director had left for Suwon. Rumor had it that an S-rank monster from the Sang-go-jong constellation had appeared there. The director put on her armor and asked if there was any information about the basic skills of the apostle of the Sang-go-jong constellation. The employee replied that the apostle was responsible for protecting the sanctuary and that little was known about him. Looking at the map, the director acknowledged that this was a difficult opponent who had appeared out of nowhere. The driver asked if everything would be all right. Although the director officially had an S rank, she had given up active training. The woman stated that she knew better than anyone else what condition she was in. At that time, she was studying information about the pirate-class monster. The director said that she had a better chance of winning than the beast-like servant of the constellation. They retreat when they realize that there is no benefit in fighting. But something was strange this time. The director was ready to leave the trailer. The employee opened the trailer doors and told the director to be careful. The woman found herself outside, assessed the situation with a professional eye, and immediately chose the most effective route to accomplish her task. The director saw an explosion ahead. What did that mean? Had the battle already begun? The pirate-class monster lost its balance and fell straight onto the rocks in the forest. It was Bohaku, the apostle of the Sang-go-jong constellation. The Golden Knight said that these bandits were blinded by wealth and only attacked the weak. Following the knightly code, he intended to punish them. The Golden Knight ordered his assistants to make the villains taste the sword of justice. The director saw the knight and realized that he was the very same Golden Knight, a demon worshipper. The Golden Knight came face to face with the monster. Bohaku said that he would take everyone prisoner and keep the golden treasure for himself. Yu Sang-won said that this monster was no different from a criminal. Bohaku declared that the right to desire and steal gold belonged to the strong. The Golden Knight declared that such thoughts were the reason why innocent people were overcome with grief. During the confrontation, Bohaku told his opponent that he was quite good. But what about his henchmen? At that moment, Bohaku's minions appeared with pyrotechnic weapons on their backs. Yu Sang-won wondered if Eldrin could handle them. The dragon said that the opponents were large, so he was counting on dividends. The monsters fired simultaneously, and the energy charge from each weapon was directed at their opponents. The dragon absorbed the energy charge directed at him from the pyrotechnic weapons and responded by unleashing his fiery breath. Of course, the monsters were destroyed. Yu Sung-woon ordered his knights to attack their opponents. The battle began across the entire front line. Bohaku declared that this was not the end. Yu Sung-woon jumped high into the air, swung his weapon, and said that Bohaku could say goodbye to everyone. Bohaku asked the sea golems for help and shouted that they should save him first. The Golden Knight continued to strike his opponent with stabbing and slashing blows using his spear. Yu Sung-woon thought that his opponent was too strong. It was probably because he had the body of a squid. At the same time, the Golden Knight swung at his opponent once again. The protagonist realized that this was his second hunt for an S-rank monster. Bohaku begged for mercy. Yu Sung-woon asked what was the point of letting go of what had already become his prey. Experience to level up, magic stones, and even money. There were too many losses from a living monster. Bohaku said he was willing to compensate for all of it with money. The director, watching this scene from the sidelines, was surprised. An S-rank monster begging for his life. She didn't think the Golden Knight, a demon worshipper, would accept such a pathetic bribe. Yu Sung-woon said that if Bohaku gave him twice as much, he would allow the monster to live. The young man added that he was willing to let his rival go only after the deal was completed. Bohaku thought for a moment and said that he accepted these terms and swore by the name of the constellation San-go-jong. Bohaku ordered his golems to stop fighting. The Golden Knight said that in that case, they needed to make a deal. Bohaku wouldn't try to cheat him, would he? Bohaku replied that the man should not worry. They never break their promises if they swear by the name of the constellation. He was ready to give his honest and noble word. Bohaku dumped a mountain of gold onto the clearing and said that the Golden Knight could count it all and take it for himself. Bohaku asked if it would be enough. Yu Sung-woon admitted that the mountain looked pretty good. The monster said that in that case they would leave. The Golden Knight thought, who would have known that this monster had so much cash? There was no need to count it. It was clear that there would be several million. Yu Sung-woon looked at his assistants and wondered why they were silent. Gewolf asked the contractor if something was wrong. Yu Sung-woon wondered why his assistants had fallen silent. Was he blinded by selfishness? Or was he starting to lose his mind? Gewolf said that it was a reward received after fighting with honor, so everything was fine. The Golden Knight looked into the forest where the director was hiding and told her to come out. The woman came out of the forest and said that she was originally supposed to fight the bandits, adding that she was ready to introduce herself personally to the Golden Knight, the demon worshipper. Yu Sung-woon said that he already knew that she was the director of the academy. Baek Ga-yeon. The woman replied that this was quite unexpected. Did the Golden Knight really know her? Yu Sung-woon admitted that Baek Ga-yeon was quite famous. Ga-yeon stated that the money the Golden Knight had received was unusable. Stolen money, especially from banks, is protected by anti-theft mechanisms. In other words, this money is considered stolen. So according to all existing laws, it is impossible to take it. Yu Sung-woon was upset. Does that mean it's all just trash? Does that mean he was cheated? Baek Ga-yeon said that this S-rank monster squid most likely did not intend to cheat the Golden Knight. For a black market dealer, this is the most suitable commodity. Yu Sung-woon realized that he would have to settle for just the magic stones, so Eldrin burned all the counterfeits with his breath. The dragon didn't need to be persuaded twice. He breathed fire on the treasure, and the gold was gone. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that the Golden Knight was very interested in money. Could he listen to her request? Yu Sung-woon replied that he would not be a mercenary. It was time for him to leave. Baek Ga-yeon said she was very sorry to hear Mr. Yu Sung-woon's response. The protagonist was surprised. How did the director find out about this? Why did everyone know who he was in advance? Baek Ga-yeon replied that she herself did not think she would find out about it in this way. The director added that she thought the Golden Knight's armor was protected from magic, so she tried to buff him instead. However, no magic buffs were activated. Yu Sung-woon was surprised. Did it really not work? Baek Ga-yeon stated that she made a one-time attempt to give the knight the Hunter's Offering buff. However, a question popped up in the information window. Does she want to apply this to Academy employee Yu Sung-woon? Thus, everything became known. Yu Sung-woon was surprised. If someone wanted to apply a buff to him, would their identity be revealed? The protagonist asked what the Academy director was going to do now. Baek Ga-yeon said she would keep it a secret for now. Yu Sung-woon asked what "for now" meant. The woman said that if Yu Sung-woon was hiding his identity, there must be a good reason for it. Yu Sung-woon said that he did not want to get involved in any problems. Park Ga-yeon noted that the young man already had a lot of problems, so she could understand him. If his identity was revealed, the problems would be even bigger. Yu Sang-woon said he felt relieved after hearing her words. The protagonist looked at his smartphone screen and said that he had received a message. Bohaku was going to the new Gangnam. Baek Ga-yeon asked what the Golden Knight would do in that case. Are you going there already? Yu Sang-woon replied that he would collect all the magic stones and other available items before they disappeared for some reason. Yu Sang-woon told the director not to look at him like that. The wealthy people of Gangnam would take care of everything themselves. Besides, he had already made a deal with Bohaku. The Golden Knight turned around and said it was time for him to leave. He had a lot of important things to do tomorrow. Yu Sang-woon added that the director shouldn't get involved in battles too often either. Leaving the outpost was also dangerous. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. Did the Golden Knight know where she came from? Maybe he also knew that she was going to fight Bohaku, so he came just in case. Waking up in his bed in the morning, Yu Sang-woon ordered coffee from the golem and thought it was time to head to the defense forces. Avalon brought him his morning pick-me-up coffee a minute later, an Americano without sugar or milk. Avalon noticed that his master had a guest. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Who visits in the morning? It must be Shin A-yeon or her mother. Avalon said it was Mrs. Beck, the director of the academy. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Shouldn't Avalon have warned him in advance about her arrival? The golem replied that Mrs. Park was not an enemy and had arrived about 2 hours ago, but in order for the master to recover, he did not want to interrupt his sleep. Baek Ga-yeon acknowledged that Avalon brews excellent coffee. Avalon peeked around the corner and thanked the lady for the compliment. Park noted that, given his level of manners, he must have very sophisticated artificial intelligence. Yu Sang-woon asked why the academy director had come to see him. Surely it wasn't just to drink delicious coffee. The young man added that he needed to enlist in the defense forces, so he was ready to get straight down to business. Baek Ga-yeon said that the young man shouldn't worry about it. He could check his phone. There was a message on his smartphone screen saying that due to the situation in New Gangnam, recruitment into the defense forces had been canceled. Park Ga-yeon added that the fighting had lasted all night. The people could have won, and they did, but the losses were great. Yu Sang-woon noted that he had advised the director not to participate in the battles, but she had done as she pleased. Park Ga-yeon remarked that it had been necessary. In any case, she had come to ask for a fair deal, given the recent situation. Yu Sang-woon did not understand what she wanted to ask for if the battle was already over. The young man said that he was ready to listen to her first. The woman said that it would be about the SS-ranked demon worshipper, Pastor Lee. Yu Sang-woon said he refused. He was sure he would be asked to save the people captured by the pastor, and he understood that, so he refused. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. Shouldn't the young man listen to the end before giving an answer? Where is he rushing to? Yu Sang-woon said that there are too many things in the world that cannot be undone. Baek Ga-yeon said she was willing to pay a decent amount, even in cryptocurrency. Yu Sang-woon replied that he still refused. Yu Sang-woon wondered why Park Ga-yeon was trying to save people on her own. That's not what a director should be doing. Yu Sang-woon noted that even if the director saved them, the cost of treatment would make things harder for the victims' families. The young man noted that good intentions do not always turn out well for others. Yu Sang-woon advised him not to waste time on something so useless and to have breakfast before leaving. He could offer breakfast absolutely free of charge. Baek Ga-yeon agreed. Bohaku, who was heading to Suwon, returned to New Gangnam, and the siege of the rear lines began. As the defense forces were on the verge of collapse, the Olympus and Blue Dragon guilds intervened and are currently fighting the monsters. The monsters looted the deposits and VIP storage facilities, then set fire to the buildings. Due to the enormous loss, it is difficult to say whether New Gangnam will be able to return to its former state. Yu Sang-woon praised the goblin for the delicious breakfast. Avalon was pleased. The shelters were also raided, and about 1,500 people were kidnapped. They were captured because of their connections to the King of Slaughter. This did not happen even when there were only awakened people. Yu Sang-woon noted that the noble constellations reward people according to their merits, while humans only speak beautifully but do nothing themselves. Yu Sang-woon noted that when he first left the shelter and received his first money, he was insanely happy. Only later did he find out that he had been underpaid. The young man added that even at the academy, the starting salary is the minimum wage. That is why people are interested in constellations. At least it is fair. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Even if they destroy the world. Yu Sang-woon said that even when people are dying somewhere on the planet, only humans can care about their money at that moment. Even if the whole world collapses, the most important thing for a person will be how they feel. Has Baek Ga-yeon ever gone hungry? Has she ever rummaged through a trash can to find something to eat? If not, then there is no point in talking about the destruction of the world with her righteous delusions. Yu Sang-woon thought he had been too harsh. She was much older than him after all. Baek-ga-yeon said that his constellation had strange preferences. How could it cling to such a gloomy person? Yu Sang-woon said he didn't have a constellation. The academy director was surprised and asked what kind of power he had in that case. Yu Sang-woon replied that he didn't know. He knew only one thing. Whoever had foisted this garbage on him had made a big mistake. Park Ga-yeon asked what he planned to do with this power. If he didn't intervene in the situation in Gangnam, would he become a symbol of justice, fighting off evil or something like that? Yu Sang-woon said he wouldn't do that. He would just reach a level where they couldn't bother him anymore, and then he would go back to farming. Baek-ga-yeon was surprised. Was that really the goal of a young man with such power? Yu Sang-woon confirmed it. If he had a constellation, he would swear by its name. The director said she was simply speechless. Yu Sang-woon said that wasn't bad either. Then people wouldn't know that there was such a coward who only knew how to run away. Yu Sang-woon asked if Miss Beck had finished her breakfast. It was time for him to leave. Baek-ga-yeon said she had another request. The young man said he was ready to listen to her request. After all, the coward hadn't left yet. Baek-ga-yeon asked if Yu Sang-woon could receive the Grandmaster's inheritance instead of her. If the young man was the type who only thought about his own safety, then this inheritance would be useful to him. The young people discussed the news that the head of the student council had decided to voluntarily leave his post after all. It was time for him to understand his place after the three greatest guilds had kicked him out. He asked if Wu-sang would go to the new Gangnam. Wu-sang said he had terminated that contract. They even decided to take the case of the violation to court. A student asked what would happen to Kang-ho. Wu-sang said that he was still S rank, so he would most likely agree to go anywhere. At that moment, Shin A-young entered the classroom. One of the students asked if little A-young hadn't been B rank for several years. What did she do to reach A rank? The student suggested that she had obtained a legendary skill book worth several million. Wu-sang admitted that she was considered an S-rank pseudo-hunter. Everyone must be nervous now. She is the 11th candidate for S-rank. Wu-sang asked A-yeon if she had thought about his earlier proposal. The girl repeated that she was going to stay in the country and work with her mother. Wu-sang suggested she think it over carefully. A future S-rank shouldn't be stuck in these shallow waters. She should go deeper. Shin A-yeon wondered if that was true, even considering that there were 2 SS ranks in these shallow waters. If the Olympus Guild could persuade at least those 2, she would join. Wu-sang said that A-young was still naive, but she could contact him if she changed her mind. The student said that if he were in A-young's place, he would join Olympus, because it is one of the 3 largest guilds. The girl said that she didn't like these 3 guilds. They are arrogant, and there is no one there at her friend's level. Shin A-yeon was asked once again to consider Olympus's offer. It was actually quite decent. Shin A-yeon thought she was close to failure. I wonder what Yu Sang-woon is doing now. Shin So-mi asked in surprise if he had become a student of Baek-ga-yeon. Yu Sang-woon said he just needed to take care of it. Baek-ga-yeon clarified that it was more like the key to a chest containing the master's legacy. It was necessary to take care of it and give it to someone who was truly worthy. Yu Sang-woon asked what would happen if he gave it to the wrong person. Baek-ga-yeon replied that he would have to pay the price. For example, problems with leveling up, obtaining items, and conflicts with other guilds and groups. Baek-ga-yeon added that if Yu Sang-woon agreed to her request, she would add him to the list of students. Shin So-mi said that if Yu Sang-woon became her student, Park Ga-yeon would have to be able to control any information about him. Now the young man would be able to calmly improve his level. Yu Sang-woon suggested that this would attract unnecessary attention. The guild leader said that since he was her student, he would not be involved in anything unnecessary, even if he showed above-average skills. Yu Sang-woon said, a party of 4 led by the guild leader. Does she have healing skills? Shin So-mi replied that she had allocated her remaining points to improving medical equipment and first aid skills. She had already applied to become the group's healer. Yu Sang-woon asked, did the guild leader also foresee the future in order to have a full set of healers? She can be relied upon. Shin So-mi asked why he was surprised. Anyone could have foreseen this. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why did she blush? The underground city of Kaesong. People with their hands tied are moving through the streets. They are prisoners of war. The driver told Pastor Lee that it was because of the recent incident in Gangnam. Pastor Lee looked closely at the faces of these people. The driver reported that a man known as the Golden Knight Demon Worshipper, who had destroyed the Archdemon Leghorn, had caused a commotion there. Shortly after that, San Go-jun's forces attacked, so now there is great turmoil there. Pastor Lee said, "So it turns out these scoundrels came here to sell the prisoners. That's not bad. But what happened to the foreign buyers?" The driver reported that negotiations had failed with everyone, including the Emperor of the Constellations Qin, King Pei Yang, and the Communist Party. He added that the Emperor and the King rejected the negotiations on moral grounds, and the Communist Party said it would not negotiate anything except for hired support. Pastor Lee asked if the foreigners would really give money if they sent them support. That's just ridiculous because they're basically offering to become their servants. The driver noted that since negotiations with the Communist Party had failed, there were problems with food supplies. Their numbers had increased due to scavengers brought in by the archdemon beasts and the King of Slaughter. Measures would have to be taken soon. Pastor Lee said that it was necessary to break through when there were insurmountable problems. The driver asked what they should do if the Golden Knight decided to join the game. He even had a dragon. Pastor Lee said that the driver had become too talkative and that he should shut up and drive. The driver understood and apologized. Pastor Lee added that the adults would figure it out themselves. Negotiations were underway in the White Knight Guild in broad daylight. Yu Sang-woon suggested that everyone introduce themselves. "Our guild leader, Shin So-mi, and Academy Director Baek Ga-yeon acquainted?" Shin So-mi said she was pleased to meet him. Yu Sang-woon asked if they had a common goal, C rank, and whether it was worth making a plan. Baek Ga-yeon asked why they shouldn't take B rank. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. They had only met today, and now they were going straight for B rank? The Academy Director asked if they needed to waste time on C rank when it was still here, and what experience guild leader Shin So-mi had in B rank dungeons. Shin So-mi replied that she had been there once, but only because of the exam to advance to A rank. Baek Ga-yeon noted that if only B rank dungeons were taken into account, she had been in more than 300. The Academy head added that if the White Knights Guild quickly cleared a B rank dungeon, it might raise suspicion. But if she was with them, there would be no need to worry about such things. Yu Sang-woon thought that if they went to such a dungeon with an S-rank hunter, the difference would be quite significant. And going to a B-rank dungeon when, in the opinion of those around them, their guild had barely reached C rank was, at the very least, unwise. Baek Ga-yeon had already informed the association that she would resign from her position to train a student, so there should be no problems. The head of the academy said they could leave right away. Yu Sang-woon agreed. If no one objects, it's better to do it right now. Park Ga-yeon knew the young man would say that, and expressed her delight that he was so curious. Shin So-mi agreed that they should go. She added that she would also go, as she needed to gain experience. Baek Ga-yeon got up from her seat and said that if everyone was ready, it was time to set off. The trailer arrived at the control area of the B-rank dungeon. Park Ga-yeon announced that they were almost there, and that everyone needed to check their potions and equipment. After the check, the trailer moved on. Finally, Park Ga-yeon said it was time to get out. The entrance to the dungeon was a little further away, but preparations had to be made here. The Golden Knight asked if there were any monsters here. The head of the academy said that these were traces left after the loss of the constellation. They would not interfere in any way, and there was no need to be afraid ahead of time. Baek Ga-yeon expressed confidence that the young man would cope, but in any case, they would follow him because she did not know the way. The Golden Knight said he would try his best. Yu Sang-woon, dressed as the Golden Knight, walked first, followed by 3 women, not all of whom were in armor. Yu Sang-woon unexpectedly found the entrance to the dungeon in the bushes. There was a hidden portal there. It was a B-rank dungeon, so it was a little scary. Suddenly, all the women were inside the portal. Baek Ga-yeon said that now the Golden Knight would have to go alone. A hunter must be able to explore the unknown and navigate crisis situations. At the same time, the hands of the guild leader's daughter were tied and taped. Yu Sang-woon did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the portal began to disappear. The protagonist could do nothing about it. Shin So-mi asked her companions if everything was really okay. Baek Ga-yeon said that being a hunter means that at some point you have to put your life on the line. This training was necessary for the young man if he wanted to continue living without problems. Shin So-mi stated that in B-rank dungeons, not only combat power was important, but also experience and mind control. That is why the Golden Knight will have to fight his way through everything on his own to a greater extent. Yu Sang-woon did not lose his composure and decided to call his support squad. However, there was a problem. Due to the size of this place, it was impossible to call his subordinates. Yu Sang-woon thought that in this case, he might go crazy. Baek Ga-yeon noticed that the Great White Swan Apostle was in the dungeon where they were going this time. It was an extremely cunning monster. Yu Sang-woon checked the literature and made sure that there was nothing in the book that was suitable for this situation. The Golden Knight thought that at least he would learn something. Even allies should not be lulled into a false sense of security. If he decided to settle here, he wouldn't have to leave, right? He was going to come to the village anyway. Even if he couldn't leave, it would be even better. The Golden Knight decided to take care of his future and began cutting down trees using his combat weapon. After a while, using his architectural skills and previously acquired knowledge, our hero was able to construct a semblance of a residential building. Building a house turned out to be easier than he had previously thought. The house looked a little shaky because it was made without drying the wood. Yu Sang-won wondered if it would work because he couldn't call his knights. The protagonist found himself in front of the auction house again. The same girl greeted him at the entrance again. She said hello and mentioned that she hadn't seen this customer in a long time. Yu Sang-won asked if there were any blankets or other camping gear available. The girl replied that the entire range was currently in stock, so the customer could choose whatever he liked. The Golden Knight asked if there were any traps. A three-headed bird and a bird of prey at that. The bird was surprised. What was this man doing here? He hadn't been seen here before. Another head said that this man didn't smell of pain. He wasn't doing anything at all. We need to give him a nightmare. Then he'll feel pain. Yu Sung-won was resting on a soft blanket. Next to him was an empty container of an intoxicating drink and bones from the meat he had eaten. The three-headed bird said that this golden armor was strange. Why was he laughing while on her territory? He should react differently if he was alone in the dungeon. A human should not consider this territory his home. All three heads decided to give this man a nightmare so that he would not have such a relaxed expression on his face. It was impossible to tolerate. The Golden Knight's house was attacked by the magical energy of the three-headed bird. The bird wanted the man to writhe in pain. Yu Sang-won opened his eyes and wondered where he was. The young man saw young people walking with their children in an amusement park. The boy saw a candy shop and said he wanted cotton candy. His father said he would bring him some candy and that the boy could wait for him next to his mother. Yu Sang-won was frightened and shouted for the man not to go there. The man saw people running away from the candy stand. After a while, the father returned to the child. He had cotton candy in his hand. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the candy stand was destroyed. A huge, bloodthirsty monster appeared in the amusement park. The monster grabbed frightened people with its tentacles. The mother tried to take her child away from the monster to a safe place. The man tried to reach his child, but the distance between them was increasing. The monster pierced the woman's body with its tentacles. At that moment, she managed to push her child to a safe distance. The woman, bleeding profusely, fell to the ground and told Sang-won to calm down. The mother hugged her son and tried to protect him with her body from the bloodthirsty monster passing by. The monster began to retreat, and the woman and child remained lying on the ground. The amusement park was deserted. The woman told Sang-won that he must survive. The boy, with tears in his eyes, asked his mother not to talk so loudly. The protagonist watched all this as if from the outside. Thus, the boy lost his parents. However, thanks to them, he was able to survive in this hole and became who he is now. Yu Sang-won. Yu Sang-won did not understand where he was or what was happening to him. The Golden Knight heard someone telling him to wake up. The young man opened his eyes. A huge three-headed bird was circling above the forest. Yu Sang-won came out of his hut and asked what kind of monster bird it was. Perhaps it had avoided the mines because it could fly. The bird thought that this man talked a lot. The protagonist said he was ready to face this representative of evil like a true knight. The bird declared that it did not want to fight the strongest. It was here to express its best wishes and ask him to leave. Yu Sang-won was surprised. Why should he do that? The bird said that the Golden Knight had no place in this dungeon. It turned hope and happiness into despair. The knight had a pure heart, but he was not looking for happiness. The bird said that this knight was a desperate beast. Yu Sang-won was surprised. Why should he leave? He would not fight if the bird did not. He would stay here and feel comfortable. The bird said that this was not possible. Life is painful, but it is also good. Instead of beauty comes pain, the fall of hope and despair. Yu Sang-won wondered if only one head of this bird could speak. Why were there so many of them? The bird said that in any case, the man brings no good to any of them by being here. This is not a refuge or a sanctuary. Yu Sang-won admitted that the place where he had lived before was not a refuge or sanctuary either. It was a world of corrupt hunters and selfish people. The bird suggested that this was why they did not visit its prison. The Golden Knight added that he felt very comfortable here. Besides, if the bird was the only monster that came here, didn't that mean there were no other monsters here? The bird said that was true. They didn't quiet down during the day, but then returned at night to torment his dreams. However, inside, the young man was already on the verge of despair so he couldn't hurt anyone. Yu Sang-woon acknowledged that this was the way of the world. The bird said that if the world outside the gate was filled with even more pain, then there was no point in existing. The winged monster noted that if the man left this place, it would be easier for him. So the Golden Knight must leave this place immediately. Yu Sang-woon asked what the bird was going to do. The bird said that the man had come here alone in search of paradise. He must protect his world and cherish it. When his heart is filled with happiness and hope, they will return. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Did this bird want to blow itself up? The bird told the man to return when his heart was filled with happiness. After that, there was an explosion, and gold jewels appeared in the air. Yu Sang-woon said that the bird could not influence anything and would not be able to return. The young man returned from the dungeon and told the head of the academy that it was too easy. Baek Ga-yeon asked how he managed to break through the A-rank dungeon. She was sure it wasn't easy for the young man because the King of Pain himself, the White Swan Apostle, was in that dungeon. Yu Sang-woon replied that it was his secret. Shin Ha-yeon said she was very hungry. Park Ga-yeon was surprised. Why was the young man so arrogant? How could he keep secrets from the commander? Baek Ga-yeon said that for the report, they would say that they defended the entire dungeon together. Yu Sang-woon must remember and tell what was problematic in the dungeon. Shin Ha-yeon asked if the commander could change the report a little. The girl asked either not to include her at all or to make her incapacitated in battle. She doesn't want everyone to know that she passed the B-rank dungeon without any problems. Otherwise, they will suspect that she raised her rank too quickly. Park Ga-yeon suggested that she could fulfill this request. The head of the academy said she would leave the report as it was. She would try to complete the next dungeon in a week. Park Ga-yeon noted that even if she helps the young man, she still doesn't want him to defend the dungeon so quickly. Otherwise, it will arouse suspicion. Ha-yeon asked what Yu Sang-woon would be doing this week. Yu Sang-woon said he needed to build a house. Park Ga-yeon agreed that it wouldn't hurt to have a place to call home. She would look into different options. Yu Sang-woon thanked her. The head of the academy was glad that the young man showed no signs of becoming a hunter. Baek Ga-yeon asked the guild leader if she and her daughter would be returning. Shin So-mi confirmed that she still had business at the guild. Ha-yeon noted that she also needed to return to the academy. Baek Ga-yeon asked if Yu Sang-woon had already chosen where he would live. The young man replied that he was still thinking about it. The head of the academy said that she had conducted a full analysis of the young man's actions while he was in the dungeon. She added that she needed to predict the damage that could be caused by those who were following the trail of the Golden Knight, the demon worshipper, towards the White Knight Guild or the academy. Baek Ga-yeon added that overall, things were not going very well. Running away is fine, but shouldn't the problems the young man created be fixed? Starting with Ko Sung-jun, then the S-rank demon worshipper, Jong Mi-soo, the attack on Seoul by the SS-rank demon worshipper Pastor Lee, and then the case of the new Gangnam. With such a long trail of problems, the young man is bound to be caught. The scale of the damage is too great. The head of the academy added that the Olympus Guild would quickly catch up with the young man with that Titan spear. Yu Sang-woon thought that they would find out that he had visited the weapon shop. Baek Ga-yeon said that they might even realize that Yu Sang-woon was a Golden Knight. Yu Sang-woon thought he had been too careless. Yu Sang-woon looked at his smartphone screen and wondered why the Blue Dragon and Olympus had come to their guild. Shin So-mi asked the assistant who had arrived from the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds. The assistant replied that it was the head, Ko Jung-soo, and the A-rank hunter. They wanted to talk in person. Shin So-mi thought that the conversation would be about the Golden Knight. The guild leader asked them to wait. The guests entered the office themselves and said that they were in a hurry and hoped that it would not take long. They suggested talking quickly. Shin So-mi wondered what had brought these people to her unremarkable guild. The head of the Blue Dragon asked where their E-rank hunter named Yu Sang-woon was. Shin So-mi replied that he was a student of the academy director. So she didn't know where he was now. The head of the Blue Dragon stated that he had seen the association's report on the dungeons. The woman added that she had already told them everything she knew, even filming the interrogation and providing the video. The Blue Dragon leader said that based on what they had learned from the Olympus Guild and the events that had taken place, they had reason to believe that the White Knight Guild was collaborating with the Golden Knight, the demon worshipper. The head of the Blue Dragon asked, "Is Yu Sang-woon the Golden Knight?" Shin So-mi replied that she knew nothing. The woman added that whether she confessed or not, it didn't really matter. She added that she had a working business relationship with this young man. The guild helps him when necessary. He accepts her help. Shin So-mi understood that they would not budge until there was solid evidence. The head of the Blue Dragon said, "Shin So-mi, you understand that the Golden Knight was responsible for the first incident in New Gangnam, right? If she doesn't tell us, she will be punished along with him." Shin Somi was surprised. Was the head of the Blue Dragon threatening her? The man said he was warning her. The oil tycoons are more focused on finding the culprit of the Kanam incident than on rebuilding the city, even though the damage is enormous, because their money was at risk during the incident. They have been fighting each other since the wall was built, but if one of them catches the culprit, their ratings will skyrocket. It is enough to call those who fought during the first wave heroes. They just need a villain. They are trying to get rid of the people who, by coincidence, were involved in the incident in New Canum and oppose the big three guilds. After all, hunters and associations are political arenas. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that he was letting his interlocutor know that it was time to choose the right side. The man added that he was not promising to be lenient. Shin Somi did not expect this. The guests warned that they were ready to start using energy on Shin Somi, and the head of the Blue Dragon said that the woman had to make a quick decision. The hunter from the Olympus Guild added that if they had to start, maybe she would talk then. Shin Somi resisted with all her might. She thought she should tell the young man to stay away. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the building, and a hole appeared in the wall. The Golden Knight entered through it. He thought that these actions were not like him at all. Shin Somi lay unconscious on the floor. The guests saw the Golden Knight and were extremely surprised. It was a complete surprise to them. The protagonist decided not to get involved in the battle and picked up the head of the Shin Somi Guild. The head of the Blue Dragon thought that the Golden Knight wanted to escape. The guests decided that this demon worshipper must be detained. Yu Sang-woon ordered his assistants to destroy the two. The Golden Knight handed the guild leader over to the Steel Goblin and told him to take her to a safe place at any cost. Representatives of the Blue Dragon and Olympus Guilds called their hunters and ordered them to give chase. The protagonist thought that even a serial killer would not go that far. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild asked the Golden Knight if he really considered himself less guilty than a serial killer. The guild leader called him by name, Yu Sang-woon. The young man realized that now this man knew who he was. It was all because of the Spear of Titan. The Golden Knight said he wanted to keep everything secret so that he and the White Knight Guild would be left alone. He reminded them that he wasn't the one who started it all. The young man added that he simply couldn't sit idly by and watch the scoundrels think that everything was going according to their plan. His opponent said that they had come with an offer. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't know what they wanted to offer, but he refused outright. The wolf would not bow down to the dogs. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild noted that for a man who wants to live peacefully, the young man has a very sharp tongue. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wants to live peacefully not because he is afraid of them, but because he does not need problems from people like them. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild thought that the stakes had been raised. It seemed that today he would finally be able to reach SS rank. The guild reported that all the troops he had gathered were ready for battle. The Olympus Guild hunter ordered all forces to arrest the Golden Knight. If necessary, he could be destroyed. Dozens of arrows flew at the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-woon activated his dome defense, and the arrows couldn't penetrate it. The guild leader ordered them to continue, and his hunters surrounded the Golden Knight